has been a test summer to showcase a brilliant Australian cricket team. Stark bowls, the keeper's bowled straight through him, beaten for sheer pace. Stark bowls on no drives, caught spectacularly, Labuschagne at mid-off. Bowls, Quadrant drives ever so stylishly. He bowls to Carey, who cuts away for four. That raised immediately as has been cover. He's into Blackwoods, who's edging, caught a gully. 3 in the over for Scotty. Littered with superb individual performances and magical milestones. Bowls to him, Warner, it leapt at him. He got it away through the corner and down for 4. Down to his knees. This is the innings of a champion. A bullet again, double century. Stark, Olympus here to Sundaresan, and he's bowled him! What a way to record your 300th test wicket. Plays bowls! The captain gets through. If you're going to get your 200th test wicket with a signature ball, that's it. Labuschagne drives through the offside. On to 200 he goes. With him now, forward running the ball to points. Steve Smith is inevitable. A double century. It drives straight through the field. What a proud moment in South Australian sporting history this is. After dominating the West Indies, Australia has decimated South Africa. He bowls and Elgar fends the ball down the leg side into the gloves of Carey and he's out. Stark last ball of the over. Maharaj edges and he's caught at second slip and the route is on. Bowls to Green. Took on. It's 5 wides and that's the game. It's the first time in more than 90 years on these shores that a test match has been decided in 2 days. Ball to Nevea again and he plays and he's caught. Got him. Green over the wicket to him. Bowled him. Green's got his first 5 in his blossoming test career and the tourists are all out for 189. Cummins bowls. Elgar fends down the leg side. Carey low down. Wrapped on the pads by Boland. They're up and asking and he's out. In the middle of the pitch, there's a mix-up. They're caught mid-pitch. Down the other end. If it's a direct hit, he's in massive trouble.
What a mix-up again. Their running's been dreadful.
Smith to Ngini. Full ball. Got it. Bowled him. The deed finished by Steve Smith. Australia inflict an MCG thrashing on South Africa. At the final stop, the cast has changed as injury takes a toll.
The physio has just given Cameron Green a squeeze on the finger and he's almost fallen over backwards.
He's got a small fracture to that index finger.
Stark put his hand up here. Like a dislocated finger or something.
Yes.
I think he's half-volleyed or yorked himself there and it might be his bowling hand. It's at least 6 weeks recovery.
Obviously with Greeny going down as well, didn't want to leave the guys 2 men down, so yeah, it's just nice to play a role.
And it draws the hopefuls close with an eye toward future tours.
If I play, I'll play where I play. To be back in the fold and around about there has been really exciting.
I guess it depends on the pitch. This year the SCG pitch has been pretty dry. I guess I'm a chance of playing.
Genuine surprise. I'd struggled to even pack my kit bag, to be honest. Yeah, I've been clocked 150 quite a few times now.
Sydney is the chance to put the final touches to the preparation for the mountainous challenges ahead.
Probably the best test team I've played in, just in terms of how well settled everyone is, how well everyone knows their game plan. It's really special.
While for South Africa, it's about salvaging something from the historic wreckage.
I think you just got to keep going at what you started with when you came here. For me, it's about that positive affirmation that you have to give to the greater group. I still feel the guys that we have here are talented cricketers.
It's the New Year's Test from the Sydney Cricket Ground on SEN Test Cricket. Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! The Smith who lifts him up superbly into the stands. What a mighty hit. He's wrapped on the pad. They're up, he's out.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For host class and industry super fun for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
The last mission of this summer for Australia is to book its place in the World Test Championship, and that can be accomplished with victory at Sydney. It would complete a rout of South Africa and a perfect red ball season. So there's a strong eye toward the future, and not just that game, but the Tour of India and the Ashes in the winter. And there's a curious eye to the middle of the SCG Is the raging Turner of our childhoods back in Sydney? It's confounding a few and it's adding to the anticipation ahead of day one, the third test between Australia and South Africa here at the SCG. It's the pink test, and we all rally round to support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. Gerard Whateley with you. Damian Fleming, the bowlologist, is with me. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, Jacques, good morning, listeners. I can't wait, day one. And just as you said, with a little bit, changes in the team, which is always exciting, but also the balance they feel can win them a test match on this pitch. And we know the Shield game, New South Wales against WA, was a raging Turner. We were here for the one-dayer. Yeah. There has been some regeneration around the square because there was no grass a couple of months ago. But and having a look at it, I don't think it's the raging Turner of the mid-'80s, but compared to the pitches we've seen the last few years, it definitely is.
We love an opener for openers, don't we, on SEN Test cricket? Yeah. So Simon Katich is on duty in South Africa. So I thought, let's go back through some old scorecards, shall we? And the last time this man played a test innings, it was alongside Simon Katich. They opened the batting together in the West Indies and they both made centuries. So that's a curiosity in its own right. We needed local knowledge. Phil Jacques, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Flem. Morning, listeners. How is everyone?
We're very well. It's great to have you as part of it.
Yeah, really excited to be a part of it. The crowd's starting to fill in and it's, that feeling of buzz of the SCG test is starting to build, and it's going to be an exciting 5 days of cricket, hopefully.
And I think wandering out in the middle, not many people think it'll go 5 days in what we've been presented. But so there are questions everywhere. Is in the South African camp, it feels like they're just uncertain what to do. In the Australian camp, they are evidently going to roll out a setup we don't see of two spinners and two quicks. It'll be the first time since 2017 Australia's played two spinners on home soil. So this pitch in its own right is a central part to what's about to transpire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those selections will be very much dependent on this wicket. It is a patchy sort of pitch. It's there's a lot of exposed soil in and around the crease lines, which we saw in the Shield game prior to the Christmas break as well, which did turn. A few less cracks than in that Shield game. So I think it'll be decent batting up front, but I think the game will move forward pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's tried to keep thatchy grass stump to stump, but you get outside that, and I can see footmarks just don't play a part in the drop-ins. You know, as in getting down to the soil, they erode the grass, which can obviously help the spinners, but this is going to erode soil. So we are going to see the ball turn. We're going to see inconsistent bounce. But the other thing chucked in there is the weather. So if we get rain, the deterioration of the pitch is not going to happen as much. It'll take away reverse swing, which is the fast bowler's weapon in these conditions. So, that's something else to take into account too. So, moulding that in, I think we're in for a really unique test that's not like any other in Australian conditions, and I want to see more of it. I'd love the SCG to get back to being a spin-friendly, runs in the first innings so batters get time to shine, and then spin's a big part. But for the quicks, you can get that reverse swing. And one is, it will give an experience that we don't get from the other venues, but also, we want to get better in subcontinent conditions. And the timing of this is perfect that we're going to 4 tests in India.
So is it the right strategy? Australia is 4-0 this summer, 2-0 against the West Indies, already won the series against South Africa. The mountainous challenge of India awaits. Is it the right time to do what they did in 2017, play the two spinners and set them up for the first test in Nagpur?
I would, personally. Man, I'm still not sure because late in the afternoon, Renshaw's name comes up, Matty, and I think he is the future. I mean, obviously you bat in this position, so Jake, so you'll have a big chat about this. But I love when they debut young. He got his big 100, gets dropped, not seen as a white ball player. Joe Burns is a bit like this. I want to play white ball, gets quite a handy BBL player, but he's actually 4-day figures dropped and he was batting in the middle order. But now it's sort of all come together a bit that he's a handy BBL player, mainly with his sweeping, which is not going to hurt him in the subcontinent. But he's got himself up the top order of Queensland, and I think he will eventually open for Australia. But the selection is puzzling. If they were going to bat someone at 6, Renshaw and Harris, the spare batters, they don't bat 6. I would have thought if they're thinking Pete Hanscom type, he should have come in and played. So with that, taking all that into account, I prefer to play the 2 spinners than to see Matty Renshaw at number 6. And also I want Agar potentially. Mate, you bowl well here. You got 5 consecutive test matches.
Yeah. I suppose the thing to remember, Flem, is that Renshaw has been batting middle order the last couple of years. He's only just gone back up to the top of the order, so he does have experience in that middle order, and I think they'll be looking at trying to give him a taste back into the frame before throwing him back in the test side. And as you said, he's got the gears now, Matt Renshaw. He knows how to take the game on, which he didn't probably have at the start of his career, or chose not to. And now he actually has the gears to be able to take a game away, but also be able to play that solid opening type role, which could be handy at 6 on this particular wicket as well. If we do lose a few wickets, it could be handy having someone that's as solid as him batting at 6.
Would you short shift yourself on the quicks? So the suspicion is that Renshaw is going to be named at 6, Agar at 7, and only Cummins and Hazelwood, 2 spinners, and all the part-timers are spinners. I mean, people will talk about Marnus's seam up. You leave me out of that. I love Marnus, but leave me out of that as an idea. Is that the right strategy?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the right strategy, because if we happen to bowl first, we'll have spin on in the first hour, but it might spin in the first hour and go, we're all fine. Yeah. The spinners will bowl a lot of overs. So even that all this conjecture is quite exciting. It's going to make the toss, who wins it, and then what team they're going to pick. So to take that out, I would prefer that they actually go Carey at 6 and Agar at 7. Put pressure on Agar to show us what you've got with the bat. I mean, that makes us more vulnerable to, a pretty good a very good South African attack that hasn't been at their best, but they may be strengthened by Nagidi going and Harmer coming in, who's a really experienced spinner, mainly in England conditions, but his first-class record's really good and his test record so far is outstanding. But, I'd still rather them go with the 5 bowlers.
Yeah. There is a
because if we bowl
gamble.
First, then you've got Boland. I'd still play Boland ahead of Morris. Yeah, we've talked about before, but when he gets picked, I want to see him. But I think the pecking, Boland would be so unlucky if he loses to Hazelwood and Morris.
Yeah, I don't think he'll lose to Morris, but he might lose to the structure. What would you do, Phil? So you were in charge for the Shield game here not that long ago, which is the reference point.
Yeah, but generally like to play 5 bowlers, particularly in Shield cricket. But in Test cricket, I think it's a gamble playing 2 quicks and 2 spinners personally. Like Josh Hazlewood's coming back from injury as well. Like we just don't know how he's going to go with the workloads. If he goes down, we could see a lot of Marnus's seam ups, which I don't think would be a great thing for Australia. But I can understand why they would go that way if they're really worried about how this might deteriorate. Just to give them a little bit more batting depth. But the way they've been batting this summer, particularly the way Carey batted in the last game, I'd be very tempted to play the extra bowler. And you got that little bit of insurance policy with the fast bowling. Gives you another option for reverse swing as well if it does reverse swing, which it looks like it will with the amount of or the lack of grass on the square. That's what I'd be looking at for 20 wickets is the 5 bowlers, 3 seamers, 2 spinners, and go from there.
And ideally, Mitchell Starc could be fit because they'll miss his batting. When you take Hazelwood's batting for Stark's batting, and particularly against spin where he just dongs them, that's not ideal either. Like that lengthens our tail.
It's a really curious setup, which I'm a bit like you. I love it. As someone that hasn't had the right competitive tension, has its tensions in different areas. So just tell us about that Shield game, Phil, from earlier in the year or last year.
Yeah, it was a very interesting wicket. It was very flat up front first session. I think they were none for 90 in the first session, and then after the break, I don't think any side made over 140 for the game. It was literally high speed from there on. It reverse swung, it went a little bit up and down, and was a little bit too paced, and it actually spun. So probably the worst conditions that you could think of as a batting unit. I think this one's going to be a little bit better. But
Why is that? Is there more grass on this one?
I don't think there's much more grass, but there's less cracking.
Okay.
There were the vertical cracks down the wicket from the start in that game, which caused that up and down nature. It made it really, really tricky. You really couldn't go back with much confidence, but I think this one's got a little bit more in the middle of the wicket. I think they've done a better job in the middle of the wicket. However, this one looks patchier than the one we played on as well. So there could be more two-paced nature. Obviously, short boundary one side. What will that bring as far as the two spinners go as well? Could create some interesting dynamics when the spinners are on.
Yeah.
Guys trying to take on that short side a little bit more. We might see a few more boundaries as well.
Yeah, so you would have to hypothesise that in the planning, this is not the test pitch. I mean, it's perfect rough. We're right behind it, but it's sort of pitch 3 of 9. I'm not sure which side they count from, but so yeah, it's the short dong to the left-hand side as we look at it. The pitch report for Rainbird Smart Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. So it's great to have the local knowledge of field, Jakes. For what we've seen, Flem, Australia has the chance to put the finishing touches on a few things. An unbeaten Test summer at home and to book that place in the World Test Championship.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I mean, that's unique. It's unique for the group. It's funny, Paddy Cummins saying, this is the best Australian team that I've played in. To back that up, I think you need the whitewash at home and to win the Test Championship to be able to say that. So, yeah, there's plenty of incentive, and I can't see any reason why not. South Africa's batting is so underwhelming. It's really hard to actually think of a batter that I really want to watch in their lineup. How bad's that? Until you get to Verena and Jansen, that the top 5 are just like virtually all over 30 and average players. So, for them to galvanise, I suppose saying that, set up for someone to play a classic, whether it's Algar, the captain, but, I think he's averaging under 20, and that's including a Test 100 in Australian conditions. No, I expect Australia, even if they lose the toss, I'd still feel like that they can overwhelm the South Africans, with the batters, are in good form and scoring big. The inconsistent bounce may work when you're facing someone fast like Nortje. The one thing you don't want to be worried about when you're batting is, is it going to go through at shoulder level or knee roll or even lower? His efforts, he deserves a big bag, and maybe it will happen here, but I think it's spin that'll play the bigger part, and I think we'll outspin them and we'll just be able to make too many runs.
Yeah, so the other question around South Africa is SA20 starts next week, which evidently in the coverage back home of this Test series is completely overwhelmed by the new T20 competition that's coming and the sense of excitement and opportunity in that. Are these players engaged in a series that has deteriorated? We see the fate of the touring side repeatedly summer on summer, and they have suffered that along the way, and the final step is usually to get completely routed and get on a plane early.
Yeah, it's always an interesting scenario, isn't it, when the series is wrapped up leading into the third game. You'll either see some fight from the tourists where, a bit of pride at stake, and they'll come out trying to end the tour on a high, or they'll completely roll over. And I haven't seen anything so far in this Test series to say that they're going to put up much fight today, but the toss could be important, depending on how fast this game moves forward with the wicket. So, let's just see what happens. But it's going to be a very exciting few days anyway.
It could be. The risk of, I don't know whether they're in contact with their franchises back home and mentally preparing for that. I think for a few of them, they play 2 days after they land, and whether they're going to be ready for game 1. So I think that overlay, which we don't have a great visibility of here, I think that's very real in South Africa.
Yeah, just thinking off the top of my head there, I wouldn't mind them bringing some T20 skills to their batting, because they couldn't go any worse. They're walking wickets. There's no proactivity. So, why not galvanise and go, if we're going to get out, let's go out being positive. Yeah. I'm not saying just stupid batting, but particularly when they're facing spin and, let's see the sweeping and the reverse sweeping and using your feet and targeting the short boundary. Like, no one likes getting hit for boundaries. So to actually use it and be proactive and put it back on the Australians, and if it finishes early, well, they get home a little bit earlier there. But as for the pitch, I'm looking for. I hope it does spin a fair bit. I think when the ball's moving, it's just more exciting. Yeah, and reverse swing as well.
It's funny you say that, Flem, because I think the guys that actually did the best in that Shield game leading into Christmas were the ones that actually took the game on. So, with one eye towards their T20 competition, they might actually been practicing a little bit more of that in the nets this week, and I think they will be proactive. And I think, as you said, they've got nothing to lose. They don't want to be sitting ducks on a wicket that's going to be turning or going up and down or reversing. So I think they'll be looking to take the game on. Phil
Jacques and Damian Fleming, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Flem, see you for the first ball.
See you guys.
The weather in Sydney, it's 23 degrees right now, heading for a top of 26, and the rain is forecast for mid-afternoon, sort of from 3 o'clock onwards. The next 2 days, I never quite know how literally to take the forecast here in Sydney, but there's 15 mils of rain potentially today and then again tomorrow. So we'll see how that unfolds for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And while there are some darker clouds massing over the members' pavilion, it looks like we should be right to at least get a good chunk of the test started. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu, D-Max and MUX and Trojan Tools built tough. We are shortly going to be inside the Australian camp. Usman Khawaja will give us a feel around what this pitch is, the discussion between the players who are about to do battle, and what the selection tussles are like. So we'll be inside the Australian camp in a moment. If you are on your way to the SCG today or at any stage during the tests, we are launching SEN Stadium at the ground today. So this is the technology that's been in place in Melbourne and Perth for a couple of years now. The world-first technology where you can listen to every ball of the SEN call via the SEN app on your smartphone live with no delay. So grab your earbuds, pop them in, have your phone, have the SEN app, open it. The SEN Stadium tile is there, and you'll be able to click on that once you arrive at the ground and listen to every ball without delay. We are counting down to the toss. It'll be an intriguing toss too, some 40 minutes away at the SCG. The third test, Australia and South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like calling shotgun and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
Take care if you're inbound on the Westgate Freeway. Got a breakdown just near Williamstown Road. Cruiser on scene. Bit wet in Tullamarine. Got waterworks on the go. Sharps Road at Airport Drive. Craigieburn Road East. Woolert still closed following an earlier car and pole incident. Need to use maybe Donnybrook Road or O'Hearns Road. Don't miss The Fabelmans, the heartwarming movie from legendary filmmaker Steven Spielberg, starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen. The Fabelmans in cinemas January 5. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down. Where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym. Where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. So get the new year started off in the right way. Talk to EFS today and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
Life will tell you to play by the rules, that you should fit in, try harder, bulk up or slim down. But should you listen? No way. At Anytime Fitness, we believe when it comes to your health, you make the rules and we'll support you every step of the way. That's why we're the gym for anybody, anytime. Get started today at anytimefitness.com.au. Anytime Fitness.
Harvey Norman clearance. Save over $600 on HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 laptop with 12th Gen Intel Core i5 processor. Now $893. Save $800 on the huge LG 637-litre French door fridge, perfect for entertaining. Now $4,198. It's time to relax and put your feet up with the Lasso recliner and footstool. Great value for $497. All for the perfect night's sleep. Get the Temper Comfort Cloud pillow, only $129. Limited time only. Harvey Norman clearance.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. MUX, go your own way. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
Both teams are out on the SCG beginning their warm-ups with a great sense of intrigue as to that strip, which is near them, not quite in the middle, but near the middle of the ground. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Let's get the view inside the Australian camp for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Usman Khawaja is downstairs. I can see him there with Bharat, Sundaresan and Dwayne Russell.
Usman Khawaja does join us from the boundary. Usman, great to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, thanks for being here.
What can you tell us about selection? Because it seems as if it's been a changing landscape, the different minutes that we talk to different people.
Yeah, look, the wicket is not what we're used to. It's a little different. There's been a lot of rain out here and they struggle to grow grass. They still got the old ryegrass out here, which they play in footy season. We play in Cooch, so it's a little bit sticky out there. It's a little bit different. Rye doesn't like the heat, but I don't think it's going to be too hot. Either way, yeah, it's nice. You know, the selectors actually have to work for a little bit, so it's good to see.
A little bit of selection pressure on, actually, everybody, isn't there?
Not really, no. I honestly don't think it's pressure. It's a game that throws different conditions at you. It's more about what bowling lineup you want to go with. I mean, the batters don't really change, and then it's just about figuring out how you're going to take 20 wickets out there and what's the best way to do that. I mean, that's what it boils down to. So if you simplify from there, it's, you know, the decision's always tough, but you know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. If you put your Queensland captain hat on, 2 spinners or 1 spinner. There you go.
Look, if there's any time you're going to play 2 spinners, always the SCG. We always come here with 2 spinners. We never seem to play them, though. So who knows? Today might be a little different. If there's any wicket where I thought, yeah, this might be a 2-spinning wicket, it's probably the one I'm looking at out there. But, yeah, we're going to have to wait for the toss.
And with the ryegrass, others have also spoken about it. It might get burnt off, really, and the soil underneath could get exposed. So perfect preparation for India in a way?
Yes and no. Our wickets generally have more bounce than the Indians ones do. They tend to hit the stumps a little bit more with their spin. If it's like that, maybe. At the end of the day, every test match is on its own. We've got to win this test match first. We're trying to clinch a World Test Championship. So there's a lot riding for us still on this. It might be good preparation, but at the end of the day, it's still another test match.
In your own form, you've had an awesome year. Have you had a chance, given the New Year's turn, to reflect on your year?
Look, no, yeah, I have actually. Probably where I was this time last year. I got into this test match, hadn't played for 2 years, wasn't expecting to play this test match and did. To score 1,000 runs in the year. think someone the other day told me that I was the oldest person to score that many runs, taking over the Don, or Voges maybe, I think one of them. So, no, look, it's nice. If you told me I could be here a year ago, I'm pretty sure I would have taken it. So I've really enjoyed the journey. So hopefully score a few more runs up to now.
Another guy making a comeback is your Queensland teammate, Matt Renshaw, and he's batted in the middle order, he's back opening. So what have his last few years been like?
Yeah, look, Rennie's been a terrific player for a long time. I always thought he was hard done by initially when he got dropped. It was really stiff. He was playing some really good cricket. Almost came back into the side and then, just missed out again in Dubai and then couldn't really find his way back in. So he's had a tough time over the last 4 years. But I think that's great. As a batsman, as a player, it hardens you up. And the next time you get the opportunity, I just think you're better for it. So, I still expect Rennie to play a lot of Test cricket. He's obviously in line to possibly play today. If he does, it'd be a very, very good, opportunity for him.
And you obviously read Bharat's article. It is great that you guys have continued to push against Australia's whole culture of casual racism.
Yeah, look, I've never stopped. I've been quite vocal over the last few years, and respectfully, it's not something I'll just go about and do every single day because, there's a lot of topics that I think are really important. But even with the ACA and Cricket Australia in general, I've been trying to work behind the scenes very strongly on anti-racism, equality in general, even amongst the youth, all the way up to us at the high performance level. So it's still an ongoing journey. I think Nick Hockley, I've had a lot of conversations with him. Fingers crossed. We implement a few different things that we haven't done over the years because it's always important to get the viewpoint of someone who's actually experienced it and been through it. And I'm going to be honest, 99% of the time it's great. But there's always that 1% where it's not ideal. So, at the end of the day, I truly believe that we're in a lot better place now than when I was in Australia in the 90s, living in Western Sydney, and hopefully in 20 years' time we can be in a better place.
And it's because of people like you, so congratulations on what you've done, Usman. It's always great to have a chat.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Usman Khawaja downstairs with Dwayne Russell and Bharat Sundaresan. So, not the pitch that they typically see here at the SCG, but it's a slightly welcome sight, I think, as well. We'll get the word around the traps with Pete Lalor coming up next as we count towards the toss. Ryan from Caulfield texts through, forget the team selection. What we want to know is how many shirts did you iron? Another 2-day test? No, Ryan, I went with 4. And then I saw the pitch. If not for the weather, I would think I'd overclubbed. But just for the moment, I've gone with 4. Our experts are for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The Michael Hill sale is now on. Find your new favourite piece and enjoy great savings. Limited time only. Hurry, shop in-store and online today at Michael Hill.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When enjoying a punt, easy does it with Punt 123. Punt123.bet is your home for all your punting needs with same race multis and same game multi options, including daily promotions on all the major sporting and racing events. It's punting made easy. Get in the game with Punt 123. Visit punt123.bet or download the app today.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. Exploring the range of new demonstrator and pre-owned vehicles has never been more exciting. Berwick BMW is committed to offering an exceptional customer service. With next day servicing available, book your vehicle in before heading back to work. Start your new year in new wheels from Berwick BMW. Visit Neil and the team at the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
Brick Lane Hi-Fi Dry Zero Carb Lager is brewed to precision by the award-winning team at Brick Lane Brewing. Enjoy a clean, crisp finish with zero carbs and only 87 calories per can. Find it in First Choice, Liquorland or Vintage Cellars. Enjoy responsibly.
As our Aussie men and women take on the world, golf is becoming more popular here at home. Play 9 or 18 at Yarra Bend Golf. There's mini golf and the driving range too. Yarra Bend Golf, Fairfield, 10 minutes from the CBD.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Greyhound racing in Victoria has never been so accessible as it is with the Watchdog app and website. Every Victorian greyhound race is live and free. Plus, you'll have access to the thoughts and tips from the experts, every dog's form, news items and latest odds. With the new Black Book function, you can also save your favourite dogs and be notified when they're running. Every race, every track, live and free to your device when you want it. Greyhound Racing Victoria's Watchdog app and website. Greyhound racing has never been so close.
Life will tell you to play by the rules, that you should fit in, try harder, bulk up or slim down. But should you listen? No way. At Anytime Fitness, we believe when it comes to your health, you make the rules and we'll support you every step of the way. That's why we're the gym for anybody, anytime. Get started today at anytimefitness.com.au. Anytime Fitness.
Take betting to the next level with the Punters Toolbox. It's loaded with new tools to give you the edge and bet your way on your favourite racing and sporting codes. Take it to the next level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Gamble responsibly.
Still looking pretty good around Melbourne on this Wednesday morning, albeit a windy and wintry looking one. It's not overly warm. At least it's not summer. We've got a good run for the Westgate after an earlier breakdown inbound before the bridge. We've still got some delays, though, coming off the Baltic onto the Westgate. A massive $1.1 billion could be yours with the USA Mega Lotto. Hurry, draw closes in less than 3 hours. Grab your tickets now at lotteryoffice.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Subscribe to the SEN Track podcast. Just search for SEN Track on your podcast provider today.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
So D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. So what's happening around the traps? There's no shortage of stuff between Melbourne and Sydney. It's only been a few days, but the television rights have been sorted. The BBL is providing intriguing aspects every night. And what is going to happen here at the SCG, first with selection and then at the toss and then how things unfold. Pete Lawless, the chief cricket writer for The Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Good morning, Gerard. Whateley.
What a great setup for your home test.
Pretty exciting test too, isn't it? And you know what's most exciting? We were right in the newspapers this morning. There are some big changes to this side. You don't have to be too smart to look out there and work out exactly what's going on. Renshaw's warming up with the batting group. There are only two seamers warming up. So Boland is almost 100% out of the team. It's a big call. When I said it last night, we did a live podcast at Willie the Boatman last night, and I said that, and JL was sitting in the front row. He nearly fell off his stool. He couldn't believe that they would drop Boland. So it's going to be a curious test. And now, as you say, we've got this wicket out here, wicket number 3, isn't it? Couch grass hasn't grown. It's been too cold in Sydney. Could pancake later on. It's patchy. It's going to be some good fun, I reckon.
I reckon it will be. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Bharat Sundaresan is with us. Bharat, in his own right, has been really thought-provoking over the past couple of days. So, Bharat, I think we would all stand at your shoulder as a starting point, and I think the right sentiment is to say thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Gerard. Thank you, Pete. It's wonderful to be in Sydney, and just walking in today, Gerard, I'm so happy I wrote what I did. It's not easy to do. It's a conversation which is kind of icky to have. And you guys have known me long enough. I want to be the cool guy. I can brush anything off. Nothing sticks to me. But over the years, I've realized that's me doing a massive disservice to other people of color, others like me who moved from other parts of the world to this wonderful country and want to call it home. And when I just don't talk up, when I do have a platform, when I do have a voice, then I'm not following up on my responsibility or my duty. And just walking in, people have walked up to me and said thank you. People of all ages, people of all races, and it's been wonderful. And there was this man who walked up to me of Indian origin at the light rail stop. I'm staying far away, so I have to take the train and the light rail. And he said that last year his daughter and him were walking into the SCG, and his daughter was, because she was brown, and they just assumed she's security and said, no, you can't enter from here, your entry somewhere else. And the guy said, no, this is my daughter, we come here to watch the game. And he said, I read your piece and it resonated with me, so thank you. And it's great. Like, I'm quite overwhelmed with the reception. Obviously there's been a lot of negativity, but even from around the world. I heard Michael Holding's been sending out the pieces, and he's been such a strong voice for anti-racism around the world in the last few years. So it's good that we've at least kicked off a conversation, and I'm kind of proud of myself that I made it okay for a lot of people who might not have the same following to speak out and say, this is something we experience in our daily life. So maybe we should call people out as well. So it's been wonderful. Like I must also add that overall, my experience in Australia has been wonderful. I mean, not just with you two wonderful people, but whoever I've met, they've been so welcoming and friendly. And, my part, I've started following footy very, very closely as well. I barrack for the right side. So, well done. I've played my Australian bit, but no, it's been quite surreal just the last few days. And I did question myself for a few hours after I wrote it, like, am I doing the right thing? Now I'm so happy I did it.
Well done, well done. That's a conversation that will continue, not just through this test, but well beyond. The Nets have been an interesting place to be, I would have thought. What's our Net Whisperer seen?
What the Net Whisperer has seen is that the Australians are focused on Sydney, but their eyes are set on India. Even just seeing them train yesterday, they're focusing on staying lower in their stance so that they're preparing for the lower bounce in India. Steve Smith spent a lot of time roughing up the surface on one end, on one pitch, and just getting Andrew McDonald to toss off spinners or off breaks into the rough, just so that he starts not just preparing for this pitch, but starts preparing for India. I saw Usman Khawaja face a lot of bowling with the semi-new ball and a lot of off-spin. He was practicing his sweeps. Manas and him were talking about sweeping of length, sweeping of different lines, and just speaking to some of the coaches as well. They're almost looking at this test being the perfect dress rehearsal because of what Pete said. The ryegrass, so they're expecting the pitch to break up, the grass to be burnt off by the sun, and for it to not become a dust bowl, but to be dusty enough for the spinners to come into play like they have in Shield cricket this summer. And if it's almost like, I'm not saying that Australia want to lose the toss, but I think just I've got the sentiment that if they do lose the toss, it's not a bad thing because they feel that whoever wins the toss will have a big advantage. But if Australia do lose the toss, it gives them a chance to play catch-up, which is what they expect to do a lot in India.
Are you expecting South Africa to add another spinner?
I have a strong feeling that Simon Harmer might play. Dean Elgar still seems stubborn about not adding a batter. He just feels that the top five just have to put their hands up and put runs on the board and not keep depending on Kyle Verreynne at 6 and Marco Jansen at 7. So he wants 5 bowlers. I can't see them going with 4 fast bowlers here. So Simon Harmer, I think, would come in. He can hold the bat as well, maybe as well or as badly as Keshav Maharaj. So that's my gut feel. And maybe Heinrich Klaassen comes in for De Bruyn.
There's a danger for Australia in this, isn't there? They could be getting ahead of themselves a little bit too funky, like playing the next... you always say, you say in sport, the problem is you're always playing the last innings, not the next, not the one you're playing, but they're almost playing the next innings, aren't they? But I like the idea. I mean, you have to be more strategic in your planning now, don't you? Because you don't go across and play a couple of tour games. You don't play any tour games anymore. We saw that in Pakistan. They did a warm-up in Melbourne, didn't they, on a sort of subcontinental wicket there. And I think they're aiming to do that as well. So they're embracing this opportunity with both arms to get a little bit of practice in for India. It's going to be an exciting series over there.
And I heard something very interesting from one of the coaching staff. They felt that playing Test cricket in India is as strategic as playing a T20 anywhere, where every little thing matters. Every little session matters. Every little 5-over period matters. So you always have to be on top of the game. And like I said earlier, expect to be in positions where you're coming from behind. And I think in a way that's what Australia are looking for or planning for, not just in terms of how they approach it, but also team combinations and giving themselves enough options to play around with. And I think we will see a lot of head and manas being used here as well.
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? You heard Pat Cummins say yesterday, I think it was, that it's an opportunity for him to practice captaining in these sorts of conditions as well, getting your head around a sort of different game plan. So they're marking out the run-ups now. That's Cummins and Hazelwood, isn't it? Yeah. So, as predicted, it's a very big call. Young Will Pekoski standing out there at the top of their mark. 2 years ago he was in the team, now he's in the commentary box. Hopefully one day we'll see him back in there. I spoke to him a few days ago. He's an interesting lad. He's in a really good sort of headspace, as you would be if having a holiday in Bermagui when I spoke to him. But, you know, he's very positive, but much prefer him to see him out there in his whites than in a Channel 7 suit, as good as he looks in a Channel 7 suit.
The hair looks luscious.
You like his hair?
I do. It's a different style to mine, but yeah, I like it. 10 on 10.
A bit Peter Frampton, isn't it? Yeah.
There's a lot happening in cricket circles. How did you see the TV rights shake out?
Shake out?
Yeah.
Well, they shook it, and it all sort of landed the same, didn't it? It was a shakedown, I think you're right.
That was a shakedown from Channel 7.
It certainly was. Well, I guess there'll be a little... if the AFL got, 30% premium on the previous deal, and cricket has struggled, perhaps slipped back a little bit in the sort of annual price of things. Channel 7 have played a blinder, really, haven't they? They've paid less and got more. And I mean, you never get a better deal than that. And I suspect CA and everybody tried every permutation and combination possible, but there was 7 sat in the corner with their arms folded and saying, no, we'll give you this much. And not only that, cricket's had to concede that there is a problem with the BBL. I think we've been saying that since that league expanded. We've been saying it's too long. They've been saying it is not, repeatedly saying it is not, and now they've turned around and they've shortened it. Makes for an interesting setup next year because they're still stuck with the original length next year. But after that, the BBL comes down to a more bite-sized competition, and hopefully that helps things a bit. I mean, it's going like a bomb this year. It's going really well. Having great games, plenty to talk about. It's got that sort of reality TV edge to it, where there's always some sort of viral moment, like Adam Zampa doing what he did last night, or, you know, that silly catch the other day. They're the only things I know, I might add. I have no idea what the results of the games are.
Yeah, you're basically following the BBL on Twitter, Peter.
I got the Kardashian approach, where I engage with the scandals and the enhancements and the falling ins and the falling outs.
That was when it was at its best. There was something every night, which was the water cooler talk the next morning.
Yeah.
And we've been steeped in the... Who would have thought the Big Bash was our theatre to learn about the technicalities and the laws of the game. It's supposed to be utterly frivolous. Catches outside the boundary and the actual mechanic. I thought of you. I was watching last night when Adam Zampa attempted the run out of the non-striker's end. We are totally failing in any idea of reforming the language around the use of the term man-cad, which has no place in the game now, but regrettably that is what everybody sags back to. But you were talking about Mitch Starc is up for doing this in the right circumstances, but you can't pull out of your bowling action. And when Zampa went through, I thought, nah, Bharat told me, and the MCG is the whole idea is you've got to pull up out of your bowling action.
Yeah, you can't go past the vertical because that is almost... that's not the term used in the book, but that's fake bowling. If a term like that does exist, is what Adam Zampa ended up doing. Basically, he completed his action, the ball didn't come out, and then he ran him out, which is obviously against the law.
What interests me most, did the crowd boo him?
Yeah.
It is.
There's no question he was booed when he came out to bat.
That's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
The people who have spoken, they do not like it.
Yeah.
Because it's a 50-50 crowd, I'm assuming. It's the derby.
Yeah, so... But I sort of get... I think there's a great national debate. And even David Hussey, when he said, no, we would have withdrawn the appeal, that simply wasn't true. Is Adam Zampa signalled to the umpire out? He was following through with it. His first action after he runs him out is just to assure the umpire, I want this as out.
Yeah. The captain can intervene, though, can't they, and withdraw?
He was the captain.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the coach's idea a couple of hours later that no, we would have withdrawn the appeal. That didn't hold true to me.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah.
Well, we saw one in Victorian sort of club cricket a couple of months ago. It's very controversial, wasn't it?
I wonder if we'll get to the point where it's not controversial, which is where we should get to.
Just to finish on that, look, you can see how far out the non-striker is, though. He had every right to run him out.
Bloody oath, yes.
Yeah, I'm on the couch going, yeah, I'm totally cool with this.
Yeah, I'm up with running them out, yeah.
All right, I can't wait to talk to you as this day unfolds. Pete Lalor, Bharat, Sundaresan, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and Trojan Tools, tools built tough. What is South Africa doing? We'll find out with Jonty Rhodes next.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
When enjoying a punt, easy does it with Punt 123. Punt123.bet is your home for all your punting needs with same race multis and same game multi options, including daily promotions on all the major sporting and racing events. It's punting made easy. Get in the game with Punt 123. Visit punt123.bet or download the app today.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
From street to stadium, country to coast, nothing comes close to summer hoops.
Catch round 14 of the Hungry Jacks NBL action as the Sydney Kings take on the South East Melbourne Phoenix tonight from 7:30 p.m. at Kudos Bank Arena. Will the Phoenix rise for a win on the road, or will the Kings reign on home court? Watch live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL, unrivaled.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Massive savings in the New Year New Gear sale at Golfbox. Up to 50% off clubs, up to 60% off clothing, minimum 20% off bags and gloves, plus free delivery Australia-wide. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX, a camping chair and 3 bars of 4G. These days, the office can be anywhere. Live your own way. Search Isuzu MUX.
Are you ready to make your dreams a reality? Visit Streaker Marine in their undercover showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. We love boats and want to make sure you're going to love your new Quintrex or yellowfin package just as much as we do. Stock available now and ready for immediate delivery. Stop dreaming and start boating. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. And online at streakermarine.com.au.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship, presented by Callaway, is on now at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from the USA, England, Japan, South Africa, Ireland and around the world as they compete for their green jackets. The Southern Golf Club, on now till January 6. Free entry, no ropes and you can walk with the players. Get the latest news at masteroftheamateurs.com.au.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
So you're looking for more. More than catching the same train, walking to the same office, seeing the same faces, sitting at the same desk, and doing the same old job. Victoria Police is made for people looking for a career with more challenges, more excitement, more purpose, and more possibilities. If you're made for more, search police careers today. Victoria Police. Made for more. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
for Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Team sheets at the toss and then the strategy of the two teams. We're 6 minutes away from finding out. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. A chance to say Happy New Year to our South African correspondent, Jonty Rhodes. Jonty, welcome back.
Gerard, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year to you and to all the listeners.
Give us a quick snapshot. How did you travel to Sydney?
Oh, by train. Very well, but by Kiama, bit of surf for the last 3 days. So I have been enjoying my off time far too much, but it's been amazing. Good to be back at the SCG.
What's your motto? Travel through a country rather than over a country. Is that right?
100%. I mean, you can't experience it flying at 30,000 feet. So you just see it from way too high. So great to be traveling through it again.
How long since you would have been at the SCG, Jonty?
Well, on the field, where I am right now, 1994, the New Year's test. So that's a really, really long time. So it's been a while. But it's great to be here, and especially a part of the Pink Test. My first Pink Test live.
What's happening inside the South African camp? Jonty, do you know?
Yeah, well, I'm having a look at some of it's obviously the warm-ups give you an indication. Simon Harmer was at third slip, so he'll be in. Ngidi hasn't even warmed up. So in place of Ngidi, Simon Harmer, two spinners. South Africa, the big key, Tennis de Bruin has obviously left to go back to South Africa. His wife, they're having their first child. So it was either going to be someone like a Heinrich Klaasen or Rassie van der Dussen back in. Rassie van der Dussen doesn't have his bat and his equipment out here for a warm-up. Heinrich Klaasen does. Klaasen is a good call from my point of view in that he's a good player of spin. Australia will probably have two spinners. The key, though, he's not a number 3 batter, so it means that Temba Bavuma will probably have to go up the order to number 3. Klaasen and Zondo. Kaya Zondo has been practicing where he fields under the helmet, short leg. He's been doing his work. So Ngidi out for Simon Harmer and probably Heinrich Klaasen in for Tennis de Bruin. But it does mean that Bavuma will probably have to go to the specialist number 3 position.
Is South Africa right, Jonty, to stick, I don't know, stubbornly to the 6-5 split, given it's the batting that is failing them?
Well, it has been interesting because there was one thing that Temba Bavuma in an interview post the MCG, and he just spoke about, you know, from a selection point of view, it wasn't about personnel, but it was about the makeup and the balance of the team. He really felt they were understaffed when it came to the batting. You know, you haven't got players who are averaging, and he's one of them, anywhere close to 40 in the test match, sort of stats-wise. There's only Dean Elgar, 38. So a real shortage. The big problem, though, South Africa are facing is that they don't have, from a batting perspective, if you play Marco Jansen as the batting or as the bowling all-rounder, there's no batter that's any better than Marco Jansen. So I think that if you had another batter in the team where, you know, if Tennis de Bruin hadn't gone home, then possibly there was an option to stay and go, okay, let's change the mix. But they probably will stick with the 6 batters, 5 bowlers.
And Jonty, clearly at home there's this huge build-up to SA20 for the first time, the new T20 competition. The national team is playing what amounts to a dead rubber. Is there a fear that the team mentally checks out and starts to prepare for that, or can they muster what Dean Elgar's been talking about, is you've got to find some pride and play for your future right now in Test cricket?
Well, don't forget the World Test Championships is still, you know, Australia have virtually secured their spot, but South Africa still have an outside chance if they win this test and they beat the West Indies in South Africa, 2 test matches, and depending then how Australia does in India, there's still a possibility that South Africa can compete in that Test Championship final in June. So there's still a lot to play for, and yes, you know, it's definitely not a dead rubber by any manner of means, and I think that's what the World Test Championship has brought. Players still have a lot to play for, and it's not just pride. It's about getting into positions in the South African team, which we know there are no secure positions in the batting lineup, that's for sure. Yep. Still a lot to play for.
And last one, Jonty, is if Australia do go with 2 pacemen and 2 spinners and all their part-timers as spinners, do you think that makes the locals vulnerable?
Well, I don't think so. You know, this is still about, yes, Test cricket, you have to take those 20 wickets, but first you've got to score big runs. and the batting lineup that Australia has. So obviously, I mean, Cam Green was just such an amazing balance of the team as the all-rounder that he was, bat and bowl. But I don't think it makes him vulnerable, because you still want to score big runs in the first innings of a test, especially here at the SCG, because it is going to turn. We know that. We're not too sure what day it's going to start turning on, but runs is more important at this stage, I think, from a wickets point of view. I think spinners will be able to do it for Australia.
All right, Jonty, great to have you with us. Look forward to seeing you up in the box a little later on.
Great, Gerard. Thank you.
Good on you. Jonty Rhodes is part of our broadcast team throughout this summer on SEN Test Cricket. So he set a pretty good scene for you with the insights into the South African camp. He expects Clausen to play and he expects Harmer to play. So both teams with 2 spinners. Australia will be first time on home soil with a pair of spinners since 2017, and that too was in preparation for an Indian series. The captains have gathered at the toss. Our apparel sponsor on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. And Ringers Western delivered a set of pink polos to the box, as we always support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. Ishigua with the toss.
Series between Australia and South Africa. The New Year's Test, always a special one here at the SCG. I've got the 2 captains alongside me, as well as match referee Richie Richardson. And Pat has got the coin. Please give it a spin.
Heads again.
The call is heads.
Long way. Oh,
it's gone a very long way. It's the tails. Pat, come forwards. You've won the toss. What are you going to do?
we're going to have a bat today.
Reasons for that?
Look, it probably looks a bit more like a traditional SCG wiki. He might turn a little bit, so probably at its best on day one.
Bit of conjecture about your team. 2 go out. Who comes in, and are there any other changes?
Yeah, we've got 3 changes. So, Cam Green and Starkey obviously injured. Scotty misses out on this one. Joshy Hazelwood, Ash Agar and Matt Renshaw come in.
Was that a difficult conversation for Scott, and did you think about playing an extra seamer?
Oh, yeah, always difficult, especially having someone like Scotty who's done fantastically well for us. We thought about it. I think, it comes down to, are we confident taking 20 wickets with the 4 guys, and in this case we are.
Matt and Ashton obviously coming back in after a little while out of Test cricket. Is this an opportunity to have a look at them ahead of the India series coming up as well?
Yeah, it's a luxury we have, with the unfortunate injuries. This is probably as close as we're going to get to India here in Australia. So it'd be good to see Ash have a go after a little while, and Maddie as well.
You've obviously won the series already, but 2 consecutive matches here at the SCG that have ended in draws. What is the key to victory here?
Hopefully not as much rain this year. I think you've just got to do all the things really well. I think spin might come to the game later on, but you've got to put on big runs here at the SCG.
Pat, thanks for your time. All the best in this match. Dean, if you can come forward. So what would you have done?
I would have also batted. But, I mean, the toss isn't working, is it? But, yeah, it seems a very good wicket here, and it looks a little bit drier, but hence why I guess both teams have gone with the extra spinner.
New year, fresh start, a bit of time between the MCG and here. What would you like to see from your team this week?
Yeah, massive improvement in all aspects. Obviously going with a different team composition, thinking that on this kind of surface we can give ourselves the best chance to obviously compete one and then give us a win as well. But yeah, we need to obviously up our game with the bat. That's no secret. Call a spade and hit the nail on the head as well. So yeah, there's a few aspects that we can be a lot better with.
Dwayne has obviously gone home, so who comes in? And I hear you're bringing in a spinner as well, so Simon Harmer comes into the side as well.
Yeah, Simon Harmer comes in for Lungi Ngidi, and Heinrich Clausen comes in for Dwayne.
Okay, all the best in this test match. Thanks to Dean. So news from the middle is that Australia have won the toss and have elected to bat first.
All 5 tosses this summer won by Pat Cummins. Chose to bowl twice, has chosen to bat on 3 occasions. He has won the lot. So they are different teams. I'm going to share them with you in just a moment, but let me welcome in, joining us through this test for SEN Test Cricket, is Rachael Haynes. Rachael represented Australia more than 150 times in the golden generation that has been women's cricket in this country. 6 World Championships, World Cups of various varieties, and the Ashes. She captained the country, was a long-term vice-captain. Rachael, it's great to have you as part of our broadcast team.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's nice to be here. The weather's stayed away, which is nice, so we're going to kick off on time here at the SCG.
2 spinners at the SCG. It's very old school.
It is, absolutely. Both teams have opted to do that. They've got two spinners as well that can beat both sides of the bat, which is exciting. And yeah, we'll see. By all accounts, it appears as though they think the pitch is going to break up. So the spinners were well and truly coming to the game.
Big moments in the career of Ashton Agar and Matt Renshaw. So Agar last played a test September 2017 and Renshaw was March 2018. Both have had terrific success in the little test cricket that they have played, and clearly this is the moment to seize that and to be part of the calendar year 2023, which has got such great challenges.
Yeah, it does appear as though Australia have picked a side with an eye on the future and potentially what's to come. Renshaw taking a spot in the middle order, which we saw him do over the last couple of years, but more recently this year he's gone back up to the top order in state cricket. But yeah, I wonder as well whether they want to have a look at Renshaw and Head in the middle order together before India. In the past there's been some question marks over Head against spin, and given that the SCG conditions are going to present that, perhaps they want to have a look at both of those players together. But yeah, by the same token, it's equally exciting for Agar too to get another opportunity at this level in the test side. We've seen him a lot in white ball cricket. But yeah, I think exciting for all of those players who are coming back in.
So I think it answers the question as who's the two spinners for Nagpur, is that Lyon and Agar are going to play together there and they get a rehearsal at it here.
Yeah, no Swepson, who spent the last couple of years touring with the Australian side and bowled probably a lot of overs in the nets. So, yeah, it's looking as though they're going to go with finger spinners as opposed to a wrist spinner over there in those conditions. And obviously Nathan Lyon has been world-class for a very long time. So, yeah, it looks as though Agar will be the player to partner him over there.
And what do you think of the decision to replace Boland with Hazelwood?
Geez, that's a tough call, isn't it? I wouldn't have liked to be George Bailey or whoever it was who delivered that message. I think he hasn't done much wrong at all with all the opportunities he's had over the last 12, 18 months. So a tough call. Having said that, he's been replaced by a pretty handy bowler in Josh Hazlewood, and I suspect as well these conditions at the SCG, just looking at the square, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of reverse swing at some point as well. The ball potentially chopping up. That is a really large square on one side of the ground. So Josh Hazlewood is someone who can extract that type of delivery, as is Pat Cummins as well.
It fell perfectly for Pat there, because there is absolutely a risk in this strategy if you end up bowling first. But getting to bowl last with the two spinners, and as he said, you've got to put big runs on the board. Like, it couldn't have fallen any better for Australia, could it?
Yeah, he's certainly had the rub of the green there with the coin toss this summer, and I think it's going to be an interesting challenge for him as a captain anyway, having to lead a different type of bowling attack to perhaps what he's used to in the past, going with two spinners and two pace bowlers. Hazlewood coming back from injury as well, and I suppose leading into the MCG there was doubts whether he could get through the workload. He's obviously got his loads up to where they need to be, and they're confident in that, but still he is coming back from injury. We saw Labuschagne warming up with medium pace in the warm-up. He was very thorough, so maybe we'll see him bowl some overs at stages as well.
I'm really not having that. Australia's test side this for Sydney is David Warner, Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Travis Head, and then it gets a bit funky. Matthew Renshaw plays at 6, Alex Carey, Ashton Agar, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood. And on the South African side of things, Dean Elgar, Cyril Avea, Heinrich Klaassen comes into the team at 3. Temba Bavuma is at 4, Kaya Zondo, Carl Verena, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Simon Harmer, the spinner at 9, Kihiso Rabada and Unrik Norkia. So 2 changes for South Africa and 3 for Australia. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Australia has won the toss and chosen to bat.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Still a pretty good run around Melbourne on this wintry-looking Wednesday. Do take care if you're in a high vehicle. It sure is a fair bit of wind about. No problems to report, though, on any of the major arterials. A little bit busy heading through Deer Park on Station Road, near Tilburn Road, but ongoing works. Similar conditions heading city-bound on Kingsway towards the West Gate. The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Subscribe to the SEN Track podcast. Just search for SEN Track on your podcast provider today.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship, presented by Callaway, is on now at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from the USA, England, Japan, South Africa, Ireland and around the world as they compete for their green jackets. The Southern Golf Club, on now till January 6. Free entry, no ropes and you can walk with the players. Get the latest news at masteroftheamateurs.com.au.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Join a celebration of regional Victoria and enjoy a great family day out and the chance to support the local community. The Country Cup Carnival is in full swing, with cups running regularly through until the last race, the Mildura Cup on April 18, 2023. Catch all the quaddie action with races 5 to 8 live and free on Trots Vision across all Country Cups. So let's celebrate Victoria. The Country Cup Carnival. Savour every step at the Trots.com.au.
A new rivalry is forming and City's World Cup heroes are back at Amy Park. With another big 3 points on the line, City will be fighting to maintain their lead at the top of the table against John Aloisi's Western United. Join the pre-match for loads of free family fun at City Square before the main event as the reigning premiers get set to take on the reigning champions at Amy Park this Saturday. Kick-off at 7:45. Tickets from Ticketek. Get yours now.
Prepare to be moved with the all-new Nissan X-Trail. Get out of town and into adventures that move the whole family without compromising style, space, or safety. Contact your local Nissan dealer to book a test drive today.
Did you know that right now you can rent long-term from Budget?
What? Trucks?
And utes, buses, 4x4s for as long as you need. A week, a month, half a year.
Half a year?
If you need it.
Sounds expensive.
Great rates and way cheaper than buying them.
But what happens if I don't need it anymore?
Give it back. Long-term rentals, they're the way to go. Head to budgettrucks.com.au to find out more.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aiken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aiken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
These holidays, more Victoria Police are out on our roads, catching you before you drift into oncoming traffic.
Have you been drinking tonight?
It's the lucky ones who get caught. Please, drive safe these holidays. TAC.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Here has won the toss and elected to bat. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Many a tale to tell over the couple of hours at the start of this test. Adam Collins for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Hello to you, Colo.
Hello, Gerard. Yes, Simon Harmer especially. I know the main focus, of course, is the Australian side, but Harmer back into the South African side for the first time in the series. He's a great tale. He spent 6.5 years away from the Test team when he was a Colpack player in England. He took 367 wickets at 20 in that stretch over there. Won everything you can win there at Essex, but now getting an opportunity as an unintended consequence of the Brexit referendum in 2016. It sounds weird, but that's the reason he's back on the international stage.
So he'd harboured ambitions to play for England?
He did. He didn't understand that he was never eligible. He advanced the case in the media repeatedly that he'd like to play Test cricket for England, but it was never going to happen. And when it became possible for the Colpack players to reintegrate to the Proteas side last year, he took that opportunity straight away.
A very different Australian-looking side, Colo?
Well, it is on many levels. I think Matt Renshaw's been picked at the right side. One thing to note on the team sheet, though, is that Pete Hanscom's listed as one of the sub-fielders. Now, normally, Gerard, as you know, those sub-fielders are kids, you know, local fielders who play club cricket or maybe on the fringes of the state side. The fact that Peter Hanscom's with the Aussie squad and named as one of the emergency fielders might be a bit of a tell to the India squad they'll name in a couple of weeks. Of course, Hanscom's averaging 78 for Victoria this season, another player who was there in India with Renshaw in 2017.
The rarity of Australian playing two spinners at home?
Yeah, that's right. The last time they did that was against Pakistan at the SCG in 2017. So the same stage of the cycle. They were going to India. They wanted to get Stephen O'Keefe into the Test side before going to India. They did alongside Lyon, and of course that worked really well. Not only winning that Test against Pakistan, but we all know how they started in India at Pune with O'Keefe taking match figures of 12 for 70. So they should be so lucky for Agar to have a similar re-emergence or rebirth in the Test team. But yes, they've got form in doing it at this stage of the cycle, but no other time in the 5 years between.
And rare without Mitch Starc at the front of the attack.
Yeah, the first time that Mitch Starc's not played a Test for Australia since the Oval in 2019. Between times, he's taken 89 wickets at 25. So probably the most productive period of his career. Although in saying that, Gerard, as we've detected in the last few seasons, he does tail off towards the end of a summer. So in the fifth Test of a summer, he averages 40. So it may not be the worst thing that he gets a breather now before India, even if it is via injury.
All right, Colo will stay close during these first few hours of play. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. The formalities, the ceremonies from the SCG, the pink test next.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The fantastic sale is on now. Don't miss great savings across the range, like 10% off their Aussie-made 2- and 3-seater sofas. Find your fantastic in-store or online today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Blunston, we put thousands of hours into our revolutionary new Rotaflex series. That's hours of researching, hours of pressure testing, serious pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder. Then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotaflex by Blunston.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare, Host Plus today.
Money Shop, Freeway, BBW are all available at Lawn Hub, the home of hardcore products to transform your grass into the most splendid looking green, pristine lawn you've ever seen. Lawn Hub quality lawn fertilisers, wetting agents and weed killers come with cheeky names but world-class results. One morning, on any good keyboard, the L is very close to the P, so when typing Lawn Hub into your search engine, watch out for fat fingers. Grow yours with Lawn Hub.
Charlie Battisti & Co. Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth.
That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Well, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit megt.com.au today.
The formalities about to be observed ahead of the Pink Test. Support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. More than $1 million has been raised from the sale of virtual seats. That's been one of the almost accidental discoveries of the pandemic period, the sale of the virtual seats, which is now such a big part of the lead up to this Test match. And if you are coming to any day of this New Year's Test, download the SEN app and connect to SEN Stadium for live ball-by-ball commentary with no delay. So this world-first technology, just download the SEN app and follow the prompts once you're in the stadium. 1170 SEN is Sydney's home of sport on the AM dial and on the SEN app. These teams are being called forth. 3 changes for Australia, 2 changes for South Africa, and a great turnout. Certainly the members is absolutely packed. They arrive early to take up their most cherished of seats. So welcome to country, and the anthem's about to play out before us.
Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their background, their identity, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and to feel respected, and we thank you, each and every one of you, for playing your role. I'd now like to ask you to please be upstanding, if you're able, as we welcome Gadigal Elder, Uncle Alan Madden, who will conduct the Welcome to Country. Fem Belling will then perform the South African National Anthem, and Siobhan Clifford will perform the Australian National Anthem.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song... Nah. It's always an honour and a pleasure for me to welcome one and all the country. Just to give you a little bit of an insight of where you are and who we are. As we've all welcomed the countries, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Only 3 things sure than that: coming, taxation and going. It's an honour and a pleasure to be here today to welcome one and all to Gadigal. Gadigal is one of 29 clans of the Eora Nation. The Eora Nation is bounded by nature's own. The Hawkesbury River to the north, Nepean to the west, and Georges River to the south. And in between those three mighty rivers is the Eora Nation. And in that nation, there are 29 clans. And the clan's land we're on today is Gadigal. On behalf of Kumari, Cricket Australia and of the Gadigal mob, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
South Africa, South Africa. Uit die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons zee, waar ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kranse antwoord gee, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and well put toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Wonderful formalities to set us on our way at the SCG. The welcome to country here is always a highlight. Rachael, Haynes, what do you think will transpire in this first session of the SCG tests?
Well, look, it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out, isn't it? We're expecting the wicket perhaps to be a little bit slower than some of the others around the country. But yeah, early on, I'm certainly expecting the ball to swing a little bit. We know that both lineups have picked two spinners, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see who takes the new ball for South Africa in this first innings.
Will we see spin before lunch?
Well, we might. I think it's very likely that it'll be on the cards.
Yeah.
More than anything, just to see what is in this wicket, see how much it does turn. So I'm excited to see. We've got a different wicket to some of the others that we see in the country. It's going to be nice to see perhaps spin play a bigger role in the game.
We'll talk to you as this session unfolds. Rachael Haynes, part of our broadcast team on SEN Test Cricket here in Sydney. This session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Damian, Fleming, welcome back.
Yep, great to be here, Gerard. Listeners, very exciting. Sydney Test changes. You know, a pitch that we've already talked about more than any other pitch, really.
Yeah.
Even taking in the Gabba, which is unique. Rachael mentioned it's humid conditions, so the ball should swing. But can we see a fired-up Rabada? You know, besides that second innings at the Gabba when they had nothing to lose, you know, he is the X factor. He's got a great record against Australia. He's got a great record against our top order. You know, can he open up the Test match with a bit of pace and fire? And hopefully it's Norkia at the other end. You know, he deserves a bag. Yes. You know, he's been fantastic. But yeah, a lot of intrigue, hasn't there, in the build-up to this day one, and yeah, I'm fascinated to see how it plays out, you know, including just the first session alone.
It's 24 degrees. The weather update for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It is overcast. The best of the day was at first light, really, as the clouds have started to close in from about 9 o'clock. And there is rain expected in the mid-afternoon and into tomorrow. So we'll see, as the Sydney Test has a nasty habit of being interrupted by rain. The nation is buzzing with the selections that have been made. There's accusations of arrogance. There's an eye toward brilliantly planning. There's dismay for Scotty Boland. So it's all in play during this first couple of hours as we dissect it. All of your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16. But for the moment, right in the middle of the SCG, it is Usman Khawaja, whose career was reinvigorated in this Test last year. He was a COVID substitute. He made dual centuries that set him up for 1,000 runs in the calendar year, and this renaissance at the end.
It is, but guess what? He's failed 3 times against South Africa, twice against this man here. So right in the now, the matchup is a really good one for South Africa. So can Usman use this pitch as a way to set up another prolific season or summer? I'm really excited, and I think we'll know by the end of this over where Rabada is.
Kahisa Rabada from the Paddington end to begin the Sydney Test. He's in and he bowls to Khawaja. It's down the leg side, which is how he started in Melbourne.
It was.
He'll want to sort that out immediately. Khawaja scores 2, 11 and 1 against South Africa so far this summer.
I think at times it looks like Rabada, you know how much I love bowlers running in relatively straight to their target and getting all momentum going there. When you're a right armer over the wicket, sometimes you've got to come in on a little bit of an angle to be able to push the ball across.
3 slips in place. That's outside the off stump, and there's a bit of shape to it. It's left alone by Khawaja, and as it passes the stumps, there's certainly some in-swing.
And did you see how far Rabada's follow-through was? Yeah, he was only metres away from Usman. Remember, I was talking at the MCG how it was almost an off-spinner's follow-through. He was closing himself off. It was hard to get that back knee through, and his follow-through was nearly in the danger area and only 2 or 3 steps down, so already looks better.
Rabada bowls and Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. He's the number 3 bowler in the world. We've marvelled at his strike rate, his wicket taking. He's still a young man. I think Ian Smith put it best. He said he's a moody bowler. What sort of mood might he be in?
Well, I'd be taking a lot of confidence out of those last 2 deliveries. Swinging, get the ball up.
It's Khawaja tapping away Rabada to him, and again he's leaving outside the off stump. Disciplined stuff from the opener.
Bit of natural variation, that one just going on with the seam. Covers open, so if Usman gets a half volley and he wants to hit it through the covers, take it on, but that's why there's 3 slips in place. If it can just continue on the seam, outside edge, there's waiting catches behind the wicket.
Rabada chancing his arm. He bowls and Khawaja tucks the ball to the leg. He just dropped it past the square leg umpire and he ambles through for the first run of the match.
Always a good feeling. Get off that dreaded duck. And a man coming off for 200 now.
Yes.
101 Test matches now for Dave Warner. Close mates too. They played so much junior cricket together. Usman Khawaja and Dave Warner.
4 SCG Test centuries in Warner's repertoire. Averages 52 at the ground. It's a completely changed conversation around him after his heroics in Melbourne.
You have to start again, though, don't you?
You do. He'll see one ball from Rabada, who's right arm over the wickets, and Warner cuts over the top of points. He just latched onto it, set it away for 4. A man full of confidence. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. That's quite a joyful way to start for Dave Warner. None for 5 at the end of the first over. Flem on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
I said you have to start again, but do you? We saw 30 of those less than a week ago, and this is when I think Dave Warner's at his best. He was quick into position, busy feet, and punching it square of the wicket. It's a feature shot of Dave Warner's. I felt like early in the summer, he was sort of inside the line with his footwork, playing away and hitting the ball fine, and that's he nicked a couple through to the slips. He played on a couple of times too, didn't he? Just collapsing. But that type of shot, over the top punch, no problems whatsoever. And proactive from South Africa. Nortje gets the new ball. Much reward for hard work without getting bags. He's tested every Australian.
Yep.
And even for Dave Warner to say that's the fastest bowling he's ever faced. I mean, this is a man with, was a man in his 100th Test match.
Anrik Nortje is right arm over the wicket from the Randwick end. He bowls to Khawaja, who drops it to the leg. He's able to sneak the single out in front of the umpire. It'll be off the pad. So a lead by signalled. It's none for 6. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Now, what about the run of Pat Cummins at the toss, or more particularly the visiting captains, who wouldn't know a head from a tail? They got all 5 wrong.
How does that happen? Percentages say it won't, will it? Like, you'll get 1. And it is a big advantage.
Oh,
isn't it?
huge in this game.
You know, particularly with the conditions we've got here. You know, first innings runs, you would assume, are just premium. So you've got to maximise every last run you can.
And with the strategy that was taken, that Australia gets to bowl last. Nortje started at 144. He's into Warner, who's defending the ball from the stumps. What do you think of the selection, Flem? It's a very unusual Australian Test lineup. So Renshaw's at 6. Agar's the second spinner, and just the 2 quicks, Cummins and Hazelwood.
I personally would have had Carey at 6, Agar at 7, Boland playing. I don't know about the whole strategy with Matty Renshaw batting at 6. He's going to be an opener for Australia again.
Nortje bowls. Warner fends the ball up from the rib cage down to square and takes a run. He's 5. It's none for 7.
And, you know, unless Dave Warner's retiring after this Test match, I can't see any changes to our batting if Cam Green's fit. So Renshaw's not going to be a middle order play. You know, I thought it would have been worth playing someone who might bat in the middle order in India. You know, they've mentioned Pete Hanscom. Whoever their other batsman was, if they were going to play someone at 6, I would have played them.
Khawaja just backs away as Nortje was halfway on the runway.
But Matty Renshaw, and for Marcus Harris, it's just a whole summer of watching cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. So it is an
But Matty Renshaw's made himself a better all-round player.
Yeah.
So he opened up. He has a Test 100. He can't play white ball cricket. He's too dour. He's developed his BBL cricket, mainly with sweeping, reverse and normal.
Nortje bowls to Khawaja. Again, he's playing the ball to square. That's fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
Then batted in the middle order for Queensland, and now's gone up the top. So he's made himself quite an adaptable player. What I like is when he does eventually open for Australia again, because Usman and Dave are mid-30s. You know, I think he'd play fast bowling well. He can play spin bowling well, but he's never going to be a middle order player. So even that I find a bit bizarre.
Yeah. Nortje stretches out, bowls. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. and Hazelwood over Boland. So there's a spate of fans. He is Australian cricket's folk hero. He had to play at the MCG. I must admit, I'm totally comfortable with them bringing Hazelwood back in. He has to get a test match before they head off on the tour. I'm not big on the siding of the pecking order. I think that there's a logic to Boland played at the MCG, Hazelwood played at the SCG, but I think your pecking order has to be able to adjust over time. Khawaja pulls Nokia, but he got it off the under edge. He won't get a single at square leg. None for 7 at the end of 2 overs. Australia batting first. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Australia batting first, none for 7. Warner has the strike. He pulls Rabada through backwards square. It races for 4. Out near the O'Reilly stands. Warner's had 2 good cracks at Rabada in the 2 balls that he's seen from him. One either side of the wicket. Both boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston.
So that's not good bowling, is it?
Nope.
So you've been punched through, cut through the offside, a nice pull shot. It's humid. You need to maximise this new ball.
Rabada bowls to him. Warner leaves a better line outside the off stump.
Better delivery, and then his follow-throughs back to that 2-step one.
Right.
Not getting through the crease.
He's failing bowlology.
Yeah, he's just... He's hard to get a read on, and you know, you mentioned Smithy saying he's a moody bowler. You know, he's a rhythm bowler, and I wonder about his pre and post routines. You know, what's he saying to himself as he walks back? How does he get consistency?
He's trying. He bowls. Warner defends a little awkwardly. A ball that's into the pads off the inside edge and rolls away to gully.
But back to Josh versus Bolo. Yeah, I'm not as worried by that. You know, it just shows the depth we've got in fast bowling. You know, I wish we had that with our batting. There's not too many batsmen are unlucky not to be getting a game in Australian cricket, are they? But it also makes sure that when you get in a game, you've got to bowl well to make sure you stay in.
Rabada to Warner, defends from the off stump, and he's done it well. Past the stumps, through mid-off. He takes one. Khawaja thought about the second and then called off the jam as Henrik Klaassen closed things down from mid-on. None for 12. Khawaja will have the strike.
And you know, Josh hasn't played a lot of Test cricket so in the last 12 months, so yeah, to get a Test match under his belt. But it's funny because they're unlikely to play if they're raging turners in India, isn't it? It'll be Stark and Cummins.
Bharat to Khawaja now. He drives, squirts off the outside portion of the bat. It's knocked down by Maharaj at point, no run.
That's a better ball, 141 kilometres an hour. You can see Khawaja's a sublime timer of the ball. He looks like he's got a lot of time to play each delivery, but sometimes he doesn't use his feet a lot, and it's hands and his eyes, and that could have carried to deep point.
Last ball of Rabada's over, he delivers, and Khawaja lets it pass outside the off stump. None for 12. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
A good runner out of Melbourne on this Wednesday, incident-free for the major arterials. Bit of traffic on Eastlink and Frankston bound between High Street Road and Fir Tree Gully Road. No problems. The Mornington Peninsula Freeway, a little bit busy coming in towards the Rosebud off-ramp, Jetty Road. Also slow going through Kitbarook and Capel Sound on Point Nepean Road. There'll be road closures at Craigieburn Road, Aitken Boulevard and Bridgewater Road from Tuesday, January 10 until the end of February. Search Big Build for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Gerard, Whateley and Damian Fleming's in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. None for 12. Warner's off to a flyer. He's on 10. Norkia's in, bowling to him, and he left outside the off stump. Warner wouldn't dare reprise his century in a session to start a test match, would he? Here at the ground.
What's his strike rate? 10 off 8. He's not far off, is he? If Norkia keeps bowling that line, it'll be impossible.
Yes.
But I'm intrigued. The bowling changes as well. Yeah, will he make a statement once spin comes on?
Yep.
Warner.
3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a fine leg. Norkia bowls, and Warner's on the back foot, jabbing the ball down onto the pitch. No run. So there are a set of worry-warts who are a bit worried by the idea of just the 2 quicks. Now, it's fallen in Australia's favour with them being able to bowl last with the toss landing their way, which diminishes that a little bit. And I think Pat Cummins sort of sidestepped that at the toss with, well, it's all about first innings runs now, and then you can figure the rest out as you go. Norkia bowls. Warner leaves. That's that lovely line that Fleming's talking about outside the off stump.
That's beautiful bowling, that. Beautiful bowling. Well, the reason you've gone in with 2 spinners is expected to turn. And if they can bat into tomorrow, they'll be backing themselves not to have a whole day in the field. So that's got to help the quicker bowlers. And after their first spells, they'll rotate from one end. And then if they need overs, obviously Travis Head's, you know, a handy off spinner. Marnus can bowl some leggies. What they can't afford is for one of the quicks to break down.
Yes. Norkia just pulls out a couple of steps away. And so Hazelwood is returning from the grunter muscle injury. He said he was close at the MCG, but not quite ready on the loads more than anything, what he would need to bowl if things went awry. And now ready. But, yeah, if something went amiss early, he could lose a test match on the back of that. Warner's 10 from 10. Norkia bowls to him. He edges and he's caught at first slip. Easy catch. Janssen swallowed it up. Warner playing wide away from the body. The edge flew and the first wicket falls. Warner departs for 10. Norkia strikes. Australia 1 for 12.
Yeah, he's a world-class fast bowler, Norkia, and it's a first-class celebration when he gets the wickets. But that's back to Dave Warner's footwork and batsmanship early in the summer against the West Indies. So the footwork was minimal, if not moving towards the leg side, and couldn't keep the ball down. And in the end, an easy catch to Janssen. He'll be disappointed with that. Norkia was threatening him outside off stump, but he lost patience and he wanted runs. And unfortunately, he goes back early and he'll be disappointed because I think he'll feel like he needed to cash in on this pitch early, but that collapse at the back knee, he didn't do that when he was making his 200 against them at the MCG. He was standing tall and punching the ball down into the ground.
It's such a telling replay for Robot Building Supplies, isn't it? That he wanted runs, and Norkia was far more disciplined than Rabada. He was getting half trackers from Rabada to latch onto, but that wasn't it.
That's just a good line and length, and using that natural angle that he's got across the left-handers. That was about a 6-stump line. You know, that was very leverable, and it wasn't short, it was full. So he tried to manufacture that shot, and signs of that is when batsmen collapse that knee because they know that they're not getting, it's not as short as what they want. So they're trying to make it a little bit shorter, get lower down, but then you uppercut the ball. You know, Travis Head got into that sort of technique a few years ago and was getting caught down a third man. So, yeah, good patience, good bowling with the new ball, but Warner will feel like that he's misjudged that. That should have been left.
First wicket in the 4th over, 1 for 12. Warner goes for 10. So Australia's 2 most prolific run scorers in 2022. Labuschagne and Khawaja out in the middle. Labuschagne's summer started with big scores against the West Indies, 104, 204 and 163. It's been a much leaner time against South Africa, 11 and 5 and 14. So good test. Ulrich Nokia. He has caught the eye. He's in and bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump. 146.8. So he's warming to his work.
It is, and this action is so repeatable, isn't it? And it sounds like he did a lot of work a few years ago at getting that front leg straighter or more braced so he could bowl over it and maximise his height, and he certainly does that. Very upright runner. You know, he doesn't have that forward lean, but there's good pace and momentum throughout. Clears that front leg so the back leg can actually generate a lot of power. Excellent follow through.
Labuschagne to see the last ball of his over. It is defended back down the pitch. Nokia with a wicket maiden. Australia 1 for 12. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
It's the quick and the dead and our social interaction for tyre power. Rabada begins the fresh over outside the off stump. Khawaja leaves. The 200 in Melbourne was clearly an outlier. Warner should have been tapped on the shoulder. Trev out, gone. Retired. The glow.
Trev's meat and potatoes, man. He doesn't fancy all this left side sort of salads and that. He just tells it how it is.
Makes me laugh. SEN Test Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. 0433.
They're very current, aren't they?
Very, very in the now. Rabada bowls, Khawaja leaves. He's won. Labuschagne yet to score. We're going to bring Phil Jakes in here for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil, welcome back.
Morning. How is it?
What do you think of the Warner dismissal?
He looked like he was in a man in a hurry, didn't he, this morning? Any width, he was looking to attack. I think it's probably the right way to go for Australia. I think they want to try and get as many as they can up front, but making sure that they're still watchful outside off stump.
Rabada in and bowls. Khawaja drives on the turning bat face out near mid-on and takes the single to Clausen, the debutant.
Just felt he lost the battle a little bit, Jakesy. I mean, that was the type of dismissal we saw against the West Indies. And it looked like he was trying to manufacture it, collapsing that back leg, and then it's hard to get the ball in front of square. Yeah. And obviously Nokia bowling really well.
Yeah, when he's at his best, he's getting that back and across and that weight going into the ball on that cut shot. And he probably didn't move his feet at all there. If anything, went a little bit back, straight back. I know it's something that he's been working on, is trying to get across a little bit more to those ones and get on top of the bounce a bit more with the cut shot. And it was certainly there to hit. He probably didn't get in the right position.
Well, his back foot punch first ball against Rabada, he did everything you just said. But interesting, he regressed with that particular delivery.
Rabada to Labuschagne. He's leaving. Ball that nips off the pitch. Clausen's in his second test, I beg your pardon. He played a test match in October 2019. He gets his second look at it here in Sydney.
I think Rabada, just with these technical issues, he looks more comfortable bowling to the right-hander. I think he closed himself off to the lefty, and we see a lot of balls going down the leg side.
Rabada's right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and Labuschagne in behind it, defending the ball out to point. No run.
It's straighter and it's fuller, and he's making him play. This is ugly for Marnus.
Yeah, that's definitely where you need to be for Marnus. You need to challenge that front pad and that outside edge early on. The more he can get him going forward and get that front foot D happening, I think he's going to be in the game. Definitely gets a bit more swing, doesn't he, to the right-hander as well, with those technical issues or technical things that you were talking about there, Flem, as well.
Labuschagne faces up. Rabada bowls to him, and Marnus has everything intact as he defends back down the pitch. End of the over. 1 for 13. GWM Ute scoreboard at GWM. Go with more.
If you're planning to drink, don't drive. Police are out there, so chances are you will be caught. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely. For everyone, TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Australia 1 for 13. Warner the man dismissed. Court Janssen bowled Nokia for 10. This session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. It is Nokia who is in operation from the Randwick end of the SCG. Usman Khawaja is on 2. And he's leaving outside the off stump. He's had a lovely line and length, Nokia, in his spell thus far.
He does not need to change anything, Nokia. Maybe just subtly change of pace, a little bit fuller, hitting the bat. He's building, you know, some really good pressure on the Australian batsman.
Khawaja's averaging 98 at the ground, 3 centuries, all against England, absolutely memorably last season. He has the strike, Nokia to him. Khawaja defends the ball back down the pitch. All our stats and facts for Laurinix Cleaning. Google Laurinix Cleaning today.
Made his debut here too. Wasn't against England. Ricky Ponting injured. Batting at number 3. Where did you debut, Jacques?
I debuted Boxing Day against South Africa.
That's
actually.
Right.
Yeah. Didn't trouble the scorers too much. I think I got 1 on the 1 and 28.
It got better after that, though.
Oh, it did. It's an underrated record when you look it up.
Oh.
Nokia bowls to Khawaja, who leaves outside the off stump. Centuries flowed quickly, and the answer to a trivia question: who makes a century in their last Test innings and then doesn't play again?
Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, he made a double, didn't he? Yeah.
So
not too many make double hundreds, and
without your injuries, Jacques would have played a lot more. One of those careers that unfortunately you didn't get as much time out there as you deserve. But yeah, I mean, a big 100 player. I mean, for New South Wales, he was punching him out for fun. Wasn't surprised he carried that on up for Australia.
Nokia to Khawaja, pulls straight to the mid wickets. No run.
And finished up opening with Simon Katich.
Yeah.
The cat. Oh.
The cat, yeah. Yeah. I played a lot with Cat over the years in New South Wales, and yeah, it was actually really good fun opening the batting with him in the Test arena. He was a man of few words out in the middle, but he kept you on track.
Nokia in front of 21,000 here at the SCG. Early on day 1, he bowls and Khawaja runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Soft hands, such an instrumental part of the way Khawaja plays. Let it take the edge, found it safely to turf, beat the dive at third slip. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Yeah, just interesting seeing that shot compared to Dave Warner's. I mean, that was a bit straighter, but Usman getting on his toes, you know, high hands, so he could actually play with soft hands and play it down safely.
One of the features of his batting, isn't it? Letting the ball come, plays it nice and late. Really good outside off stump too. Very watchable. I expect him to keep an eye on things out there.
1 for 17 and Nokia to complete the over. It's left alone by Khawaja, and that's where it stays on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Crickets for Host Plus. That's a plus. Kihiso Rabada to Marnus Labuschagne. The batter just holds the bowler up momentarily as he was heading in from the Paddington end. Labuschagne is yet to score. Khawaja's on 6. 1 for 17. Australia won the toss and elected to bat. Rabada in bowls, turned away by Labuschagne through backward square. Maharaj gets out of mid-wicket to do the fielding. They take a run. The opportunity for Australia in this test match is twofold. They would book their place in the World Test Championship final with victory, and it would also give them the chance to clean sweep the summer. So I asked Colo just to have a look back through since the turn of the century. Australia in 2001 beat the West Indies 5-0. In 2007 beat England 5-0. In 2014 beat England 5-0. And in 2020 a similar setup to this, beat New Zealand 3-0 after Pakistan 2-0. Khawaja runs the ball to point. No run. And that summer was notable. All 5 of those tests were won in 4 days under Tim Payne. This has had all sorts of permutations. 5 days in Perth, 4 in Adelaide, 2 in Brisbane, 4 in Melbourne, and who's to say what's about to unfold before us here. Khawaja's on 6. Rabada in, bowls to him. He leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the World Test Championship. There's always something to play for, isn't there? I think it's given it real significance, and the waiting for every test match as well. No dead rubbers. You know, you don't want your percentage to drop.
Yeah, 100%. That's what it's about now. It's obviously the series is wrapped up here, but that World Test Championship is right at the front of Australia's minds.
Rabada in bowls. Khawaja defends from the stumps. And Jonty pointed out to us this morning that South Africa, they're still away for South Africa. Victory here and then 2 wins against the West Indies, and that can all change. They've slipped from 2nd to 4th while they've been here, and their reputation has been, well, it's been hammered really in front of our eyes, but still not out of the equation.
Yeah, without being mean, I sort of hope it doesn't happen. They're batting. I don't know how they're challenging for the Test Match Championship.
Rabada to Khawaja, leaves again outside the off stump.
And my worry, Jacques, is it's an old batting lineup. You know, you're not losing with an emerging batting lineup and go, well, they'll be better for they'll harden up and, you know, be able to use this as motivation, but that's not the case.
No, they're not rebuilding, are they, at the moment, that's for sure. Be interesting to see what's underneath, see if there is somebody that can blood that might be the future going forward, because at the moment, not seeing a lot, are we?
First-class cricket has been wound back progressively in recent years. Rabada's last ball of the over. Khawaja pulls, didn't get it at all. It flops away to mid-on. Labuschagne rushes back with Clausen doing the fielding and taking a shy at the stumps. So an eventful dot ball to close out the over. 1 from it, 1 for 18. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Dwayne Russell coming in.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 1 man out, Dave Warner, Kurt Jansen, Bolt, Norkia for 10. Off 11 deliveries. Damian Fleming, Phil Jacques still with us. Try and get an adjective from both of them now that the dust has settled on the Warner dismissal. But in the meantime, Labuschagne's on strike and allows it through to the keeper. So fine line between aggressive and impatient, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. You know, I think this is definitely the best time to bat on this wicket. I think it's only going to get worse as the game goes on. I think it's going to get worse quickly as well. I think the more we can actually get as many runs as we can in this first session, even the halfway through the next session, I think it's going to be critical for the game and for Australia to get that score on the board.
Your thoughts, Flem? Norkia to Labuschagne, who defensively pushes it along the carpet to Gully. No addition to that 1 for 18.
Well, we know he's one of the great attacking batsmen, Dave Warner. So, you know, natural strike rate of 72. Coming off a 200, punched a really good one through the offside, excellent pull shot. But I still think that there's a way of still waiting for the bad ball. And Norkia was bowling a good percentage of good deliveries. So even if you're seeing him off to a degree, I think the runs were always going to be able to come quickly. So, no, I think it was an error from Dave Warner, that shot.
Nortje to Labuschagne again, who's compact off the back foot in defence, pushes back to the bowler.
It is always a fine line for those aggressive opening batters. And David's spent his whole career doing that. When he's at his best, as we said, he's getting across, covering his off stump, and then making those choices and those right decisions when to attack and when to leave. That one was probably in between, wasn't quite wide enough. Tried to manufacture a little bit of width, and it did actually leave him a little bit off the wicket as well.
I think the sign always, Jacques, is once they collapse that back knee, because they know it's not ideal and they're just trying to get a bit more room.
Nortje, who took the wicket to Labuschagne, who allows it through, was a tight leave, but clever leave.
But credit to Nortje. I mean, that's another excellent delivery, isn't he? You know, he is... Wow, you know, if they can get Rabada up, Jansen's only going to get better, the young all-rounder, Ngidi fit. I mean, it's a pretty potent attack.
It's just interesting that he hasn't opened the bowling so far this series as well, isn't it? Like, you know, you look at the way he's bowling here and he stood the seam up pretty well. He's got a little bit of offer off the wicket.
Give him the new ball.
Yeah, I think he would have been really effective on the last 2 wickets we've played him.
Ngidi not playing. Dwayne, the other one out for South Africa as Labuschagne pushes defensively back past Nortje. No addition to the score. So Simon Harper, Heinrich Klaasen, the other 2 changes are in for South Africa with Dwayne and Ngidi out. And if you have joined us late, out for Australia, Cam Green and Mitch Stark, obviously. Scott Boland, the controversial guy, left out. And in for Australia, Matt Renshaw, Ashton Agar and Josh Hazlewood. Scott Boland unlucky, but the writing was kind of on the wall, as if that was their plan. Hazlewood, fully fit, comes back for this test here in Sydney, and Boland holds his place to play at the MCG as Nortje is into Labuschagne, who caught it late but did defend it down almost into his own toe, and that is the end of the over. GWM Youth Scoreboard, GWM Go with more. Australia 1 for 18.
G'day there, looking good around Melbourne at the moment. No real issues to report other than the South Kidney Freeway. It's heavy city bound from the Princess Highway Hallam, getting up onto the Monash Freeway. Also got a fair bit of congestion up on the Craigieburn bypass, Hume Freeway, as you head out of Melbourne, northbound towards Cooper Street. The summer super sale is on now at Amart for a limited time. Save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture. Offer ends soon, so hurry into Amart. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Dave Warner out for 10 off 11, 1 for 12 at that stage. Now 1 for 18. And Khawaja defensive was Rabada's first delivery of this new over.
Just saying on social media, mentioning that Matty Renshaw might be crook. Right. So that's interesting.
Did it say what it was?
No.
Crook means stomach as opposed to just tore a hamstring 10 minutes ago.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously COVID as well, isn't it?
Wow.
People saying he was standing away from the group in the anthem.
Wow. Khawaja, another tight lead, very tight lead. That swung in from Rabada. Beautiful delivery, 1 for 18. It stays. So we'll keep an eye on that little snippet of information to find out whether there is any truth to it. Bharat Sundaresan is the man that's on the case. Let's hope he gets close to the story, but maybe not too close to Renshaw.
Yeah, fair call.
We need him. We need both of them, by the way, Bharat and Renshaw, given that he's coming in at 6 as Rabada sends this one to Khawaja, who's defensive again.
I did notice that in the anthem. It was a strange side, wasn't it? It was like everyone else linking arms and Renshaw on the side. I didn't know if it was the new boy syndrome, just on the edge of the
Old
team.
School, got to do the hard yards.
Yeah, it was a very strange one.
It's crazy times, isn't it? With subs, you know, Marnus coming in as the sub, or, you know, COVID. We saw 2 Melbourne Stars players play, even though they had it.
Strange times.
It'd have to be a bug, surely, if it was anything, as opposed to COVID, you would think. But, yeah, what speculating is we'll see it unfold. Rabada in, and that swings again, but a nice leave by Khawaja, who's on 6, by the way. Labuschagne 1 for 18.
And then, controversies in the BBL. Michael Neese's catch.
Yeah.
Then we had Zampa Cad last night. So one thing out of that, I'm sure we'll talk about during the day, but one of the other ones is you've got to be mindful of when you do it. Like, there was one ball to go. Rogers wasn't going to get on strike. Firing up Rogers, who was so angry, comes out and gets 5 for. So that's a side story as well, a bit of tactic of who you're doing it to, at what stage of the game. What was he going to win, even if he was out?
Don't poke the bear. Rabada into the leg stump, but off the pads. It's turned by Khawaja for a single.
That is the first thing you learn when you go into any professional environment. Don't fire up the guy that bowls 140 Ks.
End of the over. SEN Tickets Cricket for Host Plus. That's the GWMU score, but GWN go with more. 1 for 19.
I just saw a bit on social media. He's just sitting by himself there.
In fact, that isn't the end of the over. One delivery left. Leg by with that last, not off the bat, so Labuschagne on strike, and this is fired in at middle stump. This time turned off his pads for a single down to fine leg. That is the end of the over. So 1 for 20 at the end of the over. The GWMU scoreboard.
The Michael Hill sale is now on. Find your new favourite piece and enjoy great savings. Limited time only. Hurry, shop in-store and online today at Michael Hill.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques and the bowlologist has been scouring social media.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's red hot on this. Right. Why is Renshaw not in when they're singing the anthems, and why is he sitting away from the Australian team right now? I'm just saying the different dilemmas that are coming up. At what stage do you not pick? I mean, even if it's just a flu or illness, why? Surely he would have woken up with that.
Yeah, unless he felt a little crook in the last half hour before the anthem, which can happen, I suppose. In the meantime, this one's through to the keeper, Verena, from Jansen, who's been brought on. So a bowling change for Mildura. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Bharat Sundaresan is with us.
Yeah, just a little update on Renshaw. He is crook. I just checked with the Aussie team management. We still don't know what it is. Been asked to be on standby. There might be some report coming out soon, but he is sitting all by himself next to the dugout, away from the dressing room, away from the reserves.
Wow. Jansen in. Labuschagne pushes to cover along the deck, but no addition to that. 1 for 20. Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, Rachael Haynes, who noticed, and like a lot of others, that he was away from the national anthem, or generally the Australians get into that big huddle, don't they? But he wasn't part of it. And just looking at him right now, it just seems odd. He was in the nets in this morning. He seemed okay, but
yeah, even if it's cold or fluey, common sense might say these days they isolate them anyway.
Labuschagne waits for Jansen, allows it through to the keeper.
Yeah, they'll be very mindful of it spreading through the camp, whatever it is. If it's stomach or cold and flu, they'll be very mindful of, good hygiene, keeping them to the side, making sure that they're not spreading it through the camp. Last thing you want is 4 or 5 guys going down with some sort of virus or some sort of bug.
And the present protocols do allow you to play with COVID. I'm just thinking, if it was COVID, would he still be at the ground?
Could it get worse if it's COVID? He might be feeling fine now, but how is he tomorrow? Labuschagne waits and pushes this through cover. It might have the weight behind it and the timing behind it to race the boundary, and it does. Finds the rope. Nicely timed. And that brings up another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. So
and in between this, though, yeah, interesting. Norkia coming off. You know, he might be replacing Rabada at the other end, but it's very early for a bowling change.
Yeah, I reckon he'll flip around. Definitely.
But that's not great from Rabada. That's not a massive spell.
No. Maybe he'll have a couple of overs in between.
Labuschagne waits for Jansen again. They're just blasting him to the boundary, and this one through to the keeper.
They may be thinking that pace is the go this morning, so they might be looking at just trying to, maybe give Rabada a couple more and then flip around and, give him a short break and then he can go again.
Definitely.
And then maybe spin as we lead into the test.
So you guys are watching Vision again on the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it, of the distance being kept by Renshaw from the group.
Yeah, I think the news has come in that he has tested positive on a rat test. So it is what we feared.
Pre or post the anthem did he test positive?
Well, must have been before the anthem, I guess. It's just the way Hazelwood seemed to be.
And I thought he was very close to them then.
Stories everywhere as Labuschagne defensively pushes back down the pitch. Stays 1 for 24.
Certainly wasn't the 1.5, was it?
That's the end of the over, with this story continuing to bubble. GWM Youth Scoreboard. GWM go with more. Australia, after batting first, 1 for 24.
Looking to upgrade to the latest phone? Get huge deals on select phones at Optus with month-to-month SIM plans. Head into an Optus store or shop online today. Great value starts with Yes.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Rachael Haynes joins Phil Jacques and I as Rabada loses the ball on his run in, so heads back to the top of his mark. SEN Test cricket for host class. That's a plus. Australia 1 for 24. Rachel, welcome back to you. What do you make of the story bubbling?
Yeah, it's interesting. Just wait for this delivery.
Rabada in. Khawaja on strike. Little loopy off the bat as it finds it on the second bounce to square leg. No addition to the score. So Australian batter Matthew Renshaw, I'm reading from the report from the Australian dressing rooms, reported feeling unwell shortly before play in the test against South Africa and was separated from the squad. Renshaw has since returned a positive rat test. He will continue to take part in the match. That's the latest from the Australian dressing rooms, which in this post-COVID world, or still a COVID world, but post the lockdown world where it is okay to continue going about your business, workplace with COVID, it is a change-up. So it changes our thinking as to how we react to it, whether he gets more ill, but is he showing no illness necessarily, so continues to play, no effects, but why did he test if he's showing no large effects?
Yeah, there must be some sort of symptoms there, probably a sniffly nose or something along those lines, but as we all know, that can definitely get worse over time, so hopefully.
Rabada to Khawaja, who defensive again, 1 for 24.
Yeah, there was probably a sign there before the pre-match ceremony when he was separated from the group. He came out via the change rooms, which aren't the traditional change rooms here at the SCG. They're the AFL change rooms. So, yeah, clearly they were aware of it, but before play and taking every precaution there to protect the rest of the group.
It's interesting. He's sitting there talking to the young substitute fielders. He's not very far away from them either on the vision. Let's hope they don't pass it through the camp.
The outdoor 5-metre Rabada in. Khawaja allows it to pass. He stays on 6. Labuschagne 6. One man out, by the way, if you just joined us, Dave Warner for 10 off 11 deliveries. And we're talking about the fact that one of the new men into the Australian team for this test, Matt Renshaw, has tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? The whole post-COVID laws. I mean, Matt Renshaw will be hating being separated from the team as well. He's a real people person. He'll be wanting to feel a part of things.
I suppose he'd be separated if he had the flu, as you mentioned, as Rabada is in. Khawaja compact in defence. So that's the world we're in now. If you've got COVID, you've got a cold. You separate, you continue to go about your business.
Yeah, we just look as well out in the middle here. A bit of a change of tactics here from Rabada, choosing to come around the wicket now to Khawaja as the left-hander. We didn't see a lot of swing early as well with the new ball. So just looking to change the angle up here and keep it nice and tight.
3 slips, gully point, waiting as Rabada is at the top of his mark. Khawaja on strike. And he's off the back foot, defensive again. And chat about his landing spot as well, Rabada, as we end that over. And GWMU scoreboard, GWM go with more. Australia 1 for 24. We'll hear more from Rachael Haynes very shortly with Phil Jacques.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test credit for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael, I'm told you played in the Com Games gold medal match last year in Birmingham when Talia McGrath tested positive and played. Talk more about that shortly as Jansen is in and Labuschagne, another tight leave, lets it through.
Yeah, I think we might have been one of the first teams to have a play with a positive case in our side. And Talia McGrath, similar situation. She tested positive the morning before our game. And yeah, as the Australian team have done here, she was isolated from our group. It was a bit of a kerfuffle at the start of the game with a positive case and it being the first one to go through the process, but it was very well managed by our staff.
Jansen to Labuschagne, who pushes back down the pitch, but that was fired in at middle stump and he handled it well.
That was where the rules were different, weren't they? They were different for the Commonwealth Games and then for the Australian summer as well, which would have made things even worse, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I think one of the challenge, and perhaps for the public as well, was there's different rules in the UK at that time as well to what there was in Australia. So there was a little bit of pushback publicly around what happened in that situation, but it went through a very thorough process for her to be approved to play that game.
Way outside off stump this time, and Labuschagne allows that delivery from Jansen through. 1 for 24 it remains.
Jansen around the wicket as well now. I think they're just trying to make them play a bit more, aren't they? Been a lot of leaves this morning. Probably haven't made them play as much as they would have liked with this brand new ball. They'll be looking to try and get some early wickets. So both Rabada and Jansen both going around the wicket to try and make them play a little bit more, try and force an edge.
Not a lot of movement. Overcast conditions here at the SCG. Jansen in. Labuschagne pushes it back down the pitch to him and he tosses it. Jansen over Labuschagne's head to Verena, and on the way past Marnus Labuschagne, he threatened to tennis serve it on its way past back to the bowler, so the keeper didn't have to handle it.
I think interestingly as well, both Rabada and Jansen have been warned as well for being in the danger area, so perhaps the spinners won't mind seeing that too much, but yeah, they're certainly getting nice and tight and trying to keep their lines tight, targeting those stumps.
The umpires will be all over it too, won't they? Knowing how much it will turn here later on and how bare it is already, they'll be all over that danger zone.
Jansen to Labuschagne again, and he whips this off his pads, square of the wicket, but straight along the deck to that shortish square leg. No addition to that 1 for 24. Phil, you were out there. Rachael, did you have a look at the pitch? You had a good assessment of it?
Yeah, it looked very interesting looking wicket. Bit of a throwback almost to sort of the early 2000s and 90s sort of wickets that they did really turn for Test cricket. A lot of exposed dirt, which I think will create more rough as the game wears on. The pitch tends to crumble here when they have that exposed dirt.
Labuschagne waits for Jansen and does the same thing, turns it off his pads along the deck to square leg. No addition to the score. End of the over. 1 for 24. GWM Youth Scoreboard. GWM. Go with more.
Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Change in the bowling again with Nortje coming on. So he's changed ends. And that change for Mildura. Start your journey in Mildura Planet and visit mildura.com.au. Rachael, Haynes and Phil Jacques still with us.
Yeah, as we see, Nortje switch ends here. I thought his first spell was exceptional. 4 overs, 1 for 5. He's a real key bowler for them. It's so nice to see him with a new ball in his hand and start the innings off for South Africa. I think interestingly as well, we've seen more maidens here from the South African side than what we have in the last few tests in terms of the start of their innings. Leading into this game, I think they'd only bowled something like 14 maidens out of over 200 overs that they bowled, so that's not a lot.
Getting Dave Warner out early helps, no doubt. He was aggressive. Nortje in. And again, Khawaja whips it off his pad, through square or just backward of it. And I'll come back for a second. So if he adds a couple to his tally, Usman moves to 8. Labuschagne on 6. Australia 1 for 26.
Yeah, that pressure that you talk about, Rachael, is going to be really important for this South African team. You're never out of the game while ever the game's not moving forward on the scoreboard. As a fielding team, they'll be looking at what if we can get 1 or 2 wickets here? What does that look like? You've always put 2 more on the wicket tally, and then that really gives you an idea of where you're at.
Nortje, who got Warner's wicket in and nicely delivered straight into the belly button of Khawaja, who plays it defensively.
You really want those attacking maidens, though, don't you? You don't want the back of the length maidens. You want the ones where you're getting them to go forward and you're challenging that forward defence. I'd love to see a couple more short balls as well. We haven't really seen many short balls yet. A couple of drag downs, but this man has, he's been really aggressive the whole series, and I'd love to see him really get fired up here now.
Particularly as well, we saw Rabada beat Usman for pace a little bit off a delivery that was back of the length.
Nortje to Usman, who again turns it from his belly button to the onside with no addition.
And it's definitely worth the risk just with this field setting here. They've got 3 players in on the leg side here, allowing them to bowl nice and straight, not give away easy singles just off the hip and those sorts of things. So it also gives them the opportunity, particularly someone with Nortje's pace, potentially to throw in that shorter delivery, and there could be some catching opportunities in there on the leg side.
So 2 slips in the gully in for Nortje. Bowling to Khawaja. Khawaja waits and he pulls this nicely. Timed it to perfection and it races away to the boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stubberty meets the freedom to move and he's starting to see them okay. Khawaja moves to 12. Labuschagne 6, 1 for 30.
Needs to be a bit shorter than that. That's sort of just easy pickings for a batter of Usman's class. He's going to probably hit that for 4 every day of the week. He's an exceptional player of that shot, and yeah, it needs to be a genuine short ball above shoulder height.
Yeah, it's got to be the top of the head, doesn't it? And with this short boundary to Usman, it's probably the wrong batsman as well. You probably want to be going to the longer side as a rule, or getting it really high and over his right ear. Really, really tight line.
So what Nortje responds with, and that whizzes past the outside edge of the bat. Half-hearted appeal from a couple, but the keeper went up, Morena, with a bit more zing. That guy did go to the DRS, but at least he got the wave of the bat. It was through its shoulder height. Shakes his head a little, Nortje, but good way to fire back.
That was a fire back, wasn't it? That was a beauty. That one just left him bounced as well. And if Usman's got any weaknesses, that's probably it. Where he squares up a little bit on the back foot to that ball that's going away from him. And fantastic response by Nortje.
Nortje to the top of his mark again. Just 2 slips in a gully in. Khawaja waits and half-time the drive along the deck to Klaassen, who fields it, and there's no chance of a run. 1 for 30 at the end of that over for GWM. GWM, go with more.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
SEN Test cricket for host plus. That's a plus. Australia won the toss. Elgar called heads, lost. Pat Cummins chose to bat, 1 for 30. One man out, Dave Warner. Caught Jansen, bowled Nortje for 10 off 11. Phil Jacques and Rachael Haynes still with me. One more over before drinks. What did you make of the aggressive nature of Dave Warner, Rachael?
Well, he clearly thought this was the best time to bat, didn't he? Coming out, trying to take the game on. I suppose we know that is how he plays too. He likes to be a bit more of the aggressor. I just wonder whether or not South Africa saw that and seeing that Nortje got his wicket, whether or not they regret not giving him the newer ball earlier on in the series.
Yeah, it would have made a difference to Melbourne if they got Warner out early rather than on 200. Batted for 3 days, really. Not the whole of the 3 days, but he batted across 3 days. In the meantime, Jansen bowling to Marnus Labuschagne on strike. And watchful as it through to Verena.
That extra pace of Nortje has definitely worried him more than any other bowler, hasn't it, throughout the course of this summer so far. And I think he was trying to make a statement there, Davey, and I just don't think he quite executed what he was looking for. What do you make of the start of these two guys, Rach?
Yeah, they've been watchful, haven't they? And South Africa have really tried to clog them up, try and keep it nice and tight.
Labuschagne waits, and again through to Verena. No attempt to try and play that one from Jansen's outside off-stump delivery.
We've seen a lot of the scoring being when they've missed 2 straight, so sort of backward square area where the batters have capitalised. But yeah, from this you can see that South Africa are keeping things nice and simple, just trying to attack the stumps, which probably is the way to go on this wicket, a bit of a slower wicket.
Hasn't been a lot of movement yet. Overcast, humid conditions, but Elgar did say at the toss he would have batted as well. Labuschagne waits. Jansen sees it driven straight back at him, and he fielded it of his own bowling. He probably wouldn't have got runs for Labuschagne anyway. It would have hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but for the stumps, would have probably raced to the boundary. Timed that nicely.
Yeah, nice shot. Very unlucky. Big hands, hasn't he? Got a big reach. He covers most of that pitch. Yeah, I think it's an interesting period. This is, leading into drinks. I think South Africa will be trying to minimise the scoring and then hoping that ball starts reversing, before too long.
Jansen to Labuschagne, who takes this off his leg stump and off his pads, defensive again. So they are a lot more cautious, a lot more watchful than Dave Warner was, but we know that's Dave Warner's style, the carefree way he goes about it, almost nothing to lose.
I think this has probably been the best South Africa have bowled, though, in terms of their starts to the innings. That they've been a little bit wayward. When you think about Bharat early on, just giving away a couple of freebies and those sorts of things in previous tests, but I think today they've been very disciplined with the ball.
Labuschagne will know drinks not far away, and he does play it. This pushes to cover. Outside half of the bat, didn't time it, didn't find the gap, and it stays 1 for 30. One delivery left in this Jansen over before drinks. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael Haynes and Phil Jacques with us as Marnus remarks his guard. Takes some time over this last delivery. Leaves the answer at the top of his mark for an elongated period of time, and now he's in, and Marnus drops it at his own feet. So nicely dealt with by Marnus Labuschagne, and he's 6. Khawaja is 12. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus, and that is time for drinks. Gerard Whateley about to rejoin you, but drinks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, and it's 1 for 30.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Striker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Striker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StrikerMarine.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Delays on the Hume Freeway at the moment, heading away from Melbourne up through Craigieburn towards Donnybrook Road. Apart from that, going pretty smoothly around the other majors. A crash for Bayswater North, though. That's on Canterbury Road, eastbound between Dorset Road and Colchester Road. Watch out for any crews if you're heading past. Every road trip has rules, right? Like the driver picks the music and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prices and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
See one ball from Rabat, who's run up over the wickets, and Warner cuts over the top of points, set it away for 4. A man full of confidence. Warner has the strike. He pulls Rabada through backward square. It races for 4. Kia bowls to him. He edges and he's caught at first slip. Easy catch. Janssen swallowed it up. Warner playing wide away from the body. Bowls and Khawaja runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4.
Labuschagne waits and pushes this through cover. It might have the weight behind it and the timing behind it to race the boundary, and it does.
Australia won the toss, selected to bat at the drinks break. It is 1 for 30. Warner the man out for 10. The drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. So much intrigue around the start of this test match with the pitch and then the toss. Australia won, elected to bat. The team selections, 3 changes for Australia, 2 changes for South Africa. And now one of those changes for Australia, Matt Renshaw, has tested positive for COVID. So there's all sorts of things in play before midday on day 1 of this test match. Khawaja is 12, Labuschagne is 6. Our experts, Rachael Haynes, is in place. Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Ian Smith rejoins us. Smithy, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Gerard, Rachael, and to you as well. And I'm just looking at Matt Renshaw from a distance. I noticed he had the binoculars on there, Gerard, but here he is trying his very best to get back in the dressing room, and now that he's got COVID, they don't want him in there. He's sitting on the boundary by himself, about 3 metres from anyone close to him, and he's been banished.
He's got an accidental way about him. I was in Pune when he was batting there, and suddenly he was rushing off the field and had to sit for a period of time before he was able to re-enter the fray, and now he's got COVID on his long-awaited return. So all sorts of strange mechanisms in place, as there's still the COVID substitute that can be used, just as concussion would be used. So once you're sort of too crook to fulfil your duties, Victoria had a scenario in the Shield where they ended up playing 14 in the Shield match this year. 2 COVIDs and a concussion, each subsequently subbed out.
Does it make more sense then that Pete Handscomb is now around the squad as well? He was listed on the team sheet. Yeah, I just wonder whether or not perhaps he wasn't feeling well leading in, and so they've kept Pete Handscomb around as well in case they do need to make that substitution.
I think his presence on the team sheet absolutely is telling. Is if Renshaw does deteriorate and get subbed out, Handscomb will come in on the evidence before us. So, yes, there's so much intrigue surrounding all of this. 1 for 30. Nortje has 1 for 11, and he's around the wicket bowling to Khawaja after the drinks break, and he's effortlessly nudged away to square no run.
Goodish first hour for South Africa. They would have liked another wicket, of course. They would have liked to have been batting first as well. It's quite obvious that Dean Algo was disappointed. Pat Cummins, 5 test matches, or Australia, 5 tests, 5 winnings at the toss, one with Steve Smith, of course, in Adelaide. Yep. But, you know, and they've been pretty important in the scheme of things. So, again, South Africa's slightly up against it, but happy to see the end of Warner. And I think we, as they gathered round for a drink, pretty satisfied with that first hour.
Nortje and bowls. Khawaja defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, I like this angle, Nortje to Khawaja. You know, we saw over before him get that ball angling in and then seam away and beat the outside edge of his bat. It's just tricky for a left-hander having to face that sort of angle and deal with potentially a little bit of movement if it's there as well.
Because that's the last thing you want to do in the first half hour is play, isn't it? Yeah. To be fair, I mean, it's one of the great anomalies about cricket. I love batting. I just don't want to play for the first half hour.
Khawaja's 12 from 44. Nortje around the wicket to him. Khawaja's back and cutting. He's picked out Maharaj at point, no run. Umpire Gaffney just out a couple of times. Is that this is such a patchy pitch that it'll kick up either pieces of grass or indeed the exposed turf underneath. And I think we're just starting to see the first evidence of that after an hour.
I noticed you out there early this morning in your pink shirt, perusing the pitch.
It's a very strange looking pitch.
Everyone's saying the same thing. Rachael, did you get out and have a look?
I missed that little window actually this morning to have a look.
Nortje and bowls and Khawaja leaves.
Well, your teammate, Elisa Healy, is doing a bit of work for Fox Television. She said exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Strange looking pitch.
Patchy, sort of thatchy, uneven grass. In fact, I swear you would say, if you walk, you'd say, oh, there's a few weeds growing in that, such as the nature of the ryegrass. And then there are just exposed parts of the bedding underneath already, and there's cracking on those. So it's not going to be hot during this test match. It would have been, if it was mid-30s for a couple of days, it would be really interesting to see what would happen. Nortje bowls and Khawaja fends the ball to the offside, no run.
Well, of course, we're not on the traditional test match pitch as well at this ground, so it probably would look a little bit different, and the test match is another sort of two across from where Nortje is bowling at the moment. And I tell you what, if they played on that, it would have been even worse, I think, because that's very bare and hasn't got a lot of grass on it at all. So, yeah, this was clearly the wicket that they thought was best to produce and get up for this game. But, yeah, you're right, it looks different.
2 in the deep on the leg side for the last ball of the over. So I think they knew a long way out that they were having trouble. That was the case when we were up here for the one-dayer against England. Nortje bowls and Khawaja sees out a maiden, a ball that is shaping in at the off stump. Another maiden from Nortje. He has 1 for 11. The overall scoreboard 1 for 30. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Harvey Norman clearance. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial. Shop our huge range of furniture, bedding, laptops, technology, TVs and entertainment, home appliances, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and monthly service fee of $8.95. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Product exclusions apply. 60 months interest-free from Latitude Financial. Harvey Norman clearance. Limited time only.
Go! SEN Test Cricket this session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. 2 slips and a gully in place. Labuschagne is 6. It's 1 for 30. Janssen is bowling from the Randwick end. That's well outside the off stump. At this test match in Sydney, we are debuting SEN Stadium. So this is the advance in technology which has been available in Perth and in Melbourne now for a couple of years. Every ball live without delay. So the curse of the modern smartphone is the delay that's always been there. That's solved on SEN Stadium. If you are at the SCG and the 20,000+ and you are listening to it, just send us your feedback. I'll pass it on to Hutchie. Janssen bowls, Labuschagne pulls. He got it safely down to backwards square when Nortje is on duty. He takes a single. It's 1 for 31. So 0433 98 11 16. If you've got the Christmas earbuds in and you're using SEN Stadium, how's it treated you through the first hour and a bit of play? You're listening to Ian Smith, who's with Fox Cricket right throughout the summer, Rachael Haynes and Gerard Whateley.
Just look like, to me, Rachael, looking from this far away and watching them all summer, that Marnus Labuschagne is looking to pitch a tent out there for a day or so and just settling himself in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he would have been disappointed to miss out the first couple of games of this Test series as well, given how well he started against the West Indies. So no doubt he'll be looking for a big score in this Test match.
Janssen's just shining the ball on the back of his strides at the top of his mark. Australian players with the pink numbers and names and pink stumps in operation for this Test. Janssen bowls and Khawaja from his pads turns to square. He will not get a run, as the diving fielding is done by Klaasen.
Well, he's noticeably angry when he was run out in Melbourne. I think he saw that as a great opportunity, even though it was stinking hot, to bat like Warner did and go big. And clearly upset about that. So look out.
He's one of those batters as well who he appears as though he's been hard done by whenever he gets out, which is fun to watch.
Even when he was on 200 in Perth. Janssen over the wicket, bowls well outside the off stump. Untempted Khawaja.
Almost like he can't believe it. He can't believe his luck.
Stumps all over the ground, wasn't me.
Janssen just a little happy with things as well. How'd you spend New Year's Eve in Sydney?
Albury. Did a big bash game in Albury.
Oh, right, yes.
It was a great game, actually. Yep. Great pitch. High-scoring game. Fantastic. Didn't quite see midnight, Gerard.
No.
By New Zealand standards, of course, 2 hours ahead. I did see you were in. So I got to 1 o'clock in the morning, New Zealand time, but Australian time, no.
Khawaja runs the ball past gully and takes a couple of runs as the fielding's done from point 1 for 33. They've been a good set of Big Bash games so far.
Well, the two of the games I've done have been the highest scoring games, and they've been away from the main grounds. So Albury was one, and Junction Oval too in Melbourne got a cracking game there, 220 plus. No Mancads.
Last night was something.
There's going to be a punch-up, isn't there? There's going to be an all-in brawl at some stage.
Janssen bowls and Khawaja defends, a bit jumpy as he does so. 3 from the oval, 1 for 33. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that, Hyundai.
Our apparel partner at SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. They've delivered a couple of shades of pink for Jane McGrath Day on day 3 of this Test match. We are in such an awkward phase with the run out at the non-strikers end, even so much as the captain and the coach couldn't agree on it last night. The coach, David Hussey, said, well, it's not how we play our cricket. While the captain had been standing with the umpire with his finger raised going, yeah, I'm going through with this. This is out. Could you see a time where we actually resolve it and it's just a legitimate dismissal for the creeping, cheating non-striker? Nokia is in and bowling to Labuschagne, who defends first ball of the new over.
I think the old school has to fade out a wee bit because the old school's so used to it not being part of the game. The new school coming through might find it more acceptable. But, look, to me, it's a last resort sort of thing. I mean, it was a factor in the last Test match, wasn't it, when Stark had a crack at Dwayne about backing up too far. And it actually changed the atmosphere out the middle, and Stark actually fired up.
Nokia with his 2 slips in place. Labuschagne's on 7. And defending forwards, Nokia has had a lovely line right throughout his 2 spells.
Rachael, you've been a captain. Would you overrule your bowler and call a batter back?
Well, we actually had a chat about this before the start of WBBL because it was off the back of Deepti Sharma doing that very thing in England against their series, and I just said to the girls, I think I would withdraw the appeal. I'm probably of that old school ilk where I think there's better ways to win the game.
Nortje bowls and Labuschagne on the back foot defends the ball to points.
I think it is fair enough to warn the batter at the non-strikers end, absolutely. And I think what you said earlier, Ian, about it being born out of frustration. I think we see bowlers who have done that have got to that point where they are getting a little bit annoyed with the non-striker leaving early.
I mean, when you play cricket at this level, and it's on television, male cricket, female cricket, whatever, it's so much exposure these days. Kids take notice. They do. I mean, it's what they fashion their own beliefs on in the game, and I just hope.
Nortje to Labuschagne, who pulls a ball that's drifted down the leg side. Got it pretty fine. Finally gets around and keeps it to 1 for 34.
I hope it doesn't get to a fact where kids are looking to use it on Saturday mornings or in their school cricket or whatever, and then it becomes a pretty ugly side of the game for me. I don't want to get to the stage where a kid comes home and says, Dad says, how'd you go today? Yeah, man-catted too. Dad? Yeah, well done, son. Yeah, good effort. I don't really want that. You know?
Or 6 dismissals, man-catted. One after the other.
Yeah.
So it causes fury in club cricket. I think we've sort of seen enough evidence of that. It is resolved if the non-striker just doesn't leave his crease, like the batter can't leave his crease to a spinner without the risk of getting stumped. Khawaja's on 14. Nortje around the wicket to him. He defends the ball to mid on, no run.
It's interesting, though, because we have spoken about it, I know, in the Aussie women's team. There are some players who do look to use that mode of dismissal. So sometimes going into games, we do have a bit of a refresher just to say, you know, keep in mind this player will use this or has used this in the past. So
I was going to say, you're lucky because you don't have to resort to that in most games.
Yeah.
You can win it by the conventional methods, but I see where you're coming from, and it's a worry for me. It's a bit of an ugly side.
2 in the deep on the leg side, but this is outside the off stump and left alone by Khawaja. 1 for 34. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
Australia 1 for 34 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Ian Smith now joined by Jonty Rhodes. Jonty, great to see you.
Gerard, thank you. Good to see you too. Hello, everybody. Smithy, listeners, good to be back.
1 for 34. Labuschagne 8, Khawaja 14. Warner the man out. Caught Janssen bowled Nortje for 10. Janssen with the snaffle. Get your snaffle strat on at snaffle.com.au. And he is operating from the Randwick end. He's around the wicket bowling and Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. How have you seen the first, hour and 20 minutes, Jonty?
Well, South Africa have had reasonable success against the opening pair. I don't think Australia have had too much of a opening partnership throughout the series, but after that it's always been Australia taking the game away. So it's been good test cricket from both sides. We know Khawaja loves to score runs here. Marnus Labuschagne, wherever he bats, he wants to score runs. But South Africa, for the first time in this series, and what really has been lacking, is having a pressurised bowling from both ends. Usually it's been spell, Nortje bowling the speed of light from the one end.
Labuschagne leaves Janssen outside the off stump.
But then always easy picking, you know, getting off the mark the other side, 2s and 3s comfortably, bowling 2 straight, bowling not defensively, but just not bowling to a plan where the Australian batters had to work for their runs. So this is what Test cricket's about. You know, it's a good surface we know to bat on. I'm assuming there'll be some spin fairly shortly. South Africa need to rotate and keep their quicks fairly fresh. They're going to need them with just the 3. either Harmer or Maharaja.
Jansen bowls, pulled across the line by Labuschagne. He whacked it forward of square and away under the O'Reilly stand for 4. Powerfully struck and rotoflex by Blunston boundary.
Well, it's been a while since the boundaries have come for Australia. They've been kept in check quite beautifully by South Africa, whose plan has been to bowl a good deal straighter. There's not much in the air for them. There's not much off the pitch surface, so they've gone for accuracy, and it's been a good ploy, but just too short there, Jansen. And I'm with you, Jonty. I think spin sooner rather than later. Let's find out. Let's find out a bit more about this pitch. Left-hander in, get an off-spinner in, men round the bat.
Jansen on the follow-up, driven by Labuschagne, knocked down in the follow-through.
I've just entitled Keshav Maharaj to the Maharaja. It's actually Maharaj who'll be bowling, hopefully with royal control, not just wearing a crown on his head. But yeah, a key for me, though, is Dean Elgar. Every time Maharaj has bowled, has been very defensive from ball one, literally, and hasn't put any pressure on the Australian batters. No one around the bat. I mean, Cameron Green had a broken finger and he had a man on the drive.
Jansen around the wicket. Labuschagne drive, squirted off the inside portion of the bat, knocked down by Bavuma at short mid-wicket, no run.
But yeah, I think we all want to kind of see how the MCG is going to handle spin. Maharaj hasn't really turned a ball past the bat of the MCG in all the overs that he bowled, but it did seem rather defensive, and possibly that's an indication of the way he was bowling a bit flatter, just trying to contain rather than take wickets.
Well, they have to be attacking in this. They have to attack the spinners in this test match. They simply cannot just afford to bowl dot after dot after dot. They're the playmakers, it seems, on this pitch.
Van der Dussen is on the field as a sub. He's gone under the O'Reilly stand at deep square. It's pitched out the stumps and defended by Labuschagne. Just the boundary in the over, 1 for 38. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robots got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge...
Robots got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robots got it.
Over 70 years' experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Anrik Nortje is the wicket taker for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. Kihisa Rabada, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. And Marco Jansen, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Smithy, you just saw Zondo come back onto the field. He's got all the padding on, which means the spinner can't be too far off.
Yeah, he said the message.
Nortje to Khawaja, who's on 14. Start of the new over. Khawaja shoulders arms.
I'd like to see them both bowl before lunch, to be honest. A right-hander and a left-hander. I'd love to see Harmer into the game. Pick up one, grow in confidence. Just a spinner getting a wicket before the break would give so much confidence.
Yeah, especially with the left-hand, right-hand batting combination right now. It'd be useful to have both of them on and operating from an end.
And just how will Australia take them? Because knowing full well that they're key in this match, will they take them on? Will they go?
Nortje around the wicket, bowls. Khawaja on the back foot, defence.
And it's interesting, that sort of length that Nortje has just bowled, that just back of a length, it's his natural length. Definitely his go-to length, and we saw at the Gabba where there was sort of spice in the wicket. He struggled to get it fuller. But it's also a length that the Australians are very comfortable with. And at times, South African pace attack have been guilty of not going full enough, not letting the batter drive them down the ground. I think today, his dismissal with David Warner, it was a length delivery, but that's way fuller than what he's accustomed to bowling.
2 slips ready themselves. Nortje bowls and Khawaja on the back foot strokes the ball through cover. Maharaj gets out a point, slides in and keeps it to 1.
I think what he's shown, though, Jonty, is he could be a new ball bowler, as opposed to, 150 plus with a brand spanking new ball. That demands a lot of respect, rather than say, look, after the first hour of play, I'll come in.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we've kind of hoping for it. Ngedi's been somebody with the new ball. If there are seaming conditions, he bowls a heavy delivery. He gets a little bit of extra bounce. But even at the Gabba, he wasn't that effective, Lungi Ngidi. So partnering with Roberto, real skills, does get the ball to shape away. Nortje is out and out pace. But if you've got both of those coming at you, he really is more than just a handful.
Kawaja's 15. Labuschagne has the strike. He's on 12. It's 1 for 39. Nortje bowls on the back foot. Labuschagne, that's ever so well played. Punches it away through cover, and it tickles the short boundary for 4. Latched onto that. It'll make a lovely replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. 1 for 43.
And I think that's a signal for me too to perhaps make a bowling change. He's had a high workload this morning, Nortje, but when you see his pace dispatched that easily from Labuschagne, who's a fine player, we know that, but that is just perhaps for me the shot of the morning. Gorgeous. Might be a time.
Where is he, Maharaj? No obvious signs of warming up. He's near the square leg umpire. And Harmer, is he still in slip? Or has he come out?
Harmer's a second slip.
Second slip, yeah. Nortje follows up. He bowls to Labuschagne in on the pads, defended to short mid-wicket, no run.
It's actually interesting watching Labuschagne. His boundaries that he's hit this morning, the pull shot over before against Janssen, it's almost just a check. And again, that back foot drive, it's not a flourish. He just gets everything behind it, and the timing is impeccable. But you're right, Smith, he's utilising the pace of Henrik Nortje. It'd be great to see the spinners operating.
Yeah, I think Dean Elgar has to be proactive, not reactive. He has to make the play rather than react to what Australia are doing.
Nortje, last ball of the over. Labuschagne runs it away into the gully. Nothing added. 1 for 43. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Helmets are coming on. The spinner's about to arrive. Dwayne Russell to take you through it.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fund for all Australians. Jonty Rhodes still with us. Bharat Sundaresan also has joined, and we're about to get the bowling change we were hoping to get. And that change for Mildura. You can check out what Mildura's got to offer. Visit mildura.com.au to have a change yourself. And we'll hear more from Jonty and Bharat on this bowling change shortly. But Maharaj has been handed the ball. We'll get a half an hour of spin before lunch by the looks of things, guys. Maybe from both ends.
Hopefully from both ends. There's a left-hand, right-hand batting combination. So if we can have a left-hand, right-hand bowling, it would be useful too.
1 for 43. Khawaja on strike, and he's aggressive straight off the bat and the middle of it, by the way, with Maharaj's first delivery punched through cover for 4. Another boundary brought up for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability means the freedom to move.
Interesting. Maharaj usually is a giveaway in the outfield because he's bowling. You can see they're swinging their arms over. I'm not sure if he was surprised because Zondo had gone off to get his pads. Maharaj didn't swing his arm over once. He just bowled a loosener and dispatched.
Courage waits again, and this one's driven back past Maharaj to long on for a single, but he's been very watchful today after his opening partner was out for 10. Dave Warner out, caught Janssen or Nortje for 10 off 11 deliveries. It was 1 for 12. This pair have taken it to 1 for 48. Khawaja 20, Labuschagne 16, and this brings Labuschagne on strike.
Good afternoon, Jonty. Good afternoon, Dwayne. You're right. I mean, we saw only 2 overs of Maharaj at the Gabba and long spell in Melbourne. One thing he really struggled with was maintaining his length, which is so unusual for Keshav Maharaj. His strength over the years has been that, being consistent, being accurate.
Sure leg in for Labuschagne, who rocks back on the back foot, cuts it backward a point, gets himself a single, brings Khawaja back on strike. 1 for 49.
I think what's interesting, though, Bharat, too, is that Elgar almost wasn't sure how to use him. To be defensive, to be attacking. There was never anybody around the bat. Yeah. You know, so there was always long off was back, long on was back, and easy singles to be gathered everywhere. So it was almost, he wasn't sure what role he was supposed to be playing. So when the first ball, I suddenly thought, he's giving it more air, but it looked like a loosener.
Khawaja back on strike. This right-hand, left-hand combination. He drops it on the leg side, just past Zondo. It races, or rolls past him, and no addition to that score.
Because I don't think Maharaj bowled a single ball with any air in the two games so far that he has bowled.
Maharaj in. Khawaja again drops it at the feet of Zondo.
Basically, he hasn't bowled like a Maharaja.
No, he did nothing kingly about his spells at all. But I think he's been more, and maybe that is influenced by his captain, where the field placing has been more on the defensive side.
Final delivery of this Maharaj over. Khawaja waits and again pushes it a little more aggressively off the deck into Zondo. No addition to that score, which stands at 1 for 49 on the GWM Youth scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Not a bad run around the majors as we speak. No crashes or breakdowns getting in your way. A bit slow up in Tullamarine though, thanks to waterworks on Sharps Road at Airport Drive, and works in Truganina as well on Palmers Road northbound after Doherty's Road, down to just one lane there. Lancefield Road will be closed at Sunbury Road throughout January. Detours will be in place. Expect delays and plan ahead. Visit the Bigfield website for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
For Host Plus, that's a Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. We're not seeing spin at both ends. Jonty Rhodes and Bharat Sundaresan still with us. Rabada been handed the ball.
Yeah, interesting. I suppose he's only had one spell this morning, so captain, he actually bowled really well. I've been fairly critical of Rabada throughout the series in that he has picked up wicket, but there's been occasions where it almost felt like he's gone adrift and gone missing in the field, and he's such an important part of the South African pace attack that he hasn't really stepped up as a leader. Nor Kia has certainly shown a lot of the heart of what South Africans want. So Rabada this morning has been really good, even though wicketless.
So Rabada will bowl to Marnus Labuschagne with two slips and a gully in. Marnus plays it off the back foot, punches it off the bounce to point. No addition.
I don't know if he's working on something with his action, or he's been struggling with his rhythm, Jonty, because every time I've seen him in training, he does bowl long spells, and then he goes away and he comes back, and he's constantly been working with Charles Lagerfeld on certain aspects of him, just especially the part where he just goes through the crease and the follow through. I don't know if something's crept in or there's a niggle somewhere.
Rabada, no wicket so far today in, and dropping it back to the bowler's feet again was Marnus Labuschagne.
It's been quite noticeable. His follow through has become really short. He delivers and he takes a step and two, and then that's done. So unless he's preserving himself, but I think if you have to put the brakes on that quickly, it puts your body under more stress. So he's a leading wicket taker, I think, with Nathan Lyon for the year, most wickets in the calendar year. So he's certainly somebody, when he gets the ball in the right areas, he's a handful.
Rabada to Labuschagne, and he pulls this, whips it really through mid-wicket to the boundary, and it races away for 4 runs. Nicely played. And these guys have had plenty of time to get their eye in, and Marnus Labuschagne moves to 21, and he seems like he's enjoying his work. That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move Australia to 1 for 54.
He struggled a little with timing. Everyone who's had a bat so far, especially these two. And Marnus would be really happy with the last 2 boundaries that he's hit. He's got his eye in, both wonderfully timed, one through the covers and now this one.
Stat for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Maharaj, no wickets in this series in the 2 tests so far, and off the back foot. This one's punched for no addition from Rabada's bowling, so does add a dot to follow that 4. 1 for 54 it stays.
Yeah, I still think just from a field position, what he's got, 2 slips in the gully, he's got a backward point and a mid-off. And then he's got 3 on the leg side in the circle, in the ring. He's got mid-on, mid-wicket, that's catching, a short mid-wicket because it is Temba Bavuma, so it's always going to be short, but it's a catching mid-wicket, and then a square leg at the umpire saving 1.
Rabada to Labuschagne, who's compact in defence.
But I think you'd want, I want to see Labuschagne driving more. All the shots he's played so far for boundaries have been 2 pull shots and a back foot, beautiful back foot, sort of punch through the covers. But you want to see, especially if there's a little bit of uneven bounce, get the guys coming forward. They've been really comfortable. The bounce isn't uneven yet. It's really good batting conditions. But But at this stage, no mistakes have been made.
Bharat to Labuschagne, who again is compact in defence.
Because
no chance to add to. He's 21. Khawaja's on 20.
It's almost a case of they're just too comfortable at the crease, you know, so they're not mixing it up enough. They're bowling in one area and one area only.
And just with the mid-wicket, I wonder if South Africa have identified this being a pitch where you need to maybe attack the stumps a little more. Like you said, Jonty, maybe they expect uneven bounce to come through. The Australian camp certainly does. Maybe it's their reading of the pitch as well.
154 as Rabada is into Labuschagne again. This time off the back foot, just plays it off the face of the bat into the grass, into the hands of Gully. And no chance to sneak a run. 154 at the end of that over for GWM Ute. GWM go with more.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Ball back in the hand of Maharaj, who's about to send a delivery down to Usman Khawaja. One slip, short leg. Maharaj in, and Khawaja dances down the wicket and picks up a single on the onside. Jonty Rhodes still with Bharat, Sundaresan and Dwayne. You've got a stat for us as well, Jonty, for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today on Rabada's year.
Oh, he's had a fantastic year. 47 wickets, the same as Nathan Lyon, the leading wicket takers in the calendar year. And Rabada has certainly shown that ability to pick up wickets in Australia. But his economy rate has been in this series nearly 5, touching 5 and over, which is fairly high for someone who's knocking stumps over.
Maharaj to Labuschagne, treats him with respect. Defensive push down the pitch.
So you do want, and I think where Rabada is really useful for South Africa is that he's more effective against the tail. He actually knocks over 9, 10, 11, which is an important part of the game.
Labuschagne waits, and again defensive push back to Maharaj, who fields in his follow-through.
But just to jump straight out of that, is that it's now Marnus has faced Maharaj for the first time. There's only a short leg under the helmet.
He's seen them well, Marnus Labuschagne. He swats this past that short mid-off for a single. It's half cross bat, but he seemed to pick it fairly well.
Yeah, these two will be enjoying this partnership. They spend a lot of time in the lead up to this test talking about how they're going to tackle spin, not just here but going into India.
Khawaja back on strike with that single and just puts it down at his own feet. A little ooh and ah from Verena and the bowler.
Khawaja has been an interesting one, Jonty. They've never favoured him for the subcontinent. Even though you look at him play spin, he seems to play spin the way you should. Plays it late, but over the years he's had this reputation of not being very good against it.
Maharaj to Khawaja, who turns it off his pads, bounces it straight into the chest of Zondo, who didn't collect it but does stop the run. End of the over for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Australia 1 for 56. Khawaja 21. Labuschagne 22.
Are you exceeding the speed limit? Police are out there, so chances are you will be caught. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely for everyone. TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Australia won the toss. Dean Elgar called heads, lost. Pat Cummins chose to bat. One man out, Dave Warner for 10. Rabada in to Labuschagne, who allows it through to the keeper. So sessions ending up panning out okay for Australia, even though the loss of Warner would have given South Africa hope in this overcast and threat of rain later conditions we've got here at the SCG, that the ball may have moved a bit more.
Well, that was interesting because from a what we've seen so far in the Test series, Marco Jansen has probably swung the ball the most. So if you had that opportunity to utilize the ball swinging.
Rabada into Labuschagne, who cuts this between first slip and gully for 4. Deliberate shot, but not sure he timed it as much as he would have liked to. But he did look as if that's where he meant it to go, knowing that there was no second or third slip in.
Interestingly enough, they've just taken out Marco Jansen from second slip to it was almost a, he's now a, I'm trying to think how to describe it, a forward point. Yeah. In a catching position. Marnus Labuschagne was in control, deliberately running the ball in that vacant slip quarter now. Big gap between gully and first slip.
That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Australia 1 for 60 now as this one's watchfully pushed back down the pitch to Rabada.
Maybe also just a read on how South Africa is seeing the pace of this pitch, the slip coming out. And I don't know how much of a grass expert you are. I used to be at one point in time.
Did you?
It's just putting it out there. But the ryegrass and the couch grass has been in conversation a lot in the last couple of days.
Rabada to Labuschagne, who allows this one to pass through to Verena.
And just the talk coming out of the Aussie camp is because this is more ryegrass, it's footy grass. As Dwayne would have heard it, I'm sure. The footy season got extended and then the World Cup. The expectation is for whatever ryegrass is on this pitch to get burnt out by the sun and for the soil underneath to come to the surface and for it to become quite dusty.
Rabada bowling to Labuschagne. This one's directed at off stump, so he had to play it. I tell you, it is carpet. The outfield, this is not a footy oval at the moment. This is a cricket oval, having a walk earlier on. At the MCG, often saw the ground staff, or the makeup artist, as you like to call him sometimes, who sprinkles the green grass clippings over the dead patches to cover up what might be spots that they don't want seen on the camera. But this is carpet, and it's green wall to wall. It is a beautiful surface. Rabada in, last delivery this over to Labuschagne, and last 2 deliveries were on the money and caused a couple of dot balls. So the end of that over for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. 1 for 60.
To break a winning partnership in cricket, a top-line bowler needs the right line and length. At Tyre Power, you can get the right line and length as well. Start with a free 5-minute tyre safety check. Like a captain inspecting the pitch pre-game, your Tyre Power experts check the overall condition, tread depth and pressure of your tyres, all for free. That's why Tyre Power is #1 in road safety. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store. Go to tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The one man out today, Dave Warner, for 10. Ball back in the hand of Maharaj, who's into Khawaja, who rocks back. And I'm with the man who caught the train here. I was down from Melbourne, Jonty Rhodes, and the grass expert.
I'm glad you got that right, Dwayne. Thank you very much. What goes on tour stays on tour.
Absolutely.
That is for sure.
I think everybody in the booth here noticed that I didn't bite when Bharat named himself that. Khawaja, late cut, nicely cut, but only a single from his bat. 1 for 61 now, with Labuschagne 26 and Khawaja seeing them pretty well at the moment as well on 22.
It's not just good, important news to know everything about what happens with the cricket. Grass is as important.
Most definitely.
Absolutely, as bat and ball.
Everyone was looking at the pitch pre-day 1 starting today. The assessments were universal. That's patchy, a few little cracks as Maharaj is into Labuschagne, and one catches him on the splice. Jumped on him a little bit.
Well, just from this point of view, I really would love another player under the helmet at Silly Point, having long off back. Let Labuschagne take him on.
Exactly.
You know, he was reaching for the one that went down to long off.
Maharaj to him, and he rocks back on the back foot, tries to cut it, but no run. It got to him a little quicker than he thought.
And the previous ball jumped on him. He was uncomfortable. Why wouldn't you put the Silly Point in immediately? That's a good reactive captaincy.
Well, that's a problem. Dean Elgar, he hasn't done anything, I think. I mean, he hasn't even been reactive at all throughout this Test series.
You know, both these batters want to get through to lunch now. If Maharaj is into, Labuschagne is defensive. 17 minutes past 12 local time, so we're 13 minutes away.
Yeah, now short leg has come across. Silly point right under the helmet where the ball did find the splice of the bat. First ball of that Marnus Labuschagne had faced from Maharaj.
So Labuschagne 26, Khawaja's 22. Labuschagne on strike and finds the middle as he defensively pushes it back to the bowler. And that is the end of that over for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Australia batting first, 1 for 61.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN and Binglee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Binglee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Change your life. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan to visit at mildura.com.au. A change here that Jonty Rhodes is excited about.
Simon Harmer, he's been watching from the side in the first 2 matches of this series. He's had a fairly good domestic season. He's got a good first-class record. He's played a lot of cricket in the UK where he's been leading wicket taker. So he is somebody who, as an off-spinner, you know, I think Australia have been really blessed with the likes of Nathan Lyon for so long. Only 2 consecutive test matches, Nathan Lyon, and not just bowling to hold up an end, but bowling to take wickets. So Simon Harmer, great to see how he responds. He'd be itching to have, especially having watched how the performances have been in the first 2 test matches gone.
So Harmer and Klaasen in, replacing De Bruyn and Ngidi in the South African 11. Harmer is in. Khawaja on strike to him. He loops this nicely to him first delivery.
Very interesting career as well. And I remember watching him in India in 2015 when he was part of a 3-pronged spin attack. Imran Tahir and Dane Peat, you would remember. And then he just went off the scene, played a lot of county cricket.
Harmer to Khawaja. Jumped on him, caught it on the splice, but defensively pushes it away.
The last time I saw him, funnily enough, in person was when he was bowling in the English nets during the 2019 Ashes. Remember, he had a great run there in county cricket.
Harmer. Khawaja again, and he misses it outside off. He scooted that past the bat into the gloves of the keeper, and there's an ooh and an ah straight away.
So what is quite good, it's a great angle for us here, right behind the arm of Simon Harmer. He's actually getting drift and a bit of turn. So the one that goes straight on as well is going to be a really interesting or a handful for Khawaja. But again, long off is standing on the boundary. Rabada's here at long off. There's only one bloke at short leg under the helmet. There's a first slip and play for the ball that does go straight. But it just allows Khawaja not to feel pressure.
Khawaja just having a word to the umpire, Paul Rifle, as Harmer is in, and Khawaja finds the middle of it this time, pushes back down the pitch.
Might sound a little offensive, but I think Simon Harmer has outbowled Maharaj with just 3 balls.
Been a good over to watch. Harmer to Khawaja, who turns it off his pads, but again, there's encouragement. He's got a bit of style about the look as well. It's dark here. It's getting darker by the minute at the SCG, but he's still got the sunnies on. Harmer getting through this over quickly and puts this into the pads again of Khawaja, who defensively pokes it into the decks, straight to the short leg after that bounce, and that is the end of an enjoyable first over. GWM Ute scoreboard, Australia 1 for 61.
Batting, bowling or keeping behind the stumps like I did, you'll always need a good plan to perform. It's the same at Tyre Power. Have no plan to look after your tyres and you'll impact your vehicle's ability to brake efficiently, steer straight and maintain fuel economy. That's why Tyre Power offers a free 5-minute tyre safety check. It's part of their family first world-class service. So too, fair pricing and great value. How's that? Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Jonty Rhodes, Bharat, Sundaresan still with us. 8 minutes to go until lunch. Spin at both ends. Maharaj in to Labuschagne on the back foot defensive. He knows that lunch isn't far away now.
He does know. Maybe they should tell Dean Elgar that, because long off is still back there. I would love to see Marnus dance down and hit Maharaj back over his head.
Continues to get darker as Maharaj is in, and it's cut this time between point and that wideish gully. It won't race to the boundary for 4, but they will give a third some consideration and get back with relative ease. Labuschagne 29, Khawaja 22, 1 for 64, 1 man out, Dave Warner for 10.
Yeah, there's just been too many freebies from Maharaj this series. That one again, getting some of those balls to jump off the surface. I wonder if Khawaja is talking about the light.
Yeah, it's definitely getting darker by the minute. But the lights aren't on here at the SCG as opposed to the MCG, where when it got dark, they got them on. So maybe they're planning to turn them on during the lunch break.
I think that's exactly what Khawaja is asking Paul Rifle and the umpires about as well, about why they haven't turned the lights on.
Well, if they turn them on now, it's probably going to take the 7 minutes it'll take to get to lunch before they actually start to fire up to their full illumination. This one's through to the keeper outside off, allowed to pass by Khawaja.
So they've now changed extra cover to backward point, saving the 1, and then the backward point on the boundary is now gone to cover on the boundary.
And Khawaja whips this off his toes nicely for a single to get off strike. And they do take a few minutes to the lights at most grounds. They're not like the lights at your Four Seasons, Jonty, which you flick on and they're all on.
Yeah, I'm not much of a light guy, I must confess. I do like a bit of darkness.
Yeah, right.
I'm from Sweden, man.
Okay, I'm trying to work all
green
this out.
energy. We're all green energy people.
Grass guy on one side of me and the guy like operate with the lights off on the other side.
Mushrooms.
Yeah, Labuschagne in. Sees this one from Maharaj.
What grows in the dog? Yeah, mushrooms.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go. We have it all covered, Jonty.
Yeah, back to the cricket. Maharaj is bowling.
Labuschagne wants to be there for the long haul, but the way he's playing at the moment turns this for no addition to the score on the onside, and that's the end of that. Over from Maharaj. GWM Youth Scoreboard. GWM go with more. 1 for 65, Australia. So probably 2 more overs before lunch.
Yeah, and good to see that both spinners are on, because Bharat, I think you're right. It's the only ball that's gone past the bat from spinner, and it's Simon Harmer, the third delivery that he bowled. His last 2 seemed a bit flatter, more drift than turn, so hopefully he's prepared to slow it, get a bit more air on the ball, because he has long off, so he's got protection for the drive. It's the shorter pitch deliveries that the batters have dispatched quite easily for the 3s and the boundaries.
So they're pressurising Khawaja here. Harmer in. Man shot on the leg side and the offside, and he edges that past the outstretched hand of slip. And it rolls its way toward the boundary. It won't go for 4, but he got away with 1 there. Nicely delivered by Harmer, who's causing some trouble.
Yeah, and straight away it's at fuller loop. If they're going to have the protection at long off, he's got to get the ball up there. Sadal Avi at first slip. Doesn't get a hand to it. But for South Africa, it's the first time spinners look like taking a wicket.
Harmer to Khawaja again. Shows it full respect and the full face of the bat.
The best spinners in the world will always tell you just need 1 to turn sharply early on in a spell. And that ball in the previous over has got Khawaja thinking already.
Short leg, silly mid off, 1 slip. Harmer to Khawaja. Off the back foot. It got to him quicker than he thought, but he kept it out.
Yeah, Simon Harmer showing why he's so successful. He's at taking wickets. You know, he's not just a containing bowler. Does like to strike and take wickets as well.
He's got the sunnies off for this second over, as this time it's played by Khawaja to that shortish point, no addition.
And I'm also happy that Temba Bavuma has taken the sunnies off the top of his head. He was fielding with them at Silly Point. With sunnies on his head.
And guess what? They flicked the lights on here at the SCG. Harmer in off the back foot this time. Khawaja, who's on 25, watchful.
Yeah, they weren't even oohs and ahs, let alone the ball going past the bat when Maharaj was bowling at the MCG, for toiling at the MCG. So good to see from South Africa. They'd be a lot happier.
Final delivery of this Harmer over to Khawaja off the back foot, defensive. But he's causing some issues at the moment, even though Khawaja's 25, Labuschagne 28-29. That's the score for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Jonty, Rhodes and Bharat Sundaresan enjoying this little patch.
Absolutely. And this has been the next step that Khawaja has taken with his batting against spin. I spoke about earlier. We saw a lot of this in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, where he plays a lot of spin off the back foot. Likes to go deep in his crease and play all lengths from there. Because early on in his career, there was a period where he would lunge at deliveries, and which kind of made him suspect, even as a candidate, to be taken to the subcontinent.
So short leg, silly mid off in now with Labuschagne on strike to Maharaj for this final over before lunch. Maharaj in. Labuschagne back foot again. It got to him quicker.
Well, another interesting point, though, if South Africa haven't talked about doing their homework, the last test we kind of brought to our attention, they don't have an analyst with them on tour. If that's how Khawaja likes to play spin, surely you're trying to entice him to drive down the ground.
Lights now reaching about three-quarter illumination as Maharaj in. Labuschagne pushes defensively back to him along the deck.
So he's comfortable. We're blocking the sort of the cover on the boundary for that good shot, but we're almost bowling to his strengths then.
The good news is it's going to be really bright seeing conditions for lunch. As Labuschagne rocks back and pushes it along the deck.
Thank you,
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
If they change to 1 for 67, you'll be able to see your steak.
Yeah, no, I feel much better already. I was getting a bit nervous about that. What am I going to do in the dark? Maybe it's just the way I used to bat. But it looks like I was in the dark as well. Definitely not softer hands on the back crease.
Maharaj to Labuschagne. Still the U's and R's now for Maharaj.
Just going back on Renshaw, I just see he's reappeared. This time he has a mask on.
Wow.
Funny, I thought him speak to the fourth umpire with no mask on earlier.
So maybe he's feeling a little worse. A cut this time by Labuschagne. They call for a quick single and they get it with ease in the end after a half midfield from Jansen. So if you're unaware, Australia winning the toss. Elgar lost the toss, called incorrectly. Cummins chose to bat. One man out. Dave Warner caught Jansen, Bolton, Nortje for 10. 3 changes to the Australian team. Green, Stark and Boland out. Renshaw, Agar and Hazelwood in. And then news after the first delivery that Renshaw has COVID, which was bizarre.
Is he feeling unwell or does he have COVID? Does he really have...
Apparently,
tested?
has COVID. Yes, tested. Maharaj in, last delivery before lunch. Khawaja just keeps it out. In fact, it was dropped at his feet and then he quickly scrambled his eyes around to see where it was and threw a boot out just in case it was about to roll towards his stump. So dodged a bullet there. And it is going to be lunch. 1-4-68. Khawaja 25. Labuschagne 30 at lunch. Dave Warner was out when the score was 12. Australia 1 for 12. It was a very aggressive Dave Warner caught Jansen, bowled Nortje. Lunch break brought to you by Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. That score brought to you by GWM Ute. GWM go with more. And with all the stats to lunch, they'll be brought to you by Gerard Whateley, who's about to rejoin you and give you those stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. But lunch on day one, Australia 1 for 68.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The City Loop is closed and buses replace trains at times on the Hurstbridge and Alamein lines until last service on the 15th of January. Search Big Build for more info.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
How hot is it? That can only mean one thing. Bingley's summer sale is on now. Get all your back to school and back to work needs covered at Bingley and save. If that's not hot enough, you can shop online at bingley.com.au. There's also 1 hour click and collect for your convenience. Back to school and back to work just got hotter with Bingley's summer sale. Bingley, better living every day.
Money Shop, Freeway, BBW are all available at Lawn Hub, the home of hardcore products to transform your grass into the most splendid looking green pristine lawn you've ever seen. Lawn Hub quality lawn fertilisers, wetting agents and weed killers come with cheeky names but world-class results. one morning. On any good keyboard, the L is very close to the P, so when typing Lawn Hub into your search engine, watch out for fat fingers. Grow yours with Lawn Hub.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search, compare Host Plus today.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Wickets and Warner cuts over the top of points, set it away for 4. Ahmed full of confidence. Warner has the strike. He pulls Ramada through backward square. It races for 4. Kia bowls to him. He edges and he's caught at first slip. Easy catch. Janssen swallowed it up. Warner played wide away from the body. Bowls and Khawaja runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4.
Labuschagne waits and pushes this through cover. It might have the weight behind it and the timing behind it to race to the boundary, and it does.
Yeah, bowls on the back foot. Labuschagne, that's ever so well played. Punches it away through cover.
Bharat to Labuschagne. He pulls this, whips it really. Proving wicket to the boundary, and it races away for 4 runs. Nicely played. Bharat in to Labuschagne, who cuts this between first slip and gully for 4.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
Australia won the toss, selected to bat 1 for 68 at lunch. Khawaja 25, Labuschagne is 30. Dave Warner, the man, out for 10. Support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. More than $1.3 million has already been raised from the sale of the virtual seats. It is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Bharat Sundaresan is part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bharat, what did you think of the first 2 hours of... It's gloom, actually, I just should say. Yeah. It's gloomy. We've had the lightest of rainfall, but the ground staff are utterly unfazed by that. And the most interesting aspect that I'm seeing is Andrew McDonald, Nathan Lyon, Mitch Stark have all come out. Tony Dodemaide joined them for a very suspicious look at this unusual pitch.
Yeah, and the South African coach wasn't too far behind them either, Gerard. He was just behind the stumps on the other end. Just right behind the stumps, seeing all the spots where his bowlers have been landing in. And Andrew McDonald has been intrigued by this pitch leading into this test. I had a chat with him during training yesterday, and there is this expectation that it will play the way it has during these Shield games, where winning the toss will be of utmost importance. And it'll play okay to start with, but already we've seen with Harmer and a couple of deliveries from Keshav Maharaj that have jumped at the batters. Unfortunately for South Africa, they've been well set batters, so they've sort of been okay or good enough positions to deal with it. But yeah, I think the feeling is that this pitch is going to go. So first innings runs will be immense, and such a bizarre morning. Right? Matt Renshaw's in there. You're wondering why is he not part of the Australian team huddle? Everybody arm in arm for the national anthem, and then we find out he's tested positive on a rat test. And then we see him just sitting there next to the dugout, and he's speaking to the fourth umpire with no mask on, and then he comes back. And just to think about it, Jed, if this happened 12 months ago, this test could have been called off.
Yes.
That's how it was. That's how bizarre this world has become, that in 12 months' time, we've gone from the whole test to called off. We would have all have to be tested and maybe come back 2 days later, to now the player being not just allowed to play, but just sort of hang around the team, even if not in the dressing room.
So the modern convention is that Renshaw's intention is to participate in the test. If his health deteriorates, there's the capacity to use the COVID sub, which operates exactly the same as the concussion sub, where the doctor fills out the medical report, it's submitted to the match referee, and there's the capacity of a like-for-like replacement.
Yeah, and Australia have Marcus Harris in there, but Peter Handscomb's also been added on that list. So in case, like you said, Gerard, if Renshaw doesn't feel up for it, or if his health deteriorates, hopefully he doesn't, then yeah, they can bring Handscomb in, like you said. And even if Renshaw has already started batting, and then he starts feeling unwell, say he's unbeaten overnight, they can still replace him, and you can have 12 batters in that case.
There was a Shield match where Victoria used 14 players, 2 COVID subs and a concussion sub at the MCG earlier in the year. So that's where we find ourselves with cricket right now. Maybe let's assess the bowling effort first. So the fall of wicket was at 12 when Nortje struck for Valvoline, which oil is the ideal all-rounder. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. Rabada, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. Unthreatening. Unrik Nortje, excellent. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. Marco Janssen, okay, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Keshav Maharaj, first ball sent to the boundary for 4. Statement of intent. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 14. But Simon Harmer, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Looked like he might have produced a wicket from 3 or 4 of his deliveries. And so, not to disrespect Maharaj's record, but Harmer looks far more likely than Maharaj.
Absolutely. Just the way he approached his bowling is way more attacking. Yes, he's got this great first-class record now in the last few years. He's taken a lot of wickets. But just like I was saying on commentary as well, like the one thing all spinners say, Gerard, is to get one to turn early on. And he did that. Third ball to Usman Khawaja, ripped right past his off stump. And ever since that happened, Usman Khawaja, you could see it has made him take some tough decisions with his footwork, with where he plays, the one that he edged past slip as well. It all goes back to that on ball. And I think the Simon Harmer spell would have also justified Australia's selection call to go in finally with 2 spinners after all these years. We've seen other teams do it. India have done it here. Ashwin and Jadeja played together 2 years ago. I remember New Zealand had Todd Astle and Will Somerville. But Australia are the only ones who haven't bit the bullet. This time, almost everything seems to be falling into place for them, having this extended preparation for that India tour. I'm not saying that they're disregarding South Africa or they aren't keen on the SCG test, but like Pat Cummins said in the press conference yesterday, it's just falling into place in a way.
And for Khawaja, that represents good practice, because if he's going to open the batting in India, now I know he's been successful in Pakistan, but it's a different proposition.
Oh yeah, Ashwin would be licking his lips, because from what I know of how the Indian players, or those who have seen a lot of Usman Khawaja over the years, the way they look at him, they don't see him as too big of a threat in those pitches in Test cricket. And Usman Khawaja will not have to wait for him to get his eye in for spin to come in. Ashwin will take the new ball or be bowling the third or the fourth over. So all this is practice, and just watching them in practice yesterday as well, Gerard. It was all about how he gets used to different parts of a test innings in India. Facing spin against the new ball, facing spin against the semi-new ball, just changing stuff with your stance. Michael Divinito had a long chat with Usman Khawaja before and after his session about where your contact points need to be. And it's all just, it's going to be a new challenge. And I think he has a point to prove, though. Every time Australia have gone to India, or at least the last 2 times, he's always been on the outer. They carry him and then they don't play him. And now that he's in this rich vein of form, he's made this remarkable comeback to Test cricket, that would just be the perfect sign-off in a way, right? I want to score runs in the Ashes as well. But if he can not conquer India like the way he conquered Pakistan, but if he can even make a statement and get Ashwin and the Indians thinking, well, this is a different Khawaja. This is not a Khawaja who we think we can get out with every ball we bowl. I think that'll be a big, big feather in his cap.
And leading run scorer for Victoria Police made for more. Labuschagne's 30, Khawaja's 25. Now, Warner was a picture of impatience, Bharat, as I had referenced the century in a session at the start of a test match against Pakistan. He got the 2 gifts from Rabada, which he belted away for 4s. And then injudicious. He was so angry with himself, as you can read his lips, it can't be said on radio. He was unimpressed with his shot selection to go after a ball outside the off stump and nick off, having a real slash at a wide ball from Nokia.
I asked him when he did a press conference after the Melbourne test, Gerard, about the success that he had with going back to playing like the Warner of old at the MCG and the fact that he made a double 100. Does that mean that he will continue in that vein? And he said, yeah, I will. I mean, I'd not become tentative, but I started respecting the conditions a lot more. So coming here to his home ground, now the 100 test milestone behind him, and that freedom of having got a big score, I think you could see that he was edgy. He was just out there to take the attack to the South Africans. He also realized it's not a quick pitch, but I think what South Africa got right, not maybe just by chance, is Nokia bowling with a new ball. I'm stunned that he doesn't bowl more often with a new ball, and he said it as well. He wants to bowl with a new ball. They keep going for Lungi Ingidi because he has a reputation of swinging the ball. But as we saw here, in comparison to Warner facing Nokia in the 11th over, facing him in the 2nd over is completely different. His weight transfer is different when you have that extra pace, not just for Warner, for most batters, and I think that played into his dismissal as well.
Yeah, all of that is spot on. So the Hessian is down, the lights are on, it's gloomy. It's a fraction lighter than it was when we just had that little shower of rain a few minutes ago, but there is rain forecast really from about 3 o'clock, and it's the sort of forecast, I'm a bit suspicious of Sydney's forecast, but when it hits, it looks like it'll finish us off. So I doubt we'll get the full day's play in here, and it might be a really testing session with heavy grey cloud overhead, and the lights are going to be on for the remainder of what we see here. So the opportunity for Australia, it was given voice at the toss. They have taken the calculated gamble around 2 quicks and 2 spinners. The toss fell their way. They get to bowl last. First innings runs are everything, and at 1 for 68, they have an enormous chance through whatever. Really, the first 2 days play, which might be a bit on and off, to put a total up and then run the test match.
Yeah, absolutely, especially against a batting lineup which has struggled for runs, struggled for confidence. You have another new guy coming in, and Heinrich Klaasen, who's been playing out of position at number 3. I don't think he does that in first-class cricket. So everything's gone right for Australia, even though, like I said before the toss, they wouldn't have minded losing the toss just because that would have given them an extra challenge. But this is perfect. Losing Warner would have hurt, but these two have got their eye in, and I'm sure Steve Smith is, licking his lips to get out there. And not just because this is not a flat pitch that he's going to enjoy batting on, but he's going to use this as preparation for what's to come in the next month or so.
Who's had the free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty? Loans for free thinkers on and off the field.
It's me, so it has to be something quirky. I think I give it to Temba Bavuma. He was at Silly Point with no helmet on and with his shades on his head.
Come on, man.
How? And I think And the free thinking award goes to Kyle Verena, who actually said, come on, man, what are you doing, Demba? Chuck them into your pockets. And he did that. Imagine a ball just smashed in your direction. It could cause all sorts of damage.
And the modern technique of evasive action is to get low. He hasn't got a helmet on. That was a little bit... I know it's the player's responsibility. It's almost an umpire going, hey, mate, what are you doing? That is profoundly unsafe in the modern game.
Well, you have to do it in junior cricket, and I think, you're right. In the way, the size of the bats and the way batters bat these days, yeah, absolutely.
That was mad. Liberty loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field. Liberty.com.au. And who's up for the challenge? GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Who needs to be up for the challenge in this middle session?
I like the look of Simon Harmer. Also because he was bowling with the shades on like he always does, even though it was so gloomy. I don't know what he was able to see on the other end. But I like how he started. If he can continue putting doubts in the Australian batter's head, maybe he will get some wickets and continue outshining Maharaj the way he already has.
Yep, I think that's a pretty canny call. GWM Ute is up for the challenge. A 1-ton payload and 3-ton towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. 1 for 68s. There was a little drawing of straws happening in the back of the box as to who's going to play your quiz today for 7-11. So I'll tell you in a moment how that's landed. Let's just hear from Adam Zampa. So the prevailing conversation in cricket is out of the Big Bash last night. He attempted the run out of the non-striker's end. He'd gone through with a delivery stride, so in the way with a delivery past the vertical, so it was ruled as not out. He was clearly appealing for it. His coach tried to play it down, but really that was not a true representation of what had happened. It has the debate raging around morally where do you stand, and then the implementation of the rules. Here was Zampa himself on Channel 7.
The ball before I was bowling to Mackenzie Harvey, and obviously as someone who's bowling the 20th over, you want to bowl to the bowlers, and I felt like Tom Rogers took advantage of that the ball before. Mackenzie Harvey chunked it to long on, and somehow Tom Rogers was almost at Mackenzie Harvey by the time it had hit the ground. So I thought, the situation of the game, even if I had man-catted him and got my technique right, wouldn't have mattered too much. Kane Richardson would have been at the other end, and Mackenzie Harvey's still on strike. So, Gerard straight away said that's not out. I think you've got apparently you can't bowl with you roll your arm over, so straight away he said not out. I don't know what I would have done if he'd said it was out.
So bottom line is you have to work on your man-cat technique.
I need to get my technique right, yeah, exactly right.
Because the reality is that's the rule. That's the modern cricket that we're dealing with. But for some people, they just don't like it. What's your stance on it?
If it was a 10th over and I was bowling to two batsmen and it was seriously going to change the outcome of the game, I would probably consider not doing it, probably a warning. But as I said, with this scenario of the game, it didn't really matter too much. If Tom Rogers had got on strike or Kane Richardson, then it's not going to change the game too much. As I said, he took advantage of that the ball before, and I thought, why not?
So that was Adam Zampa, his explanation last night. A really interesting moment for the game, not just in that match, but far more broadly than that. Everyone has to choose where they stand. The good portions of the crowd were booing Zampa when he came out to bat, so making that known. The effect it had is Tom Rogers produced the best spell of his life and the best figures ever for the Renegades. He was fired up. So that's your Curtly Ambrose wristbands moment. There's a lot in that, and right at the front of it is where we're using the term we shouldn't be using.
Yes, absolutely, and it gets used way too commonly. We said this last test as well, Gerard, and it's been out there. The Vinu Mankad family has come out and said, and because it should have never had a negative connotation, but because it has a negative connotation for so long, that they just don't want to be associated with it. They feel like Vinu did the right thing. Don Bradman thought Vinu Mankad did the right thing when he ran him out. So, and the ICC have said it's a run out in the book, but it always should have been a run out. You don't even have to say run out at the non-strikers, and I've heard some find it a little too much of a tongue twister. But I guess that will be the next step, for that to get phased out, especially outside the subcontinent. I don't think anybody in India calls it a Mankad anymore. I don't think it was ever called a Mankad in India. But Yeah, I don't think the rules around it have changed as much as people are just calling it, are talking about it a lot as it being some modern invention that someone's come up with. The rule has always been there. You cannot leave your crease at the non-striker then. It's not a new addition to the laws of the game. It's always a way of getting a batter out if you think as a bowler that he or she's taking an unfair advantage. It's just that more and more bowlers are doing it. Our Ashwin's done it. Murli Katich did it in county cricket. And Mitchell Starc, spoke about it after the last game at the Boxing Day Test when he spoke about Tenace De Bruyne and the fact that, quote Mitchell Starc, he said, I looked up and he was halfway down to Punt Road. And someone asked him, so what will it take for you to do it? And he said, if I keep seeing him do it and I keep telling him about it and he keeps doing it, eventually I'll just run him out. He doesn't have to do that. He can do it the first time itself. And to put it into context, this happened in a BBL game, and I think Adam Zampa had all the rationale to be upset with Tom Rogers and for him to wanting to run him out because it was an unfair advantage, and every ball matters in T20 cricket. The right person on strike completely changes the game. That's why they've really altered the rule of when you get caught in the deep, the strike doesn't change.
Yes. Really interesting. If we do get rain, I reckon we might open the lines a bit later on and have the debate we'll bring our whole team together and debate it with the cricket community at large. Bharat Sundaresan, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Stay put, you're on quiz duty. I love the quiz. Today's local club legend for Traveller. Like beer, drink Traveller. It's Tony Pecker of the Warringah Cricket Club. Tony has been scoring for the club for 20 years, including for 15 years while playing. Tony's continued support of the club makes him today's local club legend for Traveller. Low carbs and strength, great taste. A lunch break, Test cricket, SEN Test cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment, 1 for 68. Up next, the 7-Eleven quiz. 1300 736 736. Colo and Bharat will take you through it. Phil Jacques is going to play. You can go head-to-head with him. The theme is South Africa at the SCG. One caller goes head-to-head with Phil Jacques to win a $100 7-Eleven voucher. 1300 736 736 now.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Up to 50% off all tents by Austral, Spinifex and Tune 4-wheel drive. And 50% off all sleeping bags by Mountain Design, Spinifex and Denali. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at Hyundai.com.au.
When do you get your strut on? Is it kicking the winning goal for your team? Hitting the winning runs? Or snaffling new stuff on Snaffle? With Snaffle, you can get what you want when you want and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
At Bulk Nutrients, they've got products to suit every Australian fitness journey. From weight loss to muscle gain and sports performance, Bulk Nutrients use only the purest ingredients with no fillers. We're talking protein treats and blends, all made in Australia and shipped direct to you from the factory with flat shipping. That means the pump goes straight to your workout, not the price. Bulk Nutrients, Australia's first choice for protein powder and nutritional supplements. Visit bulknutrients.com.au.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
For 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
It's a lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Australia 1 for 68 after winning the toss. Labuschane's on 30 there with the opener. Khawaja on 25. They're put on 56 after Warner was caught in the cordon for 10. They were 1 for 12 at that stage. And that sting means one thing. It's a lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan with me. Hello, Baz.
Hello, Colo. It stopped raining here, so that's some good news. But I can say that Phil Jakes is looking very nervous next to me, so that's good.
I hope Phil Jakes knows a lot about South African cricket in the 90s and 2000s. He's up in a 1-to-1 quiz with Glenn from Camberwara. Are you there, Glenn?
Hey, Adam. How you going?
Exceedingly well. Great to have you down the line. So you and Jakesy, all you need to say, Glenn, is your name. Glenn. And Phil goes, Phil. And you get your first chance to answer the question. The winner gets a $100 voucher. Thanks to 7-Eleven, all the Slurpees you could possibly want. Or you can start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. First question, here it is. A relatively easy one to begin. South Africa have a dreadful record in Test cricket at the SCG, winning just one match in their 11 attempts going back to 1910. But in which year did they beat Australia in a thriller at the SCG?
Phil. 1994.
Jasey's bang. Straight out of the blocks by 5 runs, famously. And we're going to follow that up. Bharat, you can take question 2.
Yeah, in that 1994 epic, Shane Warne took 12 wickets, even though Australia lost. But it is always remembered for the South African fast bowler who took a 6-for to win it for them.
Glenn.
Yes.
Glenn.
Barney de Villiers.
Oh, well done, Glenn. Yeah, 1 all.
We haven't had many 1-all starts through the summer, Baz. He took 6 for 43. That included Taylor, Slater, Boone, May, Healy, and the final wicket, Glenn McGrath, Horton bowled. All right, question 3. It was all going so well for South Africa in 2006. Jacques, Callis and Ashwell Prince made tons in the first dig. Then on day 5, a few days pressing fast forward, they declared, leaving Australia 288 to chase in 2 sessions. They got it, 2 wickets down. Why was Ricky Ponting's performance in that chase and that test so significant? Bill.
All right.
Twin hundreds in the game.
Sensational from you. Twin hundreds in his 100th test match as well. the only player to ever achieve that feat. They chased it in 60 overs, Baz. It was Bazball before Bazball. 288 in 60 overs to beat South Africa in Sydney in 2006. Question 4, it's 2-1. Phil's in the lead. Bharat, questions all yours.
All right. So this is a famous game, famous moment in Test history. In 2009, South Africa came within 10 minutes of saving the Test here. Who walked out at number 11 with a broken hand to face 17 balls?
Glenn.
Oh, here we go. Big moment.
The great man, Graham Smith.
2-2 going into the 5th. He faced 26 minutes. He survived with Mackay and Tini. The only time that Graham Smith batted number 11 in 117 Test matches. We're going the distance. We never go the distance. I'm excited. I'm big Kev. Here we go. In 1998, the players came back on the field well after the 6 p.m. news to finish the Test late on the 4th evening. As a result, what massive milestone did viewers miss who were watching on the telly? Glenn.
Shane Warne's 300th wicket. Jack Cullen's found the wicket.
Here it is.
He's good.
Glenn from Camberwarra, you've come from 1-0 and 2-1 down to win the 7-11 quiz 3-2. Bharat, I think that's the first time we've had that throughout the summer.
Absolutely.
What about Warney with the 2 fingers, the helicopter around the wicket? Yeah, good.
I mean, it's a ball we've seen replayed many times for us in all the tributes to Warney over the last 9 months or so, and you're spot on there. So thanks to 7-11, you win the $100. Glenn, congratulations. It's not been often that the pro's been knocked off. You must feel great.
Look, it's a proud moment, Colo. Just happy to be a part of SEN's coverage of the SCG test.
As for you, Jacques, you can be back on the line for the quiz later in the week. It has been the quiz thanks to 7-11. We'll do it all again tomorrow. It has been the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Whirlpool Design for the environment. On the other side of the break, back for the second session on this first day. Australia 1 for 68 with Labuschagne on 30 and Khawaja 25.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The summer super sale is on now at Amart. For a limited time, save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture. Offers end soon, so hurry into Amart.
Slight delays outbound on the West Gate at the moment, heading past Williamstown Road. Also inbound, just getting onto the bridge, and very heavy in Brunswick on Sydney Road in both directions. Apart from that, going pretty smoothly around the other majors. No crashes or breakdowns getting in your way. Ancestry DNA, the #1 selling consumer DNA kit. Your story could travel back to a fishing village in Norway, or you might match with a new relative. Ancestry.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like a small car passenger service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $240. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
We're live at the Coalface in Chatswood. Two players have been outstanding all tournament as the umpire calls play. It's been match point back and forth for a while now. Steel Blue serves into Bisley's right corner, who returns confidently. Steel Blue with a backhand return. Bisley shows off that stunning underhand. This is a volley for the ages.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Harvey Norman clearance. Save over $600 on HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 laptop with 12th Gen Intel Core i5 processor. Now $893. Save $800 on the huge LG 637-litre French door fridge, perfect for entertaining. Now $4,198. It's time to relax and put your feet up with the Lasso recliner and footstool. Great value for $497. All for the perfect night's sleep. Get the Temper Comfort Cloud pillow, only $129. Limited time only. Harvey Norman clearance.
Go! The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro Walk Power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems now available at Bunnings Warehouse and your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
Feel like that was the best quiz of the summer. Glenn coming from behind twice to claim the $100 7-Eleven voucher. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au with more than $1.5 million raised so far. Glenn, it's Jane McGrath Day is day 3 of the test match, but it runs all the way through. It's been a lovely advancement over the 15 years that's been the case. 1 for 68 Australia. This session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. Labuschagne is 30. Kawaja is 25. Dave Warner, the man, out for 10. We had just a brief shower of rain during the lunch break. They put the Hessian down, but were never more fussed than that, the ground staff, knowing the conditions pretty well. So it's still gloomy, but not as dark as it was on the way to lunch. And the cloud is moving on the breeze, and there's some lighter stuff behind the dark grey that's been over us for about 40 minutes. The weather update for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It is currently 24 degrees. I think we might have had our top of 26. And the rain is forecast for 3 o'clock. So right at the end of this session, I suspect we don't get a full day's play on what we've seen. Gerard, Whateley and Jonty Rhodes with you for the start of this session. Jonty, lovely to have you back after the grass and the mushrooms talk. I'm relieved to see that you've come back to join us. How are you?
Gerard, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, good to be back.
What's in store for us? Simon Harmer sort of whet the appetite with his 2 overs.
He did. I think it took him 3 deliveries and he went past the outside edge of the bat, which something that Keshav Maharaj didn't manage to do in 2 days of bowling. So I'm assuming that hopefully Simon Harmer will bowl a bit longer. I'm not sure if we can have spin from both ends at the start. Maybe even Nortje have a run, but they, South Africa, I think, have certainly settled into trying to keep things as tight as possible. It's a good batting surface. You just don't want Australia to get away. So you don't mind if they're still batting, but you can hold them, build a bit of pressure. But if the ball, as long as the ball continues to go past the bat occasionally, then the batters will, just have a little bit of doubt in their mind with regards to being settled at the crease.
I think all the spin bowlers in the game would have enjoyed seeing that ball from Harmer. Lyon and Agar and Maharaj and Harmer as well, as they've clearly been touted as having big roles to play, and just the hint that that's going to be the case, and Harmer's going to open up from our end after lunch.
Yep, he's straight in, ready to go. I'm also just, at a stage now where South Africa, if they take a wicket now, that they've done really, really well. If this partnership continues to grow, it's been a really good partnership. The shot selection has been excellent. And I think having long off back, from my point of view, is that it just allows the batters an easy one down the ground. Now, we've seen Elgib have more of a defensive approach throughout the two-match series so far. And the spin bowlers almost haven't been able to play even a containing role, Maharaj, because Australian batters just picked off runs everywhere. So yes, having on the leg side, having for off spinner to the right-hander, having a square leg out, easy sweep shot, but you want to see him come down the wicket because Marnus hasn't really faced much of Simon Harbour, and he's got a bit of drift Harbour, so if he drifts it away and Labuschagne's looking to be aggressive and dance down, that's what you want to see as a bowler.
34 wickets from his 8 test matches, but that's the first class record with more than 800 wickets and what he was able to do in England. So after the lunch break, Simon Harmer opens up from the Paddington end. Labuschagne has the strike. He's back and turning around the corner and helping himself to a single. So they've started with a slip, a silly point, a bat pad. They had short backwards square, mid-wicket was deep. Long on, who now becomes long off with Khawaja on strike. They're going to push Bavuma out to deep point as a sweeper. Keep the 3 around the bat, and Elgar's just off the square and a straight short mid-wickets. Palmer is around the wicket when he's bowling to Khawaja, who reverse sweeps, missed, wrapped on the pad, out! Umpire Gaffney had a long look and fired him. Khawaja taps the bat to bring on the review. Immediate action. An air swing on the reverse sweep. Is there an edge in there somewhere?
The line looked pretty good. And it's straight away, though, Khawaja went up. So he either felt it hit him on the glove or he got a bottom edge. Didn't hear a second sound on the stump mic. Be interesting to see.
The DRS for BizCover, business insurance made easy. Richard Kettleborough is the television umpire in this test match. Down on one knee. Yep, glove.
OK, looks like there may be a bit of glove in that. Could we go to leg side hotspot, please, when available?
Certainly they're on hotspot as well.
OK, let's just confirm that with Snicko, please. Do you have it from the leg side? Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Copy. Just roll that right back, please. And go forward, please. Go forward, please. Go forward, please. Freeze it there. Thank you. OK. I'm going to go back to Chris on field. Chris, the ball's hit the glove. Need you to reverse your original decision. You're on camera.
So given out on 25, first ball that he faced after lunch to Harmer, but overturned by DRS. Harmer around the wicket bowls, and Khawaja stands up in defence.
Yeah, he spoke about Harmer, the amount of wickets that he's taken. He's also, I think, got 35 in his career. So he doesn't just pick up 1 or 2. He does run through a batting order. So South Africa will be hoping he can do more of the same.
He bowls, and Khawaja on the move, drives back down the pitch. No run.
He's actually getting lovely drift. We're on a great position right behind him to have a look, which is also why I would love to see Rabada come up and save the single and not be at long off.
That's the pressure valve release. Khawaja tries to take it. Harmer does well. He dives 2 pitches across, hauls it in one-handed and denies the single.
On your feet there, side.
So with Rabada at long off,
movement arms.
There's an easy push down the ground for 1.
Harmer's grubbied the whites on the dive, but he's at Khawaja, who's back and cutting the ball out through forward points. Janssen sets out into the deep. He will overhaul it because it's the long boundary. They'll settle for 2. Khawaja to 27. Those 3 runs from the over at the start and the end. 1 for 71. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. So he's a fascinating figure in recent South African history, Jonty, because he tells a political tale as well as a sporting tale with Colpack and then Brexit, and went to England and misunderstood whether his eligibility would come up, and now here he is back playing Test cricket for South Africa.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's a great story. Any story is a good one, and just fantastic to see that he has got back into the South African lineup, and nice to see that he's bowling in tandem with Maharaj, because I think the 2 of them together with the left-hand, right-handed batter combination of Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne, also good that neither batter can kind of settle on the one end. So, I'm a left-hander, let me take him on. From both ends, you've got spin going away from you. So hopefully South Africa, from their point of view of this summer so far, can have a period of play where they build pressure through dots. But again, always worried. We now have a long off 3/4 of the way. He's not really doing anything.
Yeah. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Maharaj from the round weekend, blunted away by Labuschagne. He did expose the stumps. He knocks it under the helmet there is Klaassen.
Labuschagne plays really well with the back foot, and so does Khawaja against spin. So with long off, you sort of want Maharaj to bowl it fuller, give it a bit more air.
He's around the wicket, Maharaj, and back goes Labuschagne. He strokes it in to Klaassen. Again, no run.
Labuschagne's first option when he's playing spin, similar to Khawaja, is back in the crease, give himself time to play that, and it's a great option. But with long off where it is, you want Maharaj to entice him, because then slip comes into play as well.
Maharaj to Labuschagne, Pat stroking the ball out of the stump, so he is giving them a good look.
There's a hint of turn in that last delivery, so you're right. I think there'll be a few in the Australian dressing room right now who do spin the ball, getting excited.
Labuschagne back, opens up the stumps, knocks it away to long off, takes a single. That's all there is. 1 for 72. That's your point, Jonty, is if you bring the long off up just even for the first 15 minutes after the break, don't give them any chance to rotate the strike. Gosh, for Khawaja, long off and long on a back. Is he really going to be that expansive?
So long, I think it was just players drifting, but there is a cover on the boundary. Backward point saving the one. But again, Khawaja plays so well from his crease that you want to bring him forward, you know, as opposed to saying, okay, we'll bowl that back, we'll cover your areas of strength.
Field well spread, Khawaja tucks it out of the stumps, knocks it to Zondo under the helmet, no run. So they've got Bavuma at a short mid-wicket, or sort of quasi mid-on mid-wicket between those two. 1, 2, 3 pitches away in a vaguely catching position. Khawaja back, tucks the ball forward of square, takes a single to the sweeper in the deep. 1 for 73 after a couple of overs after the lunch break. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
SEN Test Cricket, this middle session of day 1 for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. 1 for 73. Khawaja's 28, Labuschagne is 32. It's spin from both ends for South Africa. Harmer is operating from the broadcast end. Khawaja plays back and out of the stumps. So there's this lovely scorecard which Adam Collins has called up from April last year, where these two bowled Bangladesh out in both innings. 7 for Maharaj, 3 for Harmer both times. Khawaja swings hard across the line, belts it out past the square leg umpire. There's a sweep up back though, and he'll only get a single as Bavuma tosses it in from the short boundary. 1 for 74.
And was that, those stats came from Durban? Does it say? I don't have my glasses on, I can't see. It has nothing to do with the mushrooms, I promise you.
Consecutive tests. They did it in the second innings on both occasions. So Colo just correcting that. Give us the venues, Colo, and put up the figures for us.
Because I know in Durban, which is notorious, when I grew up, it was called the Lawn for pace and bounce.
Right.
I know they dominated the Bangladesh batters there.
Ahmed Labuschagne blocks the ball to leg.
Lovely boy! Lovely fella.
Durban and Port Elizabeth were the 2 tests.
So they do have this opportunity to bowl together, build some pressure, and they have done it before. I think that's key for South Africa.
Hamar to Labuschagne, leaning forward. That's threatening the inside edge. Blocks to leg.
That is the length he wants to bowl, because he does get the dribble. It was well played in the end, but it certainly hit the splice of the bat, not the middle. When he bowled back of a length, Labuschagne uses feet deep into the crease really well. You want him coming forward. Great length, that last one from Simon Harmer.
Tries again, and Labuschagne plants right forward and blunts the spin.
Because he's quite a big, strong guy, Simon Harmer. When you see him on the field, you're quite surprised. He's a spin bowler. He's a big unit. So if he can get the batters coming forward, that's where you get a little bit of turn, pad glove.
Sweeping Labuschagne, hit it sweetly, you could hear it. Gorgeous shot under the ladies' pavilion for 4. So the sweep strikes at the end of the over. 1 for 78. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for freethinkers.
The summer super sale is on now at Amart. For a limited time, save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture. Offers end soon, so hurry into Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
A sweetly struck boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston off the last ball of the over. Moves Labuschagne to 36. Khawaja is 29. Australia's 1 for 78. SEN Test cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus. Maharaj is bowling from the Randwick end. 1, 2, 3 in the deep. 2 around the bat when Khawaja is on strike. The partnership is worth 66 and Khawaja plays the ball to a vacant cover and helps himself to a run.
Yeah, so that's a nothing shot from a delivery that innocuous and he gets a single. So slightly frustrating from a point of view where when you're the South African fielding team, you think of how hard the South African batters had to work for every run that they got. Yeah. Nothing for free. And that's just a giveaway single. Doesn't really make a great deal of sense. Unless you want to get him off strike and have more of Marnus facing Maharaj.
2 back for Labuschagne. Maharaj around the wicket too, and he's blunting the spin. So those 2 scorecards, Jonty, from Durban. South Africa won by 220 runs. In the 4th innings, Bangladesh all out 53. Maharaj 7 for 32. Harmer 3 for 21. Maharaj bowls Labuschagne. He's playing a risky game. He opens the stumps right up, knocks it away to cover, no run. And then in the Port Elizabeth Test, which South Africa won by 332 runs, Bangladesh all out for 80. Maharaj 7 for 40 and Harmer 3 for 34. So did all of the bowling in the 4th innings. Labuschagne, wristy drive, out past mid-on. Bavuma chases hard, slides in and saves the boundary. Labuschagne would have been proud of it. He hustles back for a 3rd as the throw comes into the bowler's end. 1 for 82.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing that. Marnus is really risky. We saw him drive out to long off when Maharaj first came on. He wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. This was over-pitched. But up until then, as I said, he's really comfortable, Marnus, playing off the back foot. He's exposing his stumps, but there's no turn from Maharaj. And the only way you're going to out-bowl a batter who's set like this is through flight. And, if you're just bowling darts or quicker pace, flatter deliveries, Marnus, he will want to bat all day, and he's quite happy. I don't mind seeing that.
Partnership is worth 70. Khawaja sweeps this time out to deep mid-wicket. The sweeper has been put back. Harmer does the fielding. Single taken.
When somebody's sweeping, it's an indication that the bowlers are bowling slightly fuller, which again, I would rather see spin bowlers bowl a fuller length delivery. Put your protection out there, that's great, but trying to block all the gaps is just not possible with the quality of batting that you've got at the crease in Khawaja and Labuschagne, who can pick their gaps for the singles.
Ilgaro just using a towel on the ball. It's just picking up a little across the outfield of the light rain that's fallen in Sydney so far today. Labuschagne from the crease plants his front foot forward and defends the last ball of the over. All Colo's stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia 1 for 83.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
SEN Test cricket this session for real lawn fanatics. Use Lawn Hub fertiliser. It's all spin at the moment. Simon Harmer has had Usman Khawaja given out LBW, but the DRS overturned that with the ball off the glove into the pads. Harmer is bowling from our broadcast end. Around the wicket, Kawaja stands up and drives. He placed it ever so well through cover. Timed perfectly off the bat face, all the way to the rope now. Kawaja's boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. It's a lovely flourish. 1 for 87.
This is a great shot because it's probably on off stump. I know there's a little bit of turn for Simon Harmer, but he's found the gap, used the angle of the bat. He's almost opened the face, gone past Marco Janssen, who was at cover, beat him on his right-hand side. There's not prodigious turn, so he has really utilised good hands and hasn't overhit the ball at all.
4,000 test runs for Usman Khawaja. That boundary brought up prolific here at the ground. He will have a live average of 100 plus. He brought of 98 in, and he is 35 not out. 56 test matches, an average of 46. And the past 12 months have been something to behold. He defends away from his pads. That from Harmer.
Good reply from Harmer, because usually if you hit, you're driven down the ground, you drag it back, and that's possibly what Khawaja was thinking. He was one step ahead, anticipating Harmer to change his length after over-pitching the first delivery. Was stuck in the crease there for a minute.
Khawaja, back foot defence.
So I still think Simon Harmer mustn't be despondent about being... As a spin bowler, you don't mind getting driven for four. It's when you drop it short and they can cut and pull, that's a bad delivery. You want to beat them in flight, and the only way to do that is pitch it up.
Harmer around the wicket to Khawaja. Bat and pad tight together, defence to the short cover.
It is a patience game, and they're playing two exponents of the patience game totally with the bat. They really are superb, Khawaja and Labuschagne. South Africa need to do the same.
Harmer whirs away, and Khawaja fiddles the ball out to cover. Janssen's on duty, but there's no preventing the single. Labuschagne answered the call well. Slides his bat in. It's a single well taken. 1 for 88.
And again, that's good to see, and that's why I think they have such incredible patience, these two. They bat really well together. They take every run on offer. They never feel like they've been bogged down. So it was only 2 meters to Janssen's right, and straight away they were looking for the singles, and that's always a good sign of a partnership that's played a lot of cricket together and bat well and understand each other. I know there's been a couple of run-outs this series, but I think the running has been really positive from Australia's point of view throughout.
Last ball of Harmer's over. Just a slight delay as the ball's been dried again. Labuschagne reaches forward. It's that wristy drive. It broke through Elgar at short cover, and they're able to pinch a single as a result. 1 for 89 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
Don't miss The Fabelmans, the heartwarming movie from legendary filmmaker Steven Spielberg, starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen. The Fabelmans, in cinemas January 5.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Our experts on SEN Test cricket for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 1 for 89. Labuschagne's on 40 as he faces up to Maharaj. He defends the ball to the offside, no run. Jonty Rhodes is joined by Phil Jacques. Phil, welcome back.
Thank you.
How are you seeing the first bits of spin in the Test match?
Yeah, well, I think they've noticeably gone a little bit quicker, or Maharaj has gone a little bit faster after the break, and the Australian batters...
Labuschagne plays back from the stump, strokes it to cover, no run.
Australian batters are really being proactive. Usman Khawaja started to bring out the sweep, working the ball really nicely, and building a nice little partnership now.
Deep backward square, long on back. Maharaj to Labuschagne, who blocks to off. Still wicketless in the series, Maharaj. Didn't get much of a go in Brisbane, so shouldn't be too unfair there. None for 17, but totally unthreatening at the MCG. None for 135. He's none for 21 as he bowls. Labuschagne sweeps, evasive action in close because that powered off the bat for 4. Good, hard, decisive stuff from Labuschagne, whose appetite is growing. The boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Yeah, slightly erred on length. and line. If it's full and it's straight, Marnus not going to sweep, but it looked like it was on the leg stump going down, and he reacted quickly. Hit it like a tracer bullet to the boundary. Great sweep shot, nice and low. It's almost like a sweep drive.
1 for 93. Zondo will need danger money in there if Labuschagne tunes that up. He's at bat pad. Maharaj to him, clipped away to mid-wicket, no run.
I think a big issue for South Africa is not only was Maharaj wicketless, but he was almost maidenless throughout, just unable to contain the batters at all. They were just taking runs and singles, especially at will.
Maharaj hops his way in. He bowls and Labuschagne drives to the long off. That kicks up off the pitch 2 across, which is a really rough surface. They take a single, 1 for 94, and that is the end of the over. 5 from it. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Save $50 off Australian Getaway chairs, just $39.99. Plus save $60 off Spinifex Blow Mold 5-foot tables, only $49.99. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% free speed guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
If you're coming to the SCG during the New Year's test, download the SEN app and connect to SEN Stadium for live ball-by-ball commentary with no delay. 1170 SEN is Sydney's home of sport on the AM dial and on the SEN app. Australia 1 for 94. Labuschagne's 45. Khawaja is 36. You're going to see some pace for the first time after lunch with Kihisa Rabada coming back into the attack from our Paddington end.
Interesting to see if there's going to be any reverse swing. Although they have had a little bit of a sprinkle. So I know that the South Africans were noticeably trying to get it into the rough parts, especially when it went out to the long side of the ground. But this little sprinkle might have hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the guys trying to keep the ball very, very dry, but you're right, Phil.
One slip in place. Rabada begins his work again. Labuschagne hooks. Ball down into the turf. It falls to Maharaj square. No run.
This will be, for me, a very interesting passage of play, because any criticism we've had of Rabada as guys sitting on the side with the game's a lot easier is that when things are being good, he's up there taking wickets. But it's the hard yards that where Australia have got a partnership that he hasn't quite been able to contain, pull it back, just bowl good aggression but controlled aggression.
Rabada bowls. Labuschagne hooks up to fine leg. It lands safely. In fact, it went very fine as it pitches and runs for 4. That was more up over the keeper's head than anything. So not quite where it was intended to go, but a boundary for Labuschagne nonetheless. Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. He's on 49.
A little bit streaky by Marnus there, wasn't it? It wasn't an overly great bouncer. It was sort of right in the hitting zone, but wasn't in full control over that one. And I think you might go upstairs again at some stage here and just see if he can get it wrong again.
Yeah, because by all accounts, against the West Indies, he only really struggled, Marnus, against some of the sort of shorter pitched bowling, aggressive bowling, but not at waist height.
Rabada to Labuschagne, defends to off.
Yeah, that's the key, getting it up high. He's got to get it up high. You don't see Marnus miss too many of those pull shots like he did just now. Normally he sweats on that and punishes that for 4, but on this instance, a little bit out of control. So I think we might see a little bit of upstairs, especially if it's not reversing, which I don't think it will be with this sprinkle. That might be his go-to.
It's the 35th over with this ball. Rabada bowls at the stumps, defended by Labuschagne back to the bowler.
Yeah, because it almost felt as if because he does control his shot selection, Marnus is so good that he just punches the ball, he doesn't overhit it. Almost like he was trying to control the pull, keep it down, and not quite the back of the bat, but certainly wasn't top edge. It didn't hurry him or hassle him, but it just almost seemed to, maybe he was just trying to keep the ball down.
Rabada 47 wickets at 22 last year. Was equal with Lyon at the top of the charts. He's gone the Yorker. Labuschagne was there to meet it and keep it out.
Definitely trying to target that straighter line now, isn't he, Rabada? With the 4 guys on the leg side, short mid-wicket. Marnus does have a tendency to sometimes get across himself a little bit there and can be a bit of an LBW candidate. So good use of the Yorker. You don't see too many Yorkers in Test cricket, but if you get it right, it's still a good ball.
So we've had a bit of everything. A couple of bumpers, a Yorker, one right at the stumps. Bharat tries again. Pulled by Labuschagne. Ever so stylish. Another half-century for Marnus in Test cricket. He feasts on runs. He's 53 as he raises the bat to this first day crowd at the SCG. It's 1 for 102 after 35 overs. The Liberty scoreboard and Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Snaffled a wicket? Get your strut on. Bagged a new phone? Get your Snaffle strut on. Shop the best brands with Snaffle and pay with bite-sized payments. Visit snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
It's a Robot Building Supplies replay. Robot's got it that you could watch all day on the swivel pool. Marnus Labuschagne to bring up his 50 and Australia's 100. He's never long out of the runs. He'd had a lean time against South Africa coming to Sydney. That's been rectified. Khawaja just knocks the first ball to cover of Maharaj's fresh over and takes the single. Phil Jacques.
Yeah, so consistent, Marnus, isn't he? He's always just in the runs. And he's been good again today. He got that pull shot right. That's more Marnus. Wasn't trying to just keep that down. He really swiveled on it, pounced on it, as he has done for most of this innings. And another great example of a good pull shot.
53 from 102 balls. Labuschagne sweeps. He'll pick up another boundary. He is sweeping Maharaj with ease and grace. 1 for 107 as the boundaries flow for Rotoflex by Blunston.
He's enjoying that short boundary, isn't he? He's taking it on now. I think there's a real conscious positivity to Maharaj where they're just trying to get these other fast bowlers back into the game, and take out that threat of the forward defence and put away to the boundary.
On the next ball, it's defended by Labuschagne to off. I'm not having Maharaj bowling ahead of Harmer. So Harmer's 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. He's caused Khawaja proper dramas, including having him given out LBW. Maharaj is now in his 9th over and he's completely unthreatening. Around the wicket he bowls and Labuschagne sweeps again for 4 more. These are gift runs to one of the great batsmen of the world.
I think Marnus is seeing the same thing. I think he's really enjoying Maharaj coming on, enjoying the sweep shot. He's a fine exponent of the sweep shot. And he's really pouncing on anything that's sort of slightly straight. I don't think he's even worrying about the line. I think it's more the length.
Yeah.
He's just looking for that length. It's a good length. And he's actually gifting him balls outside leg stump, which is to a short side criminal, really.
2 boundaries in the over for Rotoflex by Blunston. Driven back by Labuschagne to Maharaj. So he's none for 35 in his 9th over. He's gone for 9 in the over.
No pressure.
No. Labuschagne stands up and defends the last ball of it. 1 for 111. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. Dwayne Russell's coming in.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques still with me as Marnus Labuschagne has got that look in his eye at the moment, and Bharat is heading into bowl to Khawaja, who places this through cover nicely. Probably won't get 4 runs from it. It'll pull up a metre or 2 in from the boundary, and it does, and they'll come back for 3. Really any thought of pushing hard for a chance at a 4th there, like there was a few times at the MCG for the Boxing Day Test. With Labuschagne 61, Khawaja 40, and they've brought out the 100 partnership now, this pair. Dave Warner out, Court Jansen bowled Nortkier the only man out today for 10 off 11 deliveries. It was 1 for 12 at that stage. Now 1 for 114.
It's quickly getting really bleak for the South Africans, isn't it? They're losing control of this game. They had control of the scoreboard first session, failed to break the partnership. Now that partnership's at 102 and in full flight.
Rabada to Marnus Labuschagne, who pulls and doesn't time it well enough to get it past that short mid-on. So no addition to his score, but he does have that look in his eye at Marnus. There's a big number on offer.
Yeah, he looks really hungry. Looks in really good touch, actually. Usman's the same. He's been untroubled, really, except for really Harmer, who's sort of got a couple to turn and gone past the edge. But outside of that, they've both been in full control, and it's looking really ominous for the South Africans.
Yeah, the intensity's gone up on the Marnus Labuschagne Chewy as well. He's really giving it a workout as he's giving these bowlers a workout. Rabada bowls to him. He pushes along the deck, and no chance of any addition to his 61 from 109 deliveries. It'll be a fresh Chewy from after lunch. He's giving it a workout, and a haphazard workout right now. 1 for 114.
Doesn't seem to have the bubble gum in today, does he? Not too many bubbles, just a lot of chewing.
Were you a chewy man?
I did like a chewy, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Was there a rhythm to your chew? Because it looks like his is a more haphazard chew. It's not that Viv Richards constant kind of same momentum chew.
Yeah, the faster the shoot, the more shots, I think.
Rabada's in, and he tries to turn it on the onside, strikes him high on the thigh. No chance of a run, no chance of an appeal for leg before. 1 for 114 it stays.
Does look a confident cricketer though at the moment, doesn't he, Marnus? Every time he walks out, there's an expectation he's going to score runs, and you know, every single innings that goes by, he just gets better and better, and that confidence just grows, I think.
Yeah, he gets himself in this zone at the moment that he looks like he's in, where nothing in the world matters. And he tickles this down the leg side for 4. Delightful. Rabada strayed, and he's in form right now, Marnus Labuschagne, and he took full toll on that one. Adds another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Really nice touch, bit of finesse. Pretty ordinary bowling though by Rabada. That missed by maybe 6 inches down leg side. For most top quality batsmen, that's money for jam, and he just picked him off.
Just the one slip in for him now. 1 for 118, and Marnus has 65. Rabada into him. He's watchful, and a tight lead leads it through to the keeper as Fox Cricket's Ian Smith rejoins Phil Jacques and I. Welcome back to you, Smithy. Yes, that's the end of that over. Hear more from Smithy shortly. That's the score for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers, 1 for 118.
The Healthy Mummy is on sale now. Smoothies and supplements, plus a 5-star rated health and fitness app to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Go to thehealthymummy.com today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And if you want to change, consider Mildura for your change. Plan a visit mildura.com.au. Changing the bowling, changing the commentary. Ian Smith joins us. Welcome back to you, Ian.
Nice to be back. I think Dean Elgar's cricket brain is in Mildura at the moment.
All right. Just enjoying a haze at the moment, like they probably would be in Mildura at about 38 degrees.
I was sitting alongside a bloke who's a top order player, so he knows about pressure from bowlers, etc. I don't see much out there. There's too many get out of jail singles. He's taken the wrong bowler off. Harmer was the best bowler for mine.
By far, yep.
And Jansen now has the ball in his hand, bowling to Usman Khawaja, who pushes through cover but didn't time it, didn't find the gap. No run.
I just can't understand the tactics post-lunch. I really can't. They had a bit of a hold on Australia, 68 runs in a session. OK, you want more wickets, but they didn't get away on you. They have now.
It's been their whole tour, though, hasn't it? They've had good patches of 20-odd minutes, but apart from that, been outplayed.
Haven't been able to build any pressure with the spinners either. Just the fields that are set. A lot like sweepers back from the start. Really easy options to get off strike, particularly for Khawaja.
The Jansen into Kawaja, just a one slip in, and it gets past where second slip would have caught him. Outside edge of the bat, and it rolls to the boundary for 4. That's for Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Yeah, nice bowling. Squared him up. That's the one for Usman. When he gets that squared up and pushes out in front of himself, that's the chance that the bowling side have. Probably the only chance that he's really looked like giving off the pace bowlers as well. Like, spurred up a couple of times off the spinners, but that was some nice bowling. That's what South Africa need a little bit more of.
So they've got one slip and a gully. That goes through second slip. Okay, that's a decent delivery, as you say, and it's caused a half an error.
Kawaja on strike on 44 again. Jansen in, he allows it through to the keeper.
Got a short cover and a catchy mid-wicket. So you've got you basically the guys that would normally be in your slip cordon at this stage, because of the nature of the pitch, they've acknowledged there's not going to be too many going the air to the slip area. Or are they? Because now they're actually bolstering that area up, and Elgar's coming in himself. So out goes short mid-wicket. They've still got the short catching cover there. It's a case of Dean Elgar getting alongside his bowlers and saying, how are we going to get them out? How are we getting wickets on this pitch?
So second slip in now as Kawaja pushes this on the onside. So it was into his belly button, takes it essentially off his thigh and works a single.
Into the area he's just taken the man out of. Yeah. So pressure off again, as Phil was saying. I mean, it's just too easy for Kawaja to get down the other end.
As you said, they put a slip in after the edge, but it's just so reactive. Like, you know, like there was an opportunity there with a new bowler coming on to maybe start with an extra slip and just hope that he can get that ball with the extra bounce, because he is a big man. He gets some good bounce. He created the chance and then didn't have a catcher for it. And then, as you said, he got 2 straight, the ball after, and that's just an absolute captain's killer.
So the slip now gone again. One slip and gully as Labuschagne, who's in good form, respectfully pushes this back down the pitch from Jansen's bowling.
Obviously doesn't feel like Marnus is going to nick one, because he's only got the one slip again now for Marnus.
He's sort of playing cat and mouse, so he's not even a genuine first slip. He's probably what you call a fairly narrow second slip, and that is Harmer, who should be actually bowling. So
2 men out deep on the leg side for the pull shot if Marnus doesn't time it, but he's been timing them well. Jansen into him, and he hits him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal. Strong appeal from Verena, but not much coming in support from Jansen, who sees that dot to end his over. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. Australia 1 for 1, 2, 3.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Imagine owning a plane. Your Jet Life Art Union Lottery is giving away a private plane and package worth $3.47 million. All expenses covered for a year. Supporting Angel Flight Australia. Tickets $15 each. YourJetLife.com. T's and C's apply. Permit number GOCAU/2487.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Ball back in the hand of Rabada. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who allows this through to keeper Verena. Just a one slip in again, and 1 for 1, 2 for Kawaja 45. Labuschagne 66. If you just joined us, Dave Warren out earlier today for 10.
So with this field, he has to bowl, for me, full, because the guys that are catching in front of the wicket are there for a mistimed drive. No other way that he can get them out. He has to be full.
Rabada to Labuschagne, and it is nicely delivered on off stump, full. Forced the defensive shot from Marnus.
You get the feeling he's going to go full at the stumps, and then I reckon the occasional short ball. He does have a deep backward square and a fine leg in place for that mistimed pull shot potentially, but I think the main play is going to be looking for LBWs and catches in front. A little bit of a hint of swing away, that first one as well.
Still overcast, still humid. Lights are on. Rabada in, and again fires it in to the top of off stump and met respectfully defensively by Labuschagne. So cloud, a little bit of rain today. It's been overcast and dark. It got for a while late in the opening session. They turned the lights on, so still pretty good seeing conditions, but not a lot of ball movement for the Quicks. Rabada to Labuschagne. And he drives this through cover. Might not have the timing to get all the way. No, it does. Full face of the bat. And Marnus looks like he's in for the long haul here, the way he's middling them. 1 for 1, 2-8. Labuschagne 70.
That is a glorious cricket shot on any surface, on any day of the week. And the good thing from Australia's point of view is since lunch they have hit a lot of gaps. A lot of gaps.
Yeah, beautiful batting. Waited for that one beautifully. Got his weight into the ball. Lovely full face of the bat. And you know when Marnus is in full flight, when he's nailing that cover drive and starting to hit that in the gaps, he's on now.
What's Rabada going to do next? Marnus waits. Oh, he hits him! And is he being caught? First slip's taken it. I don't think it caught glove. There's a half-hearted appeal. They might go to the DRS, but I thought it hit him in the chest. Almost the throat. As he rocked back, Marnus Labuschagne to try and get out of the way. And it hit him flush. The DRS seconds are ticking down. They've got to make a decision in a hurry. 2, 1. And they don't go for the DRS. So it did hit him in the chest by the looks of things.
Well, Farina, the keeper, doesn't look happy about the fact that they're not even going to test the system here. Not too sure. It's a genuine short one. As you said, they're going to mix it up a little bit there. So if that's hit him in the... Is it in the upper chest?
Or the grill?
If it's in the grill, there should be someone out there. It's the chest. Yeah.
High chest, not Adam's apple, which could have been devastating, but...
Great bouncer.
Oh, was it? What? And he couldn't get out of the way. Rabada into him again, and this one's on the top of middle stump and forced the defensive shot from Marnus Labuschagne, who'll be pretty happy to see the end of that over, even though he's in sparkling form. He's on 70. Khawaja 45. 1 for 1, 2-8 for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques and Ian Smith watching the replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it of that previous bouncer.
It's a beauty. And he followed it up with a good length delivery as well. So nice pressure from Rabada there.
To Jansen, bowling to Khawaja, who pushes down the pitch, but no chance of a run.
And at no stage really have they bowled in tandem either. That's the other thing, because he's made a number of bowling changes which have been interesting, to say the least. And they hadn't really, apart from the opening blast from Rabada and Norkia, had settled on anything. And still Harmer out of the attack, which I know we were talking about it in the back of the Fox TV commentary box. You do a lot of discussion out the back there, solve a lot of problems, Dwayne, out the back of the commentary box, as you do in here, I know.
Bigger world stuff too. Yeah. Looking forward to hearing a bit more of that. The answer in, Khawaja, defensive. So give us the cricket stuff first.
Well, the first question that everyone was asking is, where's Harmer? I mean, 1 or 2 overs after lunch? Did he get dealt to? No. You know, was he the most threatening bowler prior to lunch? Yes. So?
Surely your best bowler starts.
Of course he does. And you back him with good field placing and you say, right, here's a concerted spell. First appearance in the series, I'm backing you. We've picked you because of the pitch conditions. Here's your chance. Good luck.
Jansen to Khawaja, who defensive again, 1 for 1, 2-8 it stays. So what was the discussion out the back of the Fox box with Matt Renshaw picked to play, and then after the toss, he feels like he's got hay fever, according to reports. He gets a COVID test done, test positive, stands away from the group during the anthems.
Can be replaced?
Can be replaced because he tested positive after the toss. Jansen to Khawaja, who takes it off his pads, tickles it, a little bit of edgy bat onto pad perhaps, gets himself a single.
What's the first thing you talk about after lunch?
Well, probably how good the lunch was.
Correct. But, and it was good. The beef was beautiful.
I saw your boss, Steve Crawley, in there, actually having a bit of a chat.
Yeah.
He seemed to be enjoying the beef. We all enjoyed the beef.
Yeah, that was very good.
No beefs at Fox at the moment, though. What a happy group they are with the rights back again.
Apparently so. They're talking 8 years now.
Oh, forever probably now.
Kerry will be 93.
You've done such a good job this summer, Smithy. But they could not possibly take the rights off Fox.
It's been good, you're right.
Labuschagne waits, and that's a bouncer that's misdirected, and it was lucky to be taken by the keeper Verena. It's called a wide. That's how wide and high it was.
What are your thoughts on them bowling the quicks in tandem as well? After a little bit of a sprinkle of rain, like surely you'd keep the quicks up your sleeve, you know, your strike bowlers up your sleeve for when it might actually reverse swing as well. Like they're actually burning their quicks and taking away one of their biggest weapons as the game wears on.
I'm not quite sure he knows really if he's got a definite match plan.
Jansen to Labuschagne, who edges, and he's caught it first slip. It carried, he waits, and now he looks like he's going to have to go. They get the massive breakthrough. Marnus Labuschagne staying in the middle, though, at the moment. The South Africans celebrating. Marnus not sure this carried, and the two umpires, Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney, getting together for a chat here.
Soft signal is out, and the catcher is Harmer.
And he looks like there is no doubt.
Very confident, isn't he? Very confident. Marnus looked equally as confident, though, that didn't carry. So
Marnus had that body language as if to say, come on, you blokes.
He did, didn't he?
Big moment, this.
So we're all waiting for the replay to decide here for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Smithy's watching it. Phil Jacques is watching it. Oh. Is that grass?
I've got to say there's doubt. On that very first angle for me, there's doubt.
But the soft signal is out. So is there enough on that vision to overturn the soft signal?
Well, you talked about Fox's coverage. They'll provide you with many angles as they have got. There could be 3 to 4 to 5 of them. There'll be slow motion angles. They'll try their very best to answer any questions about this.
So it looked as if there might have been a little bounce, but did it bounce on his fingers and then into the palms of his hands? Or his fingers under it?
Yeah, I think it's bounced.
I'm with you.
Bounced on grass?
In saying that, you can see why he's claimed it, because that went in pretty cleanly into his hands, and he was not looking at the ball, because it was that length where you just take your eyes off it that little bit. But I think that's definitely bounced. I can't say definitely, but
he thinks his fingers are under it. He thinks his fingers are under it, and then it bounces from the tips of his fingers
keep it rolling through, please.
into the palms of his hands.
I can tell you right here and now, very confidently, someone's going to be very happy and someo's going to be very angry.
Well, you can see why Marnus Labuschagne did not move.
Yep.
He wasn't going anywhere.
And fair enough too. Like
the only way he'd go off now is with whiplash. His head turned that quickly.
He whipped around.
He got a good look at it.
He whipped around and he was in the best seat in the house and he didn't like it. But yeah, it's so hard on the replay with these catches. So hard. Lush ground. You just don't know where the fingers are underneath that ball. It's definitely taking grass, but whether the fingers are under it, it's so hard to tell.
Explain the scene to those people. The South Africans are all grouped round, 11 of them, and then in the middle there's 2 batsmen and 2 umpires having a chat about the whole thing, and everyone is looking at the 2 big screens.
Well, it's out of the hands of the umpires that the bats are talking to at the moment, so that's having a good old chin wag, and we're seeing more replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Angle you showed me, please.
There's some good boos around the crowd too when they showed it on the replay as well.
Maybe on the floor.
So it's all up to Richard Kettleborough, the Englishman. He will have the final say on this.
Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. There. And now take it back 1 frame, please.
I'll tell you what.
Back 1 frame.
Marnus is always unhappy to get
Stop
out.
there, please.
He's going back to take strike.
He's retaking.
He's marking centre.
He is. Marnus Labuschagne remarking centre as if to say, come on, you guys. Come on, Mr. Kettleborough. What are you waiting for?
Here we go, folks. Here we go. We can let you know the 3rd umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
Wow.
Wow,
So the soft signal was out. It's been overturned, and Marnus, did he get wind of that being overturned? He walked back to take block again as if to say, come on, let's not waste any time here.
Well, the umpires are wired up, right? So they know what's going on. They're getting communicated with the whole time. So whether they're passing on the communication, but it's on the big screen. It's audible anyway.
But he was taking block before the big screen told us and the crowd. And
now Elgar's gone across to Chris Gaffney, who's the square leg umpire, just for a clarification there. Now he's very slowly making his way back to mid-on. Harmer and the slip cordon, which is only one or two people, they're still not back in position. Varana's not there. They are an unhappy bunch.
Yeah, they all walked to Marnus to have a chat to him. Harmer, Ervea and Varana. Just let Marnus know that he should have taken our verbalisation that his fingers were under it. But Richard Kettleborough thought that the fingers weren't, obviously. It's been a controversial day. Marnus is back on strike. Jansen, who had that wicket taken off him because the soft signal was out, puts this past the outside of the off stump, and that is the end of a bizarre over. He's got none for 19. 1 for 130 the score for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances using patented 6 Sense technology. Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' cricket whites in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they're perfectly washed and dried, no worries. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Some discussions continue. We're watching replays of the discussions for Robot Building Supplies, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rabada in. Khawaja doesn't time his drive. And the score stays 1 for 130. Ian Smith and Phil Jake still with us.
Loving the controversy. That's really spiced up this test match, hasn't it? There's lots of discussion between Marnus and the slips. How they respond now, though, South Africa, is going to be crucial, isn't it? Like, they are going to be deflated by that big wicket.
Rabada to Khawaja, and Khawaja defensive. So they had the belief that Marnus should have walked?
No, I'm not of the belief
No,
that
they
he should.
are.
No.
South Africa, why would they argue with Marnus and give them a piece of their mind then?
I think what they're saying is really, you know, well, I'll be perfectly honest, I don't quite know what they are saying, but I don't think it'd be too pleasant. The evidence was there, wasn't it? I mean, that's the thing, and the evidence is pretty plain these days.
Rabada in, cut, but not timed by Khawaja.
See, a lot of people made mistakes there. The umpires gave it out on the field.
But that would have been, it would have been outski 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And
yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, and Marnus would have had to have trusted the fielder's word.
It just always looks bad, doesn't it? When you go to the replay, it always looks bad, but the technology's there, so you've got to use it.
Rabada in. Khawaja waits and defensive again, no addition. But interestingly enough, the wording has to be definitive. The technology has to be definitive to overturn a call. And was that definitive? In the eyes of many South Africans watching this test, they would probably say that wasn't definitive enough.
See, Harmer would be saying to, the catcher would be saying to Labuschagne, I genuinely believe I caught that. I believe I got my fingers underneath it. So that's what he would be saying.
And is 1% of doubt enough? Rabada in, this one's cut and nicely between gully and point. And that does race away to the boundary for 4 more runs, and the crowd enjoying it. Rubs a little salt into the wound, obviously. 1 for 134, it's Khawaja with that 4, bringing up his 50 to go with Marnus Labuschagne's 70. 50 runs of 113 deliveries for Usman Khawaja, who lost his opening partner Dave Warner earlier today for 10.
Well, for Khawaja, who had his career reborn on this very ground, corresponding time last year, it's a happy start to 2023 as well. Whereas 2022, he was prolific. Great start.
That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, and he waits and defensive pushes it back down the pitch to Rabada.
Doesn't he love the SCG as well? Averages over 100 here in Test cricket.
End of the over, by the way, for Liberty, that score. Liberty loans for free thinkers, 1 for 134.
A garbage truck has caught fire in Gardenvale. That's on Kooyong Road. It's now closed both ways between North Road and Gardenvale Road, Euston and Pearn Highway to avoid. And delays up in Emerald thanks to a crash on Belgrave Gembrook Road near Oakby Road. Very heavy both ways there. The Healthy Mummy is on sale now. 12 years empowering mums to live a healthier life. For a 5-star rated health and fitness app and products that get real results, go to thehealthymummy.com. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Jansen in. Labuschagne doesn't time this drive. It bounces its way to cover. So it stays 1 for 134, and they're not quite over it yet, Smithy, are they?
No, they're not. They're still motioning. Verena in particular, he and Wahamas, the lone slip next to him. They chatted the whole last over. They're still talking about it here. And Harmer was talking to Chris Gaffney, the square leg umpire. So they're far from happy about the whole situation. And because they've got the number one, they believe they've got the number one batsman in the world out, but they haven't.
Well, they got 2 wickets overturned today. Labuschagne lets this through to the keeper. So they've had 2 decisions by the umpires that were out that the DRS has overturned.
But definitely been on the wrong side of it, haven't they? Had no luck. But they do need to move on fast. They can't dwell on it. Otherwise, they're going to lose complete control over this test match.
Yeah, if they haven't already. 1 for 134. Labuschagne 70. He knows a ton's on offer. The conditions have settled a little. Jansen into Labuschagne, who drops it at his feet and asks permission to pick it up and hand it over.
Which in itself's quite brave at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. Gives it to Bavuma.
Well, we're giving man-cads and controversial overturning of decisions. Why not a little handle ball to throw it in as well?
No sport's good when it's vanilla, though, is it? You need a bit of controversy. You need every now and then a villain and a hero. And that's what we've got at the moment. In the eyes of South Africa, a couple of villains out there right now. Labuschagne pushes back down the pitch on 70. 1 for 134 it stays. And what a hero Marnus Labuschagne has become for the Australian sporting public. Usman Khawaja as well. His last 12 months has been epic. But Marnus Labuschagne now up there with the great batsmen of the world.
Just getting better and better too, isn't he?
Jansen to Marnus, who waits, turns it off his hip. Back with a square for an easy, almost walked single. 1 for 135.
He's got this amazing desire to bat. It's amazing hunger for runs and time in the middle. It's incredible. Never gets bored with it.
Just loves the game. Loves the game so much. I had him coaching when I was up in Queensland, and he was like the passion for the game that the guy has, second to none. He works so hard. And you want to see guys like that succeed too. The guys that really love it, guys that want to work hard. And he's had an unbelievable few years for Australia.
Khawaja now on strike for the final delivery of this Jansen over. 1 slip in only, and he plays it with the full face of the bat. End of that over. 1 for 135. It stays. Khawaja 50, Labuschagne 71. That's for Liberty. Liberty loans 4 free thinkers.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Stats brought to you by Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. That's Labuschagne's 18th score above 50 in just 37 hits in Australia. 9 tons, thanks to Adam Collins for that. And Khawaja, 1,080 runs in 2022 to finish third behind Babar, 1,184, and Root, 1,098. His live SCG average, by the way, 104, which is phenomenal. The ball in the hands of Nortje. Last over before drinks, and he's in. Labuschagne inside half of the bat, turns it back at a square on the onside. They gave a second some thought and then thought better of it as Damian Fleming wanders into a chat to Phil Jacques, myself and all of you listening out there on SEN?
You've summed it up pretty well. Yeah, that's what I've come in to do. A bit of a chat here, Dwayne, Jacques, listeners. Yeah, it's been a very good session for the Aussies. I thought South Africa hung in pretty well in that first session. At times looked like they were building pressure, but the two spinners early on, not only did they not break through, the runs just accelerated. And Marnus is just full of confidence.
Nortje to Khawaja, who allows it through. What did you make of the... Well, there's been 2 out decisions overturned on DRS. Was that definitive enough for you to overturn that caught at first slip?
Yeah, I must admit they're tough ones, aren't they? Sometimes you always feel like you need an extra frame or more HD.
But the fact that you can't say yes straight away means that there is enough element of doubt, I think, to not overturn it.
Yeah. Well, I was saying most of the times it's like that, but I reckon with that one, I think it was out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nortje, we got there eventually. Khawaja on strike and he pops it almost into his own toe.
Just radio, like stringing it out.
I like it. Just you do.
Letting it breathe a little bit and taking a few balls.
Beauty of working with you.
I thought definitely first glance, like when they played it the first time, it didn't look out. But then when you've actually freezed it in and really honed it in with that close-up, geez, it's hard to turn that over.
So you imagine if Matt Renshaw, due to COVID, can't bat and they bring in a substitute as well. I mean, they would be thinking, South Africa, how are we going today? Nortje in. Khawaja drives and it's through cover. It was along the deck, should have been fielded and no score added, but Khawaja picks himself up a single. Labuschagne 72, Khawaja moves to 51, 1 for 137.
He's a beautiful cover driver. Usman Khawaja. So much time to play that shot. And I think South Africa missed a beat too. I would have just started with Nortje straight after lunch. You know, go with your most potent bowler and probably Harmer at the other end.
Yeah. So Elgar's captaincy has been a big talking point amongst commentary people on television and radio, and I'm sure it's going to be a fairly big topic of discussion internally.
Yeah.
Some stage as well, as Nortje is in to Labuschagne, who flicks it off his pads, full face of the bat down to deep backward square for an extra, a single.
Just felt they were really defensive with their spinners as well. Like straight away the sweepers went out, you know, down the ground, long off. Would have loved to have seen them up a bit more with it turning. And as you said, Flem, starting with Harmer, he was their best bowler for mine, and Nortje has been their best bowler the whole series. I was really surprised to not see both those guys start up, and they kind of let them off the lead a little bit here, haven't they?
Yeah, there was easy singles on one side of the wicket to the spinners every time.
Nortje to Khawaja. Got to him quicker than he thought it was going to, but he did meet it with the outside half of the bat and met it okay, and that's the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. We're getting some drinks brought out to the field and to us here. Our drinks in this particular box brought to us by Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. One man out today, Dave Warner, caught Jansen, bowled Nortje for 10 off 11 deliveries. It was 1 for 12. This pair have taken it to 1 for 138. And they both are in sparkling form at the moment. Probably more so Marnus Labuschagne, 73 not out. Usman Khawaja, 51 not out. A drinks break, and you'll hear from Gerard Whateley, who's about to join Damian Fleming. That's the score, by the way, for Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Buses replace trains on sections of the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Frankston and Stony Point lines until last service on the 27th of January. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
Sweeping, Labashade, hit it sweetly, you could hear it. Gorgeous shot under the ladies' pavilion for 4. Bharat tries again, pulled by Labashade, ever so stylish. Another half-century for Marnus in Test cricket. He feasts on runs.
Jensen to Labashane wedges, and he's caught it first slip. Marnus Labashane staying in the middle though.
Here we go, folks. Here we go. We can let you know the third umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
Bharat in, this one's cut and nicely between gully and point to the boundary for 4. Khawaja with that 4 bringing up his 50.
So a controversial hour here at the SCG. An LBW overturned against Usman Khawaja, and then a courts in slips overturned. Both batters have been reprieved. 1 for 138 at the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Labashane is 73, Khawaja is 51. Gerard Whateley joining Damian Fleming, our expert for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. What did you see on Channel 7 with the Harmer catch, Flem?
Yeah, Channel 7 have, I think, 4 or 5 extra cameras. So on the ultra zoom on one angle, it just looked clearly a catch that went in. It's not bouncing beforehand. It's not catching grass.
It's raining and they're going to go off. So the drinks break becomes a rain delay for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And I am a little fearful that that's the last we'll see of today's cricket. So you and I are watching the Ultra Edge now, Flem, and that is out.
Yeah, it's straight in. It's straight in. Sometimes even with the Ultra Zoom, when a fielder takes or puts their fingers into the grass and pushes down, from some angles it looks like, oh, that's clearly bounced, but it's actually bouncing on the fingers, and from that angle you're unable to see this. But on this one's pretty clearly says that's out. I'd say if the third umpire had this vision, he would have given that out.
Yep. He certainly wouldn't have overturned it.
And wouldn't have overturned it, no. Yeah.
So what is the value of the soft call if that one can be overturned? It has 0 value.
Yeah, on that occasion, 0 value. Yeah.
Because
so sometimes I can see when it benefits, it helps the third umpire just go along with it and say, no, right decision, stay with your decision. But overturning, you need clear evidence. I don't think it is.
Image that shows the ball touching the ground.
And even without the zoom, I don't think there was clear vision that it was touching the ground.
No. It's just this was the bit that infuriates me. It's the misapplication of technology. So Richard Kettleborough has, in my opinion, misunderstood the burden of proof on him in that moment.
And also, not to have... the clear vision, the best vision.
Yeah.
So you actually can't guess. And it's a big thing to overturn an on-ground decision. It should be.
So what we've got is using the less than optimal angles, an umpire overturning a decision, which then is absolutely proved to the viewers watching at home on a different angle.
Yes.
Like that's a disaster for the adjudication of the game.
And it also shows there's still a human element in all decision making, even when you're using technology.
And the problem is that's interventionism. And in that moment, you're not supposed to be an interventionist. You are charged with, show me the angle that definitively shows the call in the middle is wrong. And if you can't do that, you just default to umpire's call.
So there was none of that. Even without the ultra zoom from 7, was there? On the all the extra vision that we were seeing for Kettleborough to see it, there was not a clear vision of it bouncing at all.
No.
There was no reason to not go with the decision given on the ground.
I think he used the worst angle, which the side on actually wasn't the best. The front on showed the hands claw underneath the ball.
But that's always the better one, because I didn't describe it well, but when you look side on, because you're depressing the grass, it can look like, it's bouncing on the grass, but it's not. It's actually your fingers and hands depressing the grass. But when you look front on, as we can see with that ultra zoom, that makes it clear that, no, it just went straight into the hands.
I'm so disappointed that didn't come back as umpire's call. And then when this piece of vision is shown from the ultra zoom, this would prove the point. This is why you don't overrule on hunch or intuition. Just go on, what's the burden of proof? What have I got in front of me?
Yep.
This is the decision.
No innovation, no opinion. Yeah, just go through each little key moment, tick it off. So no, he's got it wrong. It also says to me, we need to make sure that technology keeps increasing. So the vision that we ended up with that wasn't shown needs to be one of the clearer ones.
Part of the mix, and this is with the separation of powers and the broadcast of the game between Seven and Fox. Is the Fox is sort of the official world. Yep. That's all that goes in. But there are other cameras. This is sometimes with the AFL, there's this idea that there's the Zapruder film, or as well as what we saw at home, there's this other stuff, and there's never other stuff. In cricket, there is other stuff at Australian Test matches.
So I wonder whether the third umpire can actually get all the cameras. I know there'll be a host broadcaster for most things, but why can't the third umpire have both broadcasting cameras?
Yeah.
Is there a better one? Yes. Well, we would have seen one straight away here.
So I would like to, we'll never know this publicly, but privately, I would love that. I would love someone to show that to Richard Kettleborough and say, what would you have done? He said, well, I would have stayed with the on-field call.
Yep.
So, they went off with bad light, and the light's actually improving. It wouldn't shock me if we were back on shortly. I reckon they went off just a touch prematurely. Yeah, there is rain coming.
Which they hung in the first session. Yeah. I thought that was great because it did clear. But, massive potential wicket for South Africa, isn't it?
That's potentially the game. If these two go on and get Australia to 300 and then they happy hit after that, is South Africa's only chance is to get through and take a set of wickets before the rain falls. That's absolutely profound.
And if it plays out the way we think, the only thing that will save this pitch, breaking up too much is the weather.
Yeah.
But if they play a lot on it, it's going to deteriorate. First innings runs are gold. So, 350 would be excellent. And Australia won for 138 now, not 2.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what's happening in the South African dressing rooms, because I bet you they know that. Yeah.
In their setup, they'll have Seven Cricket on Twitter. They'll have that piece of vision now. So they were angry quite rightly, as Harman knew he caught it.
Yeah.
And there's all sorts of connotations in that once that gets overturned. They were unhappy with Labuschagne. Clearly, Verena gesticulated to him, hey, that was out. You should be leaving.
Yeah.
And then Labuschagne further inflamed the scenario with his mannerism by going back to bat before the decision was made, which I think is poor form. And now they will know for a fact that they've been robbed of the wicket. You'd be seething. Absolutely seething.
The only positive is, can we see a collective force when they come back on the field?
Need a bit of
none of this
Rogers action now, don't they?
No, but you're right. That was one of the things from the Zampacad, as someone was calling it. It just wasn't astute or smart, because it was one ball to go in the innings.
Yes.
Rogers wasn't going to get down to strike. Okay. We believe in run-outs at the bowler's end. They should not be getting an advantage. But you've got to be careful. That fired Rogers up big time, didn't it?
Yep.
And it come back to bite them. There's no way Tom Rogers, I'm a big fan of his bowling, but there's no way he would have gone out with that hostility.
Yep.
If he hadn't been Zampacatted.
Yep.
No way. So you've got to be careful as well.
You do.
But I love what Rogers did, because it was controlled aggression. Can we see some controlled aggression from the South Africans here? What Algar, why can't he say, listen, they're all against, the old John Northey.
Yeah.
Everyone's against us, blah, 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 bang, bang, bang. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yep.
Come on.
Get Nortje to hit 150. start bouncing Labuschagne. So where
I'd go just on that.
Yep.
I'd go Norkia and do that, but get Harmer on at the other end.
Yes.
I think he looks the best spinner, and they might get angry and try and take him on.
So we're sitting here, we have the same feed. So the world feed, so the official broadcaster is Fox Cricket. So we're watching the grainy vision that was being used by Richard Kettleborough. There is an Ultra HD Channel 7 camera, which is separate. That's the very odd scenario in the broadcast deal for now and for the future here, is there are a small set of different cameras which Fox have, which 7 don't get access to, and 7 have which are their own, and one of those is the Ultra HD, and the Ultra HD clearly depicts, not grainy vision, clearly depicts the ball going into the hand. So it's so frustrating. James sees the world the same way I did. It's another example of a system intended to remove the howler, creating the howler, and that's been so much the history of technologies overreach in some sports.
Yeah, but it also encourages to get better, clearer, and if the third umpire can have access to all the cameras at the ground with both broadcasters, well, that's one decision that would be different in hindsight.
Yeah. And just to sort of further add to the mood, the cricket should be being played at the moment. Is we are going to get hit by rain in about half an hour time, and it's going to be serious and will probably wipe out the rest of the day. They went off prematurely at the drinks break for bad light, and the light is better, but they played through it on the way to lunch. They shouldn't have gone off. They shouldn't be off right now.
So we would have at least 2 or 3 overs now. They've been off for 2 or 3 overs, haven't they? And they've been continuing to play. Just get them out while we can. We've got a big crowd here. It's not raining. The lights are on. Let's go.
Yeah. The 2 umpires have stayed in the middle. They're moving the light meter to the bails at either end and checking it, and they're waiting for it to improve to a certain measure. But we shouldn't be off, knowing that we are going to lose 35, 40 overs later in the day. So very frustrating in the way that this is all unfolding. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. You can correspond 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. It comes direct to the box. We'll be able to debate these things at length once the rain hit. Tyre power, know your tyres, and we will in fact take some talk back at that stage, but ping through your messages right now. Let's just clear a few breaks and see how this unfolds over the next few minutes, and whether the players might be called back on. The scoreboard for Liberty loans for free thinkers reads 1 for 138 this middle session of play on day 1 for Lawn Hub Fertiliser.
The Fantastic sale is on now with up to 10% off selected outdoor items, plus heaps more at Fantastic Furniture, while stocks last. Find your Fantastic in-store or online today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
I met Sally when we were 16. Yeah, I think I fell in love with her the moment I met her. I love everything about her. Yeah, ever since we were young, we both wanted kids. We got so excited the day we realised we were both ready for that step. So then...
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
So you're looking for more than catching the same train, walking to the same office, seeing the same faces, sitting at the same desk, and doing the same old job. Victoria Police is made for people looking for a career with more challenges, more excitement, more purpose, and more possibilities. If you're made for more, search police careers today. Victoria Police. Made for more. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
major building projects for the trade, or a DIY home reno, Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class, and when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years' experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury, are looking for pre-owned vehicles. If you would like a complimentary valuation, visit the experts at Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's what we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship, presented by Callaway, is on now at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from the USA, England, Japan, South Africa, Ireland and around the world as they compete for their green jackets. The Southern Golf Club, on now till January 6. Free entry, no ropes and you can walk with the players. Get the latest news at masteroftheamateurs.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. We are off a bad light at the SCG. There is heavy grey cloud overhead. There's a little bit of lighter stuff that's coming in behind that, but we are now awaiting rain, which was supposed to hit about 3 o'clock, so in half an hour's time. And judging by the radar, when that hits, I suspect we are out of business. We're deep in debate around a catch. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. And a couple of suggestions in a row came through while we were chatting, Damian Fleming. Julio texts through, is there a chance that Labuschagne could walk after seeing the 7 footage? Julio's in Mermaid Beach, which was immediately followed by should Marnus walk post-resumption? Would definitely be in the spirit of the game given a clearly wrong decision. 0433 98 11 16 Tyre Power, know your tyres. Rachael Haynes is back to join us as well in the experts chair. Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael, welcome back.
Thank you.
How did you see the contentious catch?
Yeah, I thought it was out. And for me, the giveaway were the fielders around Harmer at the time. I think we saw both keeper and gully go up in sync and really celebrate that catch. And I know you can't go off a celebration, but generally that's pretty hard to fake out on the field, just that spontaneous celebration of a catch. And yeah, a bit of a shame for South Africa because they needed something at that stage in the game. You know, they didn't quite start very well after lunch there. Australia really got away from them and was scoring quite freely, and then that wicket just came from nothing with the Jansen bowling and finding the outside edge of Labuschagne. So, yeah, disappointing.
You've lived through an era where technology has come into play a role. Was that the appropriate use of technology in the way that you would have understood it?
Yeah, look, I suppose the frustrating thing, certainly from South Africa's point of view, would be that there was another camera angle which Channel 7 had, which clearly showed that the ball carried. And I think that's what you really want to see. When the technology is there, available to be used, you want the evidence to be as conclusive as possible. And it just felt like, with that particular decision, that there wasn't conclusive evidence, and the decision on field as well was out. And yeah, so for it to be overturned, it was a little strange.
Yes. Yeah, I think the tweak will be that all the cameras that can be used need to be synced up for the third umpire, and you definitely need the front-on camera, which sometimes can be a little bit blurred, but on that occasion it's clearly caught. So the more ultra zoom you can have, the more HD you can have front on, the better. But as I said, though, there's still a human element. Another third umpire could have seen that and not ridden it all.
Yeah,
because there was no conclusive evidence. So there's a human element to the DRS as well.
Yeah. So in real time, when we were watching the same, it just felt like it probably carried, as opposed to, or that definitely didn't carry. And that the second had to be the suspicion to overrule it. That was the odd part. Whether Richard Kettleborough thinks it carried or not is not even vaguely the point.
I think as well, the longer the review went on, it felt like the more they were trying to look for the evidence that it hadn't carried. And when it's taking that amount of time, it isn't conclusive. Generally, it's quite black and white, I think, when decisions need to be overturned, whether that be through Snicko or hotspot or what have you. And probably the most challenging ones are those catches which are close to the ground. They always look worse than what they are. But yeah, I just thought even on replay, it just looked like it carried.
Yeah, that's a good call, that, isn't it? Conclusive evidence to overturn, the longer it goes, means there's indecision. So it should stay the way it was given.
Our umpires are strolling away from the centre of the ground as it's dark.
It looks okay out there.
Yeah, I mean, with the lights on, I feel like we played in this at the MCG. I feel like we played in this on the way to lunch.
Doesn't help the game. I mean, we often talk about this up at the Gabba, don't we, in the last session. You know, we could have played, I think, straight after drinks. And also, you know, we're going to get hit by rain. Let's maximise the time that the fans get to play and obviously accelerate the game a bit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You feel sorry for the fans who have come to the ground today. I think we've got a pretty decent crowd for day one here.
Yeah.
People love this event, the Pink Test in Sydney, and yeah, it's disappointing for them. I'm sure they'd be sitting in their seats wondering why the game hasn't recommenced.
After lunch, Australia really got on top, and they were aided and abetted by Dean Elgar's captaincy again. He took the better of the two spinners off, as Harmer was clearly a greater threat than Maharaj, and then brought Rabada back, who'd been the least of his fast bowlers, rather than Nortje to meet the moment. And to Labuschagne and Khawaja's credit, they just took to Maharaj and made light work of Rabada, and not for the first time in the series, the game had been whisked away.
I know. The other thing that stands out is Nortje throughout this series has, whenever he's come on to bowl, his spell has generally always been on the money, and you always felt like something was going to happen in the game. And even when he started today, he started really well, got that early breakthrough for South Africa. Yeah, it just felt like a real missed opportunity to try and get the Australian batters perhaps jumping around a little bit, muck with their footwork, and then have Harmer on the other end, bowling a really beautiful shape. He's got the ball to turn. Yeah, it felt like they missed a trick.
I wouldn't say... He almost had his best session in the first session, but that's not saying a lot for this series, okay? So we weren't too negative about his tactics, but then the only positive I felt like he got in the first set, he finally got Nortje with the new ball, and then he had a period of time where Jansen and Nortje were bowling together for the first time, and guess what? They racked up 6 overs for just 9 runs, so that's building pressure. I thought not bad for them, 1 for 68 at lunch, and then it just fell apart, didn't it? And you're right, Rachel, they kept the wrong spinner on. Like Harmer just looks so much more dangerous. He looks a better bowler. Yeah. And Nortje is the one that just gets the job run. Rabada almost looks like he's regressing with every spell, and his body language, his run-up, you know, just in that last spell there, he's just running at the same speed. That's not the Rabada I know, short run-up, so he's like a sprinter. You know, it builds up quickly, and then he jumps towards the target and bowls quick. His pace is in the low 130s. So Elgar's still treating him as the #1 fast bowler in the world and in his team. So, no, this is the pecking order. But you've got to read the play. He must be bowling 15k slower than his peak. So he's not at his peak. So he has to go down the pecking order, and Nortje is the one, isn't he? And Jansen's 2. And then the fields he set, there was a single on each side of the wicket every time. So as soon as they dropped a bit short and they were on the back foot, Usman, they could just work it either way for a single. So as a bowler, you just feel they're let off. I just want one batsman down their end and just work on them. A long on and long off. Why? You know, they let them do it a couple of times before you take that on. And then Marnus was sweeping, wasn't he? It was a really great sweep, but Rabada was backward square. So it kept beating him on his left side by 30 metres. So eventually he ends up in that position and saves a run. So it's uninspiring with a captain that's under the pump batting-wise too, isn't he? Averaging well under 30. So they're not good signs. I mean, from a touring team with a captain that's in good form and is a proactive captain, there you're giving yourself a chance. But, you know, if you want to show a blueprint about where Algarve's captaincy is, you just show that session there. Yeah. It was uninspiring, unbowlable, and it didn't help the bowlers build pressure. And you weren't bowling the right bowlers.
And then the flip side was that Labuschagne saw his moment, and probably in all that we're looking for in this his sweeping was outstanding.
Yeah, excellent against Maharaj. Every time Maharaj missed, he made him pay, and he made him pay with a boundary. And there's a period in the game there where I think he scored a runnable 30 just through punishing poor bowling. And if anything, the spinners have missed fuller today, and every time they've missed full, they've just paid the price. The other thing I would say about Labuschagne and that Maharaj match-up to the right-hander is Labuschagne is flicking him through mid-wicket as well, so he doesn't feel as though he's going to be beaten on the outside edge of his bat, which is a concern on a wicket which is a little bit slower and really should be turning. So, yeah, there's a couple of worrying signs there, I think, for South Africa.
Okay, so we're just being told that tea has been taken early and that play would be scheduled to recommence at 3 p.m. if conditions are satisfactory. So the light will have to improve, is where they take the players off with a light meter. It has to improve. It can't hold and it can't deteriorate. There's no way it's better than it was when they went off. And as I've mentioned to you, we are expecting to get hit by rain shortly, and that rain will likely wipe the rest of the day out. So unless they can get back on at 3 with a slight lifting of the heavy clouds, I'm a little fearful for where it all takes us from here. So just give us your summary of where we find ourselves, Damian Fleming, at what is tea now on day one, with Australia 1 for 138 after winning the toss and choosing to bat.
Well, I'm just happy as Larry. If I'm the Australian team, you win the toss, you decide to bat on a wicket that's already it's bouncing 13 centimetres lower on average from Brisbane and Melbourne.
Right.
And it's not going to get any bouncer, is it, here? It's going to get lower and lower. Will we get enough sunshine to really bake it and deteriorate it? I'm not so sure, but I think if we can get enough cricket, it's going to wear anyway. So first innings runs a premium, as we said earlier, and Australia is setting themselves up for a total that I can't see South Africa getting anywhere near in their first innings. So totally dominant. Like the efforts from Nortje and Jansen and Harmer. Thought if there was one bright spot, it was him. But I think Marnus, he was born in South Africa. You know, in his heart, he'd love to get, you know, a big score against him, which has been alluded this series. And even Usman, 3 failures so far in this series. He knows how to cash in, so it's going to be painful for South Africa.
And then you've got Smith and Head waiting in the wings whenever that should be. So from Pat Cummins' perspective, is there were a few risks taken, the toss fell his way, and the batters have done the right thing, Rachael?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, it looks as though Australia's going to be batting for a long time here now, and the game is certainly in their favour. So as you sit here at the moment and just think how South Africa are going to get that next breakthrough and how they're going to turn the tide for their team, even with 1 or 2 wickets, if they do eventually get back on, they're still quite a long way behind the game at the moment. So, yeah, it doesn't bode well for them.
Here come the covers. So the ground staff are reading the same radar we are, and during the tea break, they're going to lay them out. They're bringing them out with haste, and they're bringing the whole set out. Not just the Hessian and the cover for the pitch and the surrounds, but for the whole square. And I'd be surprised if they weren't all deployed in the coming minutes. So tea officially taken at the SCG on day 1. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus, that's a plus. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers, reads 1 for 138. Warner, Court Janssen bowled Nortje for 10. Labuschagne 73 from 129 and Khawaja's 51 from 119 balls. So that'd be the Marnuses, the leading run scorer for Victoria Police, made for more. And on the wicket side of things, Nortje, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Valvoline, which Oil has always pushed boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. Now, player of the day will be thanks to Bing Lee. Marnus Labuschagne will lead the way there, depending on what else transpires. So we'll take our tea break and then ponder what's to come. But it's a gloomy sight at the SCG, and it's getting worse. We've been off for 35 minutes. I do feel like we could have played through some of that, but there'll be no playing through what comes next. Our apparel partner at SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. They've given us the pink polos for this test match, with Jane McGrath Day coming on day 3. And pretty soon our conversation will turn to whether Sydney really should host a test match at this time of the year, which is a bit of a perennial. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Karaka is back to our traditional date and back to serving up an unforgettable Karaka experience. The welcome will be warm, the drinks will be cold and the thoroughbreds will be exquisite. Saluting in the derbies, the classics, the miles, the carnivals and more. Karaka graduates' recent racetrack triumphs enhance a formidable reputation in the great Group 1 tests. And Karaka 2023 is packed with the next generation of Kiwi talent. See you back at Karaka from the 29th of January to the 3rd of February. New Zealand Bloodstock, where winning begins.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like the driver picks the music and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
If you love your... then you're going to love Melbourne's new home of soccer at the Kialba Hotel Sports Bar. You'll feel like you're part of the action as you and your mates cheer on all the A-League excitement in the new purpose-built sports bar with 4 massive HD screens. The Kialba Hotel, the perfect place to cheer on your A-League team while you eat, drink and play in true sporting style. Visit kialbahotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
Buses replace trains on sections of the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Frankston and Stony Point lines until last service on the 27th of January. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like an SUV service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $320. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Get ready for the summer holidays. Book your value car park at Melbourne Airport online now and guarantee your spot. Upgrade to the Value Express and let us park your car. For just a $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up and hand us the keys. We'll have your car waiting for you when you get back. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au or on the spot when you enter the Value car park. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The Great Australian Brew.
First bad light, but now rain. And when the rain hit, it hit hard and sent the fans scampering for cover here at the SCG. So she's a bit of a grim sight at Sydney at the moment. The tea break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Australia 1 for 138 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Warner caught Janssen bowled Nortje in the 4th over for 10. The fall of wicket was at 12. The Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. Those at the crease. Marnus Labuschagne is 73. He's the leading run scorer for Victoria Police, made for more. Usman Khawaja is 51. And the only wicket taker is Umrik Nortje. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20 for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Phil Jakes and Rachael Haynes are part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We saw 15 overs in that session, Phil. 70 runs, lashings of controversy, but the sum total of it was Australia was able to seize some control.
Yeah, great session by Australia. They definitely put the foot down. They started playing a few more shots. Sweeps came out against the spinners. Some beautiful drives through the covers by both Marnus and from Usman Khawaja. as you said, a little bit of controversy with that catch. My first impression was that I thought it was out until they zoomed it in, and then I was like, oh, I don't know about that, and I think they might have got that one wrong.
Yeah, so not definitively not out for you?
Yeah, not definitive not out. Like, those ones are so hard because of, like, for the viewers at home, the grass is actually a little bit thicker than it looks on the vision. So, like, you can actually have space to be able to get your fingers underneath the ball. It can look like it bounces into your hand, but you actually have got your fingers underneath the ball. And I think that close-in, ultra-high-definition view that we saw just before the rain and the darkness came in, I think it showed enough to say there was enough doubt.
Yeah. What did you like about Marnus's batting in particular in that session?
I thought the way he pulled the ball throughout the innings, I think he made one mistake where he got a top edge over the top of the keeper's head, but outside of that, he was in full control. Whenever they missed their length short, he pounced on it. But the thing I liked the most was that he started to hit his drives into the gaps in that last hour before the delay, which is always a good sign for Marnus. If he's playing off both feet and he's getting his weight back into the ball, I think he's in some really nice touch. And the way he scored and the pace he scored at, he was in full control there that last hour.
So Rachael, he's got a test average roughly 60. He's got the 10 test centuries to his name so far. 9 of those are in Australia. He's made 3 against the West Indies, 2 against Pakistan, 2 against New Zealand, 2 against India and 1 against Sri Lanka. So he's made centuries against every test nation he's played against so far except South Africa, and he might be on for that now with the stroke of luck that he's had.
Yeah, and I think the observation earlier on today was that he looked very determined. He came out, he took his time, he got himself set, and now we're seeing him after lunch really accelerate and punish the bad bowling, which we've seen at times from both the quicks and the spinners. So, yeah, I'd imagine that he's really going to set a marker out here and want to bat for a very long time.
Such a classy number 3, and we've watched that grow really at test level. He wasn't that player at Shield level, and then we well know his story going to England and really fine-tuning his game, and then improving out of sight, which is a pretty rare feat.
Yeah, he's gone to another stratosphere with his batting. I think it's fair to say he's the number 1 batter in the world right now, and he's moving as well as anybody. And this 100 against South Africa will be the one that he wants to. Having grown up in South Africa, still has a hint of an accent, although he tries to cover it on all radio and television interviews. There's definitely still a soft spot for South Africa in Marnus's blood and in his DNA. In saying that, he is a very proud Australian as well, and he'll be really hungry to make 100 here throughout these 5 days.
And what did you think of the Elgar tactics, particularly straight after lunch with the choice of bowlers and whether he did let Australia off the hook?
Definitely let the pressure off. I actually thought the best 2 bowlers weren't bowling, which normally at a change of break, unless they go into the break, especially a fast bowler, you're going to start with your best quicks if you're going to start with a quick at all. I felt like they didn't. I thought Nortje was their best quick, and I thought Hum was their best bowler, probably the first session, and looked the most likely to take wickets. And to not start with those 2 was a bit baffling. They started ultra defensive to the spin, particularly Usman facing Maharaj with no cover and a deep point out. He could just knock it in there and get a single all day long. They had long off most of the innings. So even if they did toss it up a little bit, it was an easy come down the wicket, get a single. It just struggled to really build pressure, and that was something that I thought they did reasonably well in that first session. Was the scoreboard didn't really move anywhere. While they didn't take a bag of wickets, they took 1 wicket. The scoreboard never really went anywhere, and you always felt if they could get a couple of wickets that they might be in charge of the game, but they just let all control go, and Australia have been purely dominant over the last hour and a half, probably.
What have we seen in the pitch so far? We've seen 43 overs, and we've seen a mixture of pace and spin. It is a day 1 pitch. How's it played to your eye?
I think it's played as expected. I think, normally, even when it spins or it's going to spin as the game works on it, it's going to be a good batting wicket day 1. I thought we might have seen a couple more bounce and turn than we have. There has been 1 or 2. But I think I was saying to Rach offline, I think the actual rough is a little bit wide at the moment. I think the more that the two spinners can bowl in tandem, the rough will actually come a little bit straighter, and it might actually help the spinner at the other end as well, just by the footmarks that the spinners may create just by churning it up and not following through as far or as far off the wicket as the quick bowlers have been.
Has there been enough? We didn't even reach the halfway mark of the day. Has there been enough for the spinners so far that Agar and Lyon will be going, I can't wait to get a hold of that?
Well, I think Lyon would have been encouraged by what he saw from Harmer. When Harmer bowled a little bit slower, got a little bit more shape on the ball, he did get beat the outside edge of the left-hander. So I think there's encouraging signs there, but yeah, probably hasn't turned as much as what we thought it would. And even early with the seamers bowling, there wasn't a heap of swing for them either. So, we saw South Africa really revert to attacking the stumps, coming around the wicket, trying to jam up the batters, bowl nice and straight. But, as Phil said after the lunch break, they almost just undid all that hard work that they did prior to that period of time. And now, if they do get back on after this break, they'll really have to come out strong and just try and string together some maidens and reapply that pressure again.
So it is raining lightly at the moment, but the radar is some pretty grim looking at the moment. What's the opportunity for Australia, Phil, to reach 1 for 138? What are we, 43 overs into this first ball?
I think it's all there for Australia. I think they're definitely on the right side of the toss. I think they'll be sitting in their change room really happy that they won the toss today. Having seen, the fact that it hasn't really spun and bounced as much as they thought it might towards the back end of this first day, and only picking two seamers, I think they'll be really happy that the pitch will be another day, maybe even a day and a half, depending on how well we can bat down the line before they have to bowl their spinners on it. And as Ray said, I think Lyon will be happy that the odd oneer has bounced, but I think he'd be hoping for a little bit more by the time that they get out there.
And Fleming gave us the number of it was 13 centimetres or some such, the difference in bounce between the Gabba and Melbourne and what's here at the SCG. Will it get lower as the Test match progresses?
I think it will, and I think that you'll probably see a little bit more two-paced as well. I think it'll probably become harder to drive as the game wears on. Those catches that South Africa have persisted with in front of the wicket, I think they're probably a day early. But I can see why they resorted to attacking the stumps, definitely. I think the catches probably could have been potentially a little bit deeper, or played with those fielders a little bit more. But I think as the game wears on, you're going to definitely see some different changes of pace in the wicket. It will get a little bit lower, a little bit slower. And as I said, there might be a little bit of two-pace nature coming in as well.
Phil Jacques and Rachael Haynes, part of our call team for Bundaberg at Ginger Beer. There was nearly 28,000 in at the SCG at about the time that Bad Light stopped play. We're now formally the other side of the tea break, and we are in a rain delay. The rain is only light for the moment, but the fact that all the covers were laid down by the ground staff, they're sponsored covers here, that's how often it rains during a Test match, including the run-ups, and then the ground is abandoned. There's no one standing watch, as whatever brief respite this is, the heavy stuff Katich style is coming our way. 1 for 138. Labuschagne 73. Khawaja is 51. We'll bring Pete Lalor into our conversation. Shortly we'll open the lines. We'll take some calls between the Zampa cat and the contentious catch. There's a fair bit to discuss. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
It's time to treat yourself with KFC's Burger Combo Deluxe. Grab a Zinger burger, regular potato and gravy, chips and a drink for just $8.95. Online only, not everywhere, not forever, pick up only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
If you've been thinking about buying a luxury SUV, you'll definitely want to consider the Volkswagen Touareg, which comes with an impressive 3-litre V6 turbo diesel engine and 4-motion all-wheel drive. The Touareg 170 TDI is now available from $94,990 drive away with a free 5-year care plan. The only downside is you'll be kicking yourself for not getting one sooner. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit Volkswagen.com.au.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines or wine regions of the world from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
What does it take to be a real Aussie energy provider? For starters, it helps to be Australian-owned. At Red Energy, we're 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro. It also means keeping jobs right here in Australia and being powered by a leader in clean, renewable energy. Now that's real Aussie energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
These holidays, more Victoria Police are out on our roads, catching those doing the wrong thing. Catching you before you hit a pedestrian.
Excuse me, driver. I saw you driving while using your mobile phone.
Catching you before you drift into oncoming traffic.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Catching you before you lose control of your vehicle.
So, do you know the speed limit along this road?
It's the lucky ones who get caught. Please, drive safe these holidays. TAC.
Harvey Norman clearance. Get 60 months interest free. No deposit finance from Latitude Financial. Shop a huge range of furniture, bedding, laptops, technology, TVs and entertainment, home appliances, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest free. No deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and monthly service fee of $8.95. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum financed amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Product exclusions apply. 60 months interest free from Latitude Financial. Harvey Norman clearance. Limited time only.
Go!
Good afternoon. There's been a garbage truck fire in Garden Vale. Kooyung Road currently closed both ways between North Road and Garden Vale Road. Make sure you use Nepean Highway instead. Also, Waterworks in Tullamarine. Airport Drive at Sharps Road, inbound and westbound, currently closed. Use Tullamarine Park Drive and Keilor Park Drive instead. Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands, great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Lodge a free inquiry online.
1 for 138 when first bad light and now rain has stopped play here at the SCG. Usman Khawaja is 51, Marnus Labuschagne is 73. This session would have been for Before You Dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. If it's raining at the moment, it is just there. But the heavy stuff is on its way. Pete Lawler, welcome.
It's coming down from the Blue Mountains. It's coming over Pat Cummins' parents' house, down into the basin. It's got some nasty colour to it too. Yep, this bit's just come across Homebush, but there's more behind it. Stay tuned, but yeah, I had to laugh when they rolled out the new covers at the SCG.
Fully sponsored?
Fully sponsored, and the word there is HELP.
No,
yes. That's going to make its way into my copy tomorrow, because these are the sorts of days when I reckon journalists should really get awards for days like this, when there's nothing much to write about.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not quite talking Usman Khawaja's debut at the SCG. How many years ago was that now? Quite a few.
2011, yeah.
Yeah, when he made 38, didn't he? And there was 38,000 words written on that exciting 38. And how prescient they all proved to be, because he's still with us.
He's still with us. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. Yeah, I've just been doing some reading up on the soft signal rule.
Excellent.
It just messaged a couple of umpires I know, trying to see, like, guys who are at a higher level in international cricket, just to see what it is. There is a need for soft signal, according to the law. The umpire does. But it's lost its relevance in many ways, because when you are in a game with the amount of TV replays we have at this level, it's not a question of it being overturned. It's just there. It's one of those archaic cricket things.
So is it fair to say that the soft signal exists for when there is no technology? It's kind of an irrelevance,
Yes.
isn't it?
And in case technology fails.
Yep. Yeah, it's like that little bone at the bottom of our spine. It's just hanging around, but it's not doing much. But it's no indication at all to the third umpire of what the decision or their decision should be. So there is no question of overturning it.
Yeah.
That's right. You're not looking for evidence to overturn it. You're looking for evidence whether it's a catch. I thought on the very average replays that we had here that it wasn't out, but then I went and had a look at the TV replays, and I think South Africa have been poorly done by here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Channel 7 has an angle, an ultra HD camera, which is not part of the decision-making process, which actually definitively...
Of course it's not part of the definitive... Yeah. So, it's a strange game, cricket, isn't it? It just finds ways to trip itself up. Why on earth would you not have the best technology to make decisions which can end careers, can decide matches? But no, TV's got it, but the guy sitting 2 boxes down from them making the big shots. I hope God's got better information when it comes to making a call on me going to heaven or not. Actually, no, I take that back. I hope it's blurry. Yes.
And I did bump into Richard Kettleborough before the start of play. He's a big admirer of my clothes, Peter.
I find that hard to believe. He's a very conservative man.
Maybe that's why.
Like most umpires are. In fact, yeah, you are a hell of a long way from the rest of the pack when it comes to umpires, Bharat. Conservative men with attention to detail and rules.
That is actually true, yeah. But like maybe some like
women.
to live vicariously. But he did say, I said, how does a third umpire prepare for a test match? It's always intrigued me. Because you know what field umpires do? They might rock up for practice sessions, just get their eyes acclimatized to bowling actions and batting stances. But he said, we do a lot of match simulations. So we kind of make sure, because technology can fail at any point, we make sure we have contingencies in case technology fails. And we do all sorts of simulations, caught behinds and LBWs and DRS and everything. But, and this is not something that he said, but as we found out, they only get access to the world feed for some reason. And it's not that or whatever they get to see, we get to see. So it's not that, say it's the Channel 7 Zoom cam that we saw, was shown to them, it necessarily has to be shown on the world feed either. So that's what kind of baffles me, why they don't have access to that. And that's what I am checking with a couple of umpires at the elite level, just to know what's happening.
It was memories of the 2008 test against India here, wasn't it? I remember Ricky Ponting giving the "you're out, mate." Who was the batter? I know Michael Clark took the catch.
Ishant Sharma was the batter, wasn't it?
Was it Ish, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, and then Anil Kumble coming out and saying, only one team is playing.
Only one team was playing cricket out there. Yeah, that was quite heated. But that comes back to this whole thing of how the hell do you decide in those situations? That because there had been previous up until that series, it was a bit, it was up in the air as to how it should be done. And I remember, I think it was Justin Langer here in 2001, was it? Refused to walk because he didn't think he was caught. Went on, I think he made a big score. He might have made 200 that day. But so Ponting's idea was, and he went to Kumble at the start of the 2008 Monkey Gate series, is, listen, let's just rely on the fielders to make the call. Let's trust each other. We're all cricketers. Well, that didn't turn out very well, did it? I mean, that has to go down as one of the worst sort of ideas of all time, the way that series played out and the way that test played out.
Absolutely.
But where are we at now? I'm not sure we're in any better place.
And I know it's Manas Labuschagne, and he has his idiosyncrasies, and he clearly got under the South African skin because I guess it was also it didn't go their way, and clearly, you're also in front when you're playing away from home and you have like an Australian crowd or a home crowd here. Not that anybody's calling Simon Hammer a cheat, but just the way the crowd reacts to replays, the booing, it almost makes you feel like, I'm sure it wouldn't have felt good to be Simon Hammer at that moment. No. In your head, you're taking a legitimate catch. Your wicketkeeper and the guy stood next to you have seen the ball go into your hands. Yeah. So you're not only, it's not just a question about whether you took the catch or not. It is, in a way, a question about your integrity. And I think I'm sure it would have smarted. And just to see Manas kind of start like loosening up and getting back into batting mode before the not out was flashed on the big screen, I think is what really perturbed or like irritated the South Africans. But it could also set a precedence where if you are a batter, you just don't go and rely on technology to bail you out.
I used to think it was a question of the fielder's integrity, and that was clearly behind what Ponting was saying to Kumble in that series. You can trust the fielder to know. I think we've learned since that the fielder doesn't necessarily know if it's a catch. I'm not saying that's the situation here, but we have learned that there are times when the fielder doesn't know it's bounced because, they're reaching forward, their eyes go up, or they it happens in a moment, doesn't it? And we've seen people whose integrity you would never question claim catches, including, Joe Root and those sorts of guys. Yeah. So it's a vexed issue, but thank God we've got an issue today, Gerard.
Not just weather.
Well, we got the other one too with the big COVID.
Yes, which we can get to in a moment. The idea of sport tripping itself up in technology plays out across codes routinely, and it's there all winter in the code that I call, and cricket has its moment. I was just thinking, so when it comes to catches, the umpire's call carries no weight, but when it comes to LBWs, you can have most of the ball crashing into the stumps, but the umpire's call carries everything.
Absolutely.
So in the two different modes of dismissal, one, we're completely contemptuous of the umpire's call in the middle, and Paul Rifle has a superb view of that.
Exactly.
He sees it all the way and believes it to be a catch, and then technology intervenes. And in an LBW, we routinely see balls that are hitting the stumps get overturned on the 50% because the umpire in the middle called it not out or out.
At some level, there is a possibility that the umpire on the field just says, no, it was clearly out, I saw it, I don't want to use technology. I mean, you've seen it happen with runouts. Different circumstances, I mean, Paul Rifle could, if he was so convinced that it had gotten his way. It's very difficult to make out. Obviously, it happened so quickly, especially when the slip fielder stood so far behind. But if he says, no, I don't want to go to technology, I trust my eye, you are out, he is out. I mean, it's on him. He can't be forced to take technology or go to technology just because the batter's standing his ground. He can still signal him out. But I think...
What if Paul Rifle's more confident than Richard Kettleborough?
Exactly.
So Richard Kettleborough is making an extrapolation on what he's looking at. And Paul Rifle saw it live. If they communicate and Richard goes, I'm not really sure about this, and Paul goes, I am. I saw it. I'm if you can't give me anything else, which is supposed to, well, at one stage that was the purpose of the soft call, but in what you're saying that has been completely whittled down and removed.
Hang on, if Paul Rifle was as hairy-chested about this as you suggest, finger would have gone straight up, wouldn't it?
I don't think so. Not in the way technology operates. I think he has an obligation to send it off. But if the technology can't settle it, and Paul believes that it was out, then I would much rather go back to him and he owned the call. So we can't tell Paul it's your call. And by the way, you've already said your call was out.
But I'm right, aren't I, Bharat? He could indicate to the standing umpire that it's out.
Yeah.
And it's out. They don't, so we wouldn't go through this palaver. Yeah. So he could make the big call.
I don't think an umpire can really do that and be so arrogant as to go, I don't want to say it. But once the technology is inconclusive, then why wouldn't we go back to the man who saw it live and formed a judgment and believes that he knows? That's right. Like the goal umpire standing under the goalpost. So we'll believe anyone else. We'll believe the iPhone in row 16 in bay 4 rather than the bloke that was standing under the post when the ball passed. We're just dispensing with him. He has no place.
I was sitting behind the goals in that Collingwood grand final with Anthony Rocker, mate. I'm telling you, that was a goal.
0433 98 11 16, and we will open our lines as we go to 1300 736 736. The ground staff, I think they're going through the obligations. It's not raining, so there is some obligation to prepare the ground. It's just we know what's coming on the radar, so it looks a bit half-hearted to me, but that's okay. 1300 736 736. So the COVID drama, Pete, and the way that's what transpired with Matt Renshaw.
What did transpire? Well, this is what we're told transpired with Matt Renshaw. So you tell me if this adds up to you. He goes through all the warm-ups. The toss happens. And he says to the doc, I've got a bit of hay fever. I'm a bit blocked up here. Can I have some antihistamines? Doc says, hang on a minute. I'm just going to, run the test on you. And lo and behold, he's got COVID. That's what happened. So you look like it might be convenient that it all occurred after the toss. I will say that they went through an elaborate charade if they're putting this on, because I watched him in the warm-ups. He was very active and sort of energetic in the warm-ups. He was playing that game with the ball on the trampolines with the top order, and then he was doing some batting warm-ups over there. So he certainly didn't look like a chap who was sort of dragging his feet through the warm-ups before that. But maybe he knew we were watching.
Well, you wouldn't... Well, I don't think there's any conspiracy. No. Why on earth would you... if there was any hint that he had COVID, you would do the test before the toss. And with all due respect, it's Matt Renshaw. You would have taken him out. Yeah. If he tested positive before the toss, there's no way I think you're playing him.
I'll defend my cynicism because, we're the guys who get fed this line that it's a small break in Cameron Green's finger. And then I see an X-ray of it. But it's basically bloody amputated.
Yeah. They keep their injury information close in this Australian camp, which I don't begrudge them within a game.
Right.
But it does mean we shouldn't take everything at face value. They told us Pat Cummins was all right and he missed, and they didn't tip the hand on Hazelwood and he missed. Yeah. And then Cam Green's got a finger that's all over the place. And so I think quite rightly, for competitive reasons within a game, they are holding their injury information close.
What competitive advantage do you get from not telling us the truth about Mitchell Stark's injury? None. Seriously. And what competitive advantage do you get about, perhaps being more fuller in your disclosure about Cameron Green? If that is indeed the case, perhaps it changed during the course of the game. I don't know. But, yes, that's where the cynicism comes from, and that's where, I guess, we start to second-guess ourselves and
Pete Hanscom
find...
was very unexpected on the team sheet, but there he was on the team sheet.
So, I see Peter Hanscom on the team sheet, and, I'm running around like a member of QAnon. This is a conspiracy theory at play. I've found the evidence. I've done the research. The fix is in. Yeah. Anyway, I got to the right conclusion the wrong way.
Very odd sequence of events.
And just watching Matt Renshaw as well, like you said, Pete, I saw him in the nets this morning with Ashton Agar. He looked pretty fine and he went through the warm-ups. And then there he was, sat next to the dugout, like he was serving detention of some sort. And the reserves were there and he just was like there slumped into like a double chair. And then I saw him speak to the fourth umpire at some point without a mask on. He walks away. An hour or so later, he returns with a mask on.
He did eventually, did he? Because he didn't have one on the whole first hour.
Exactly. He had a mask on. And then again, when the first break happened, when they went off for bad light, you could see Lyon and Agar and a bunch of others walk out to check the pitch out. And then Renshaw very sheepishly started walking back towards the pitch. And he did not have a mask on at this point. And I think one of them, maybe Alex Carey or someone, said, no, you stay there and don't come close to us. So Renshaw stood on our side of the pitch and the others stood on the other side of the pitch, and they're all just checking the pitch out. So just bizarre.
So apparently he's got his own dressing room now. I'm going to try that. There are some advantages to COVID, aren't there? You get
be the half-time entertainment.
They parked one of those sort of caravans for movie stars out behind the dressing sheds, and it's all his, So he has to stay isolated from them. They used to have separate dressing rooms for batsmen and bowlers, didn't they, in county cricket, when the bowlers, of course, were the working class lads from down pit. and were the professionals.
Right.
They weren't allowed to sit in the same change room as the amateurs, who are, of course, better bred, shall we say. Yeah.
Private school.
Yeah, all that sort of thing.
And if Renshaw's health did deteriorate over the next couple of days, would we expect with a clear conscience that the Australians would apply for the COVID sub?
Yes. Yeah, and I think they could. Yeah. I mean, because if we take it at face value that he was diagnosed with COVID inside the game, he'll do his best to play.
Yeah.
By God, we've come a long way, haven't we? Was it only last year when Pat Cummins was ruled out of a test because his sister knew someone who worked with a nurse whose next-door neighbour had mowed the lawn, had their lawn mowed by someone who'd met somebody with COVID.
Yeah.
Now, you just keep going.
Didn't you all get locked in this commentary box last year for a period of time?
Oh, no, because of him. He tested positive, and Michael Atherton, Adam Collins, and I was stuck here. And that was
all right.
Last year, yeah. And we didn't have access to the bathroom or to...
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely. They just locked us in. They padlocked us in.
Is that what happened to my AeroPress? Never saw it again. I'm glad I didn't.
Sort of feel like there's been a lot to discuss out of this day's play. We haven't got to all of it yet. 1300 736 736 to join in. Paul's from Moonee Ponds. Welcome to you, Paul.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Very well, thank you.
Now, I'm a current cricket umpire. I've been umpiring for around 20 years. And there are some days when I'm out there umpiring in 35 to 38 degree heat, and I say to myself, why the hell am I doing this? Now, the hardest thing in umpiring is definitely to keep your concentration. Now, during excessive heat, and I could not imagine being out at the MCG in a concrete coliseum at 37 degree heat, umpiring, how tough that'd be on their concentration. I was just wondering whether you thought that with the umpiring system we have at the moment, whether the third umpire could actually rotate through the day so as they all get 2 sessions each, and it's a lot easier on their concentration levels in that heat.
Bharat, you should take this.
Yeah, Paul, that's a very, very good point, and it's always good speaking to a fellow umpire. And I've kind of seen it happen once, but I don't think it was because of heat. It was because one of the umpires fell ill, and you had umpires just rotating because of that. You had 2 umpires for the first session, and then one of them fell ill, and they had another one step in for the second session, and he fell ill, and then they had the 4th umpire actually having to walk out and umpire the game. But I think it's a great idea to have for days like that, extreme days. But having said that, like I was just saying, I just had a chat with Richard Kettleborough. At test level, I think the way they prepare for a test is different, so they can do it. But I think it would be a tough call to just pull someone out and from the TV box and get them into the middle. I think the whole mindset and the whole psyche, it could be a challenge. I'm sure they'll put it off. But
Paul, do you ever, on those hot days out there, do you ever find yourself getting a little bit dizzy, like one of those Queen's Guards when you've been standing on parade for too long?
Well, that's the tough thing about umpiring. You're doing a lot of standing, and that tends to tire you out a lot more. But the hardest thing I find, especially in excessive heat, is your concentration levels seem to go up and down. And you've sort of got to make a constituted effort to sort of slap yourself around the face and sharpen yourself up, or, maybe jog on the spot for a little bit just to sort of stay in touch with what's going on. It's, in heat, it's very, very hard to concentrate, for 6 hours when you're standing out there. It is tough, but we love the game of cricket. And I say to my friends out there, they ask me, I said, how can you stand out there in that heat all day? And I said, well, look, I love cricket. I played cricket at a reasonably high level. I enjoy the game. I've got the best seat in the house. You get a drink every hour. They feed you at half time and they pay you.
I can see a book coming here, Paul, now that we've got Bharat from other parts in your fraternity. mindfulness, meditation, and umpiring. It can be kind of like the Kama Sutra. What Kama Sutra did for sex, you can do for umpiring.
I mean,
being in the moment. Sort of a bit of Eastern mysticism to the art of umpiring. What do you reckon?
And as we found out, I have appeared in the other publication as well. So, yeah, I think I am the right guy to... No, but just if we still have you, Paul, but those are the kind of days you want an entertaining partner at the other end, right? We operate as a team when we are umpiring a game, Paul. So you want your square leg umpire or your teammate to be someone who can lift your spirits and even on a hot day keep you up and about.
With your umpiring partner out there, you need to be in constant communication with all your slight signals that you give during the day, whether it be 3 to go, 2 to go, or whether the balls brush the pad on the way through. You can give a soft signal there to him, and it's important. Teamwork's a very big thing in umpiring, and maybe a lot of people don't realise that, but you'll see it with the test umpires that they do a lot of communicating together, and all I can say is we got the tough job at local level because we have to actually watch the front line. These blokes don't anymore.
Good stuff, Paul. It's
Doing
great to have you
your own
with us.
stunts, Paul. Well done.
Paul's from Mooney Ponds, 1300 736 736. Let's just play what David Warner has had to say about the Harmer catch. Marnus was able to survive that. This is on Fox Cricket just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, look, obviously when Marnus came in here, he was red hot. He was always, never carried. He said Harmer said it, he 100% caught it. But it's one of those ones where, it either you feel like you've got under it as a fielder, and on TV it's always going to look bad. It looked like his finger did get pushed back, but it's hard to overturn those. So we were, up here trying to scratch our heads and try and work out if it was out or not out. Obviously, it's the umpire's decision. He overturned that decision, and I think the crow must be up in that umpire's box as well.
So David Warner there on Fox Cricket. There is in some of the correspondence that's coming through, the notion that, so in some sports, in football, in NFL, the referee who makes the decision then goes and reviews his own decision. It would be really, I think that's a really interesting thought, is what if Paul Rifle, with what he saw live, then went and had a look at it and goes, okay, so on the confluence of what I saw live and what I'm examining, I was the man on the spot, would he be better equipped to make the decision rather than the cold third with what we now regard as no advice from the soft call?
That's what they do in the NFL, isn't it? Yeah, they go to the side, yeah.
I think that's how the World Cup soccer works.
I'd have to move that dodgy old TV set down to the boundary to watch it on.
The one I love in baseball was when they run the screen out to the first base umpire, and there's this long cord trailing in behind, and he sticks his head inside the visor and watches whether the runner made it or whether he was tagged out.
Hey, some good news. I reckon we could get another couple of hours in here.
Do you?
Oh. Yeah. I've seen I just had a call from Bernie at the Bureau, and there's a fair gap before that next lot of rain hits. When it does hit, we'll be washed down the gutters. Yeah. But until it gets here, I think there's a big dry patch.
Okay. So the big cover is off. The help cover is still on.
Yes.
The ground staff haven't been... It has not been raining for the last 25 minutes.
No.
So I sort of feel like they've been operating under the assumption it's about to start again. And now... I wonder whether the light, though, is sufficiently improved from when the umpires took us off prematurely. I'm sure of that.
I don't know, because I get the cheap seat here, and talk about through a glass darkly. I'm through 2 glasses darkly, and they're 2 dirty windows. SCG. The light's much better when I lean around and look where you're looking from, Gerard.
But I feel like
your elevated view.
There was enough to stay on. What we played through on the way to lunch, it was no worse than that on the way to drinks.
If the light towers are on, you can stay out there, for God's sake.
Yeah. So hopefully our 30-odd thousand fans here might see a little bit more.
Yeah, and the positive sign is Paul Rifles just walked into the South African dressing room and pointed at his watch, which is always a good sign. So unless...
3:45.
Oh, there you go.
So 11 minutes unless it rains.
Oh, perfect.
Well, that's looking very positive because the ground staff are confident. They're packing all this gear up. They're not leaving it there to put it back on again.
Yep.
So thank you, Bernie, at the Bureau.
Nice.
Nice.
Well connected,
Yeah.
Pete. Well, at your home test, you have to be, don't you?
You do, yeah. I never leave home without calling Bernie just to know what I should be wearing.
So where are we, Pete? Where are we with so 1 for 138? Khawaja, he's past his half century. Labuschagne's had the reprieve. He's in the 70s. Sort of half feels destined from here that this first century against the country of his birth is not too far away.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? These are SCG specialists, these two, aren't they? And then they've got Smith to come. The wicket was clearly the wicket was doing a little bit in that first session. I mean, they approached it conservatively anyway. With the loss of the Warner wicket, that always sets you back a little bit because you haven't got Warner going anyway. But after the break, they really started to get among it, didn't they? And you see with the spinner Harmer that I thought he was bowling well, but then they really started to take to him and to Maharaj, score freely. And they just looked to be hitting their straps when this interruption happened. Well, when I say hitting their straps, they've probably been batting well for 40 minutes, hadn't they? But I don't know if that will slow them down. It just looks inevitable that they're going to post a very big first innings score here. And it's going to be another Khawaja, triumph at the SCG, probably another Labuschagne one. And then Steve Smith's hanging around. He wouldn't mind getting one more score this summer, I reckon, Steve Smith.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that at that point when the players went off, South Africa were fired up. Henrik Nokia had just come into the attack.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you would see some fire and brimstone from him, and Dean Elgar would have asked him to just give it his all. But yeah, now I think the fizz is sort of gone off. Like they might, I'm sure they're still fired up. I've been watching them every time there's always that television screen right outside the dressing room in the SCG, which you can kind of pry into. And every time they see the replay, you can see a lot of head shaking from the South African coaching staff. So I'm sure they've discussed it. I'm sure they've spoken about it. But they need something to lift them.
Play angry.
Yeah, play angry.
Come and play angry.
Manus irritates his own teammates. You can imagine how irritating he is for the opposition, and particularly when he gets a chance like that. But anyway, they've got the skipping rope out over there for the grass. It's beautiful. The outfield's looking beautiful.
Yeah.
By
it's
contrast,
the square that's been the problem, isn't it? The Test Season 2 follows the Aussie cricket players behind the scenes on Prime Video from January 13th. Are you part of the Test Season 2?
Haven't you seen the promo? Of course, you know I'm part of it. Are you, Gerard? Are you in that?
I am.
Bharat, are you in that?
Not make the promo, Pete?
I've been kept waiting for Test Season 3.
Test Season 3.
Good stuff. Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lawler. Great company during a rain delay. Sorry,
How much,
Gerard.
hey, Jed, how much did you get paid to do?
A hamper. Sorry, Gerard. MLB reviews go to New York, not on the field. Oh, that's such a shame. I used to love it when they ran the screen out to the first base umpire, but it's now all centralised in New York. Thanks to all of those who have corresponded, particularly during the delay. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power. We might round up Dwayne and have him in place as play is set to resume at the SCG in 7 minutes' time. Australia will be 1 for 138.
Good afternoon. A few incidents to watch out for. One in East Melbourne, that's at Hoddle Street northbound at Albert Street. Another in South Melbourne, Montague Street northbound after City Road near the Westgate Freeway. Also a garbage truck fire in Gardenvale. Kooyong Road currently closed both ways between North Road and Gardenvale Road. Make sure you use Nepean Highway instead. And right now, good news from Specsavers. Get 2 designer pairs, no gap, for the $199 single vision range with selected health funds. Conditions apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
And right now, you can drive on over to Specsavers to get 2 designer pairs, no gap, from the $199 single vision range with selected health funds. Conditions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury, are looking for pre-owned vehicles. If you would like a complimentary valuation, visit the experts at Mercedes-Benz Tourak, the home of luxury.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Kicking a goal might get your strut on. Getting the stuff you want gets your snaffle strut on. Get what you want when you want with Snaffle and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. I suffer from neck pain and the Spinal Ease pillow has done wonders for me. Do yourself a favour, search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
At Blunston, we believe every minute matters. That's why we put thousands of hours into the revolutionary new Rotoflex series. That's hours of researching, pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder, then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotoflex by Blunston.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. Exploring the range of new demonstrator and pre-owned vehicles has never been more exciting. Berwick BMW is committed to offering an exceptional customer service. With next day servicing available, book your vehicle in before heading back to work. Start your new year in new wheels from Berwick BMW. Visit Neil and the team at the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today.
LMCT 8953.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Good news is play not far away from resuming here on day one at the Sydney Cricket Ground. And we've still got Pete Lalor in the seat. Damian Fleming also with us. And both teams about to re-emerge. The one man out today, by the way, Dave Warner caught Jansen, bowled Nortje for 10. Quick fire start from Warner. Hit fours with the first two deliveries he faced. Was out for 10 off 11. But the pair at the crease now, Khawaja and Labuschagne, have taken it to 1 for 138. Khawaja 51 not out. Labuschagne 73 not out. About to emerge from the dugout. Both given out, but had that out decision by the umpires on the field overturned to the DRS. And it was a bizarre start to the day when Matt Renshaw was one of the three ins for Australia. Ashton Agar, Josh Hazlewood with him. And then after it was announced he was in, between that and the welcome to country and the national anthems, it was reported that he had tested positive to COVID, Matt Renshaw, so he's been separated from the group since then, was separated from the group for the anthem. And here we are, we've arrived here with a couple of controversies in the meantime.
We do joke about how long all those ceremonies go in the morning. They do stretch for about 2.5 hours, don't they? So it's long enough to actually get COVID. Yeah. And add one more ceremony and probably get it and recover.
And we've been talking about the technology, and well, I've always, it just doesn't matter what sport you follow around the world, there's often nothing wrong with the technology. There's often a problem with the way the human ends up interpreting it.
Right.
And is that the situation we've got here? The technology seems to me, depends on the wording, but I called it out live. I thought it was out off the replay, and yet is definitive in the wording of... Is definitive in the wording?
I think it's conclusive.
Yeah, inconclusive.
But as Rachael talked about, the longer it takes means there's some indecision.
Yes, exactly.
So that means it can't be conclusive, surely.
I reckon the only person who got it right was the human being using their eyes in the middle.
Which makes me ask you this
question. The
question.
process and the technology are flawed.
So Gerard's just back from the NFL. I know he's been on for an hour and a half, so we'll give him a rest. But in the NFL, the actual umpire who makes the call gets to get his head under the hood and make the secondary decision off the replay. Should we be in a situation where Paul Rifle goes under the hood and he makes his own decision to overrule himself or not?
Well, we were just talking about that.
So would he need a big iPad?
You need a big screen with a curtain around it so he can duck his head under the darkness and have a look at his own call and his own replays. And we're told that play is not going to resume for bad light, which opens up another question I've got to ask as well.
Wow.
So how can we be in a situation where the lights are on, but the light is not good enough for play? Does that mean the lights are never good enough? How can it be too gloomy in full illuminated light?
I think Franz Kafka broke the laws of cricket, frankly. It is the most baffling, frustrating, stupid game.
So the lights are at
once
full
they go
strength.
off for a certain reading, you can't play until it's better than that.
But the lights are at full strength, aren't they? So how can that reading ever be...
I don't know how they're not playing. And one thing is, it's annoying for us commentators. It's annoying for the fans. It's just teased them, hasn't it?
I'm of the belief that if you've got lights on at any venue, then the light should be good enough to actually play.
Couldn't agree with you more. And the irony was that during most of that break, the light was actually quite good.
Yeah.
It's gone dark the last few minutes, but we've just got the message through, play suspended due to bad light at the SCG.
Right. So do we need better lights at the SCG then?
And a roof. And a roof.
And a roof.
It's happening every year, Dwayne. It rains here.
Well, which brings me to another question. How clever are they? And Hutchie's behind the game for the first time ever here. They've got the covers sponsored here at the SCG, knowing full well they're going to be out there for a while. Why not take advantage of the sponsors' opportunity on the covers?
That's admitting defeat.
That is admitting defeat.
That's the best sponsorship in cricket, that. You will not get more exposure than on those covers at an SCG test. I'm very much feeling my Bendigo roots at the moment. I might have to move out of this town.
We got a sponsor for rain delays at all on SEN Test cricket, have we, for bad light?
This is awful, though, isn't it? The fans just want to watch cricket.
I remember the great Shane Warne last year, wasn't it? He demanded that the test be moved from Sydney. No more New Year's
Well, just
Day
have
test.
better lights. That's where I'm at. I mean, if the lights are better, then the light is actually good enough to play right now.
The meteorological records show that it rains on 40% of the days in January in this city.
Right.
And I tell you what, it seems to be getting rainier the last few years.
What about December? Can they have a test in December?
We don't want one in December.
Why not?
Because it doesn't rain. No, we need school holidays. We need prime real estate
for the
Sydney
middle of
test.
December? Middle of December school holidays?
No, too close to Christmas, I think.
Someone's got to host the New Year's test. So where is it best in Australia to have the New Year's test then? If Sydney's not the spot because it rains, and you can be guaranteed
Adelaide.
The first year they move it, it'll be a rainless 5-day patch in Sydney for the first time ever.
Adelaide?
Adelaide.
What? Yeah.
Will you play one at Docklands?
No.
You wanted a roof?
Yeah, but I don't want two... in the old days, they played 2 test matches at the MCG and SCG.
Yeah.
So other states would miss out. But it's not the overriding...
when they build a new venue in Tasmania, when the government comes up with the money to build a new venue with a roof...
Are they talking roof there?
Yes, a roof.
Oh, well then, that's in the game.
So they win a test match out of it?
Yep.
How about that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
It's an outdoor sport. Come on. I don't want it. I don't. It needs to be out. Artificial bloody turf.
Then better lights is the only solution.
Drop-in
Hobart
pitches.
doesn't have as much rain as a lot of mainlands, but it's cooler. Colder.
There's a chance of snow.
There's a chance of snow, but not rain.
Yeah. It's not. It doesn't. How does
So we're looking forward to some plans about Test match cricket. Right now, I don't understand why they're not playing. Well, I know the rulings with the lighting and all that, but it's not modern day. Like, it's lightening up, isn't it? Since we've been
if these lights
delayed.
are good enough to play sport under lights in
day night,
10 o'clock at night, then surely with the lights on during the day, it's light enough to play cricket. Don't they play night cricket?
So if this was a night game, we'd be playing.
Games? If the Big Bash game was on under these lights, would it be not good enough to play under?
Playing.
Yeah. So I'm just confused about the lights.
Bring out the pink balls. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'd rather they change the balls to play in these conditions rather than put a bloody roof over. But yeah.
Okay.
Here we are.
So at the moment, our play has been suspended due to bad light. It's not suspended due to rain. It is a little gloomy, but the lights are giving it everything they've got here at the SCG. And guess what? It's not good enough for the light meters to allow them to come out, even though they were getting rather excited to come out. Australia 1 for 138. Dave Warner, the one man out for 10 off 11. Pete Lalor and Damian Fleming talking us through the scenarios of the deck. And I throw another one at you that you didn't necessarily discuss, but Gerard got a little way into it in his commentary. Was Marnus Labuschagne told he was not out before the South Africans were told it was not out? He was with the umpires at the time. The South Africans had to wait for the signal on the big screen as to Labuschagne's not out call. It seemed as if Labuschagne was talking to the umpires, then walked to scratch his mark, his guard, to take block again as if I'm not out. You blokes better get back in your position. And then on the big screen, 4 seconds later, the South Africans were told the overturned decision is not out.
I couldn't hear it all because I was down banging away on the typewriter, but isn't that delay between the wait for the decision on the big screen after you've been told the decision, so the crowd heard the decision?
Well, no, Labuschagne was taking guard as the South Africans and the crowd heard the decision of not out. It was as if Marnus Labuschagne knew, I'm not out, I'm about to get told I'm not out. So
I'll get to that. I mean, we're talking about modern technology, and Pete said he was on the typewriter.
Yeah, that's
But are you seriously using a typewriter? Do you not use a computer?
No, he's lost his.
That's good. That's good. We had him cut out. So back to you, Dwayne. No, the South Africans certainly weren't happy with Marnus
going back to take block.
Yeah.
So did the umpires give him the word, or did he just guess? I'm going to be given not out here, so I'm walking back to take guard, and you guys are going to find out about.
That would be. I don't think the umpires should be saying that. We're only guessing.
They should be telling the two captains at once if they're going to tell anybody. Or make everybody on the field wait for the call on the big screen.
I mean, because we were thinking like Marnus, looked at it, and it's a bit of tactical to be there going, well, I'm safe now, and blah, blah, blah.
Almost rubbing it into them.
Hey,
guess what? I know I'm not out. You blokes are about.
But I think he was. I thought he was just guessing after looking at the replay. He's going, I'm fine, and maybe the third umpire's looking at him.
How embarrassed would he have been if the call was you're out though? He took guard again.
That's Marnus. I don't think he gets embarrassed by that, Dwayne.
Well, why ask you the question?
But I will follow up what you just said though, because that shouldn't be right. The captain should be told first.
Well, we are dealing with two SCG specialists here at the wicket, aren't we? Khawaja, the 51 not out, Labuschagne 73 not out. I'm just looking at those. Did you see those stats earlier? I've just been handed a card here. Among the people who played a minimum of 5 tests at the SCG, the five best performers are Walter Hammond, Sachin Tendulkar, Usman Khawaja, Mike Hussey and Marnus Labuschagne. Khawaja averages 106 at the SCG. Labuschagne 86 at the SCG. Huss averaged 94. Tendulkar averaged 157. He did pretty well here from memory, didn't he? And you'd remember Hammond, 5 tests for England, 808 runs at 161. He loved it here. Really.
Could take some wickets too, Walter. Took some wickets. I mean, they're unbelievable figures. Also show, there was a period where this was very flat, the SCG. And it's one of those wickets you can't, each year you're not sure what you're going to get. I'd love it to get back to being actually a turner. That's reverse swing, first innings runs a premium. Just, I think, for the cricket education for our modern-day cricketer, to be able to have some subcontinent type conditions wouldn't hurt them, particularly when we're going over to India, Pakistan or Sri Lanka.
Well, that's very much on their mind, and that spoke about yesterday before play. He said, we have our minds on India, and we reckon these are going to be quasi-Indian conditions. It's a bit more like Dharamshala at the moment than it is Delhi. But, they're preparing for that.
So if everyone's fit, Green for Renshaw and probably Stark for Hazelwood, is that the general feel? And Agar as the second spinner?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
It's a good team, isn't it? Yeah.
I just think it's a big test match. Well, hopefully is Ashton Agar. He's got the chance to play 5 consecutive test matches. And that's enough blueprint to find out that he's good enough at test level and potentially is definitely the second spinner and can play a big role when Lyon retires. But Todd Murphy's very promising. Off spinner from Victoria, bowls the same as Nathan Lyon. I think he's going to play a lot of test match cricket.
They've never been able to. The one time that they did have a series win in the last 25, 26 years in India, it wasn't relying on their spinners, though, was it? Pace. You were there, weren't you, in 04?
No, but I commentated that series.
I knew you did.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
I think Michael Kasrich obviously played a big role in that, but I think he had a fair bit to do with the tactics. And it was about using the egos of the Indians against them, and it was about coming wide of the crease and just attacking the stumps and having catches on the leg side and a catch and cover. But Shane Warne played a big role in that series as well, just keeping up the pressure, and didn't take a lot of bags, but it was McGrath, Gillespie and Kasrich.
Yeah, well, Shane missed out in that series. He would have ended up with much better figures if he didn't take the guard out of his batting gloves in the nets ahead of that Mumbai test. Remember, he took the thumb guard out. About 3 balls later, an off-spinner, a net off-spinner, hit him in the thumb, broke his thumb. He went home. Michael Clarke got 6 for 9 on what the greatest turning wicket I've ever seen. As in, it was ragging 2 days before the test match, that one. It actually disintegrated that wicket. I walked out to the centre. It had actually just broken up and started to spread around the field.
You could have put a vinyl on there, put the needle on, just would have played beautifully. It was a beautiful turn.
How does... Really curious. Were you following him then, Dwayne?
I thought he was sort of giving us the indication, so it would have played more Led Zeppelin than
I think
jazz classics.
Yeah, I'm saying.
They were deep ridges, were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Would have spun nicely.
Yeah.
Dead or alive, you turn me right round, baby, right round.
138. Well, you were the one that started the day with a mention of Peter Frampton when you were talking about Will Pucovski. So if there's a music reference you're not happy about, you started it.
Yep.
1 for 138, the score right now. Khawaja 51, Labuschagne 73.
We're certainly not blinded by the light here.
No, well,
we are
SCG.
not, no.
The lights are on. Very nice from you.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Bruce Springsteen song, wasn't it?
No.
Bruce wrote it, and who sung it? Manfred Mann.
Manfred Mann. Earth Band. The lights are on.
Mann's Earth Band.
The lights are on here, but there's pretty much on the field wise no one home. Play suspended due to bad light. Umpires have left the field. We were expecting play to restart again with Australia 1 for 138, but unfortunately it hasn't. And we have been talking about this bizarre circumstance where it's not raining, it's gloomy, but the lights are at full pelt, and yet that's not good enough to play cricket, given that it's a little bizarre. We'll continue to read a few of your texts out as well if you've got a thought on what has transpired today. Do we get an update on the health of Nat Renshaw as well at some stage during the course of the afternoon? Do we know if he's okay? Has he deteriorated at all with COVID? Is he absolutely fine? Will he bat at all? Could they consider a replacement? And they are allowed one. Who would it be?
How long have you been covering cricket, mate? They don't... Updates on health are very slow to be... come very slowly from the dressing room, and they're of dubious value. But, you're saying he's okay? He's
100%
smiling.
okay.
The smile's back. I think he's recovered from COVID.
There won't be a lot of close mid-pitch chats then when he's batting, you don't think, given that he's isolated from the group?
They wouldn't be putting him in slips. He'd at least have to go to a wide gully position, wouldn't he? But if you were a fielding captain, you put him in at short leg, wouldn't you, just to disturb the batsman?
It could be a tactic.
Sit there and cough.
It could
like
be a
I've
tactic.
been doing this whole session.
Well, he doesn't have to field, does he? He could actually not take...
But you can imagine how disconcerting it would be for a batsman to have him at short leg under the helmet. What, really? Him? There?
We need some cricket.
Yeah, we do.
Thanks, Damian. Yeah.
So I'm trying to keep an eye on whether the
umpires are walking out again.
Yeah, so they're going to come out and have another inspection as to what's going on.
I reckon the light will lift just before that rain that's coming in from just passing over Blackheath now.
Correct.
And on its way to the ground.
So I don't think rain's a threat because they haven't brought the Hessian back out to look after the pitch. So it looks like the band they were extremely worried about has passed, even though at one stage it did look like to a lot of people it had set in.
Does it... Have people gone home, do you think? Where are they? Are they all out in the...
undercover?
They're all under the
bars,
stands,
maybe?
in the bars and things like that?
Getting some sustenance for the last hour and a half that we might get. Perhaps just fueling up.
Well, it's a shame. When they first took the covers off, the umpires were out there, there was still a decent crowd. And then when they walked off, we heard the booing. But since then, no. Looks a lot more as if people have gone. The corporate boxes are still full though.
Well, when you paid all that money for a corporate box and the hospitality package as well,
is the bar still open?
You make sure you get among it, don't you?
Stay on till the full extent of the scones are done.
Scones, the party pies, everything.
Yeah.
Yes. The little Vietnamese salads that come out.
What does the rain look like and the weather look like the next couple of days, if I may ask you that question? Or I know it's difficult to even ask you the question beyond the next half an hour, but we can start early for the next few days, which is good. Make up some of the time. Australia obviously looking for this summer test clean sweep, and everything is looking like stopping them right now. It's not South Africa. It might actually be the weather, given it was 2 demolition jobs on the West Indies, and they've been able to wipe away South Africa so far in the Test series against South Africa. But at the moment, it looks like we could get a reduction to the point that if the light isn't good enough now, will we get any more play tonight at all?
Tomorrow, high chance of showers. Cloudy, 23. Friday, I think it gets a little bit better. High chance of showers. That's 2 days. Saturday, 24. And then Sunday, lovely, 28.
Okay, so we could get a big last day, perhaps lovely last day. So it does look to me, to my eye, to your eye, it does look good enough to play at the moment, and yet it still doesn't look like we're going to get a resumption anytime soon, which is continuing to have us all a little perplexed here.
I just feel like they've missed out, haven't they? I thought they went off too early at drinks in the second session. I reckon they could have battled their way to tea.
So who decided that? Because it looked like umpires. The two batters had a chat at one stage.
Sorry, I don't know whether there was a little bit of encouragement from the batters with light and showers, but the umpires are the ones there to make the decision. And I'd like them to have battled through a little bit more, and we certainly could have played here, couldn't we? So we've lost at least a dozen overs, I reckon.
So you're saying once they set that level they came off from initially, they can't then go and play again if the light is at that level?
I think so, yeah.
That's it, yeah.
So they've made a rod for their own back then?
Yeah. If they'd waited a bit more, and even if they'd went off in slightly better light, we probably would have got on. But, no, they've given themselves something to record against, and I feel like as I said, we've lost close to an hour's play today already when we could have played. And it's a shame, isn't it? I mean, we want to be calling it, but the spectator, it's a good crowd.
It's a great crowd.
We want them, making sure they feel like they've had enough cricket and come back again next year.
Well, it's an anomaly of Test cricket that the lights can be on at full pelt and yet no play at the moment with no rain. But obviously that's not going to be fixed in a hurry. And it's also a little anomaly that you guys and girls have to take your lunch at the right time and you have to take your tea at the right time. So you can end up in a situation where play stops because the lunch is ready and there's no rain and the lights
You had the best 40 minutes of the day.
Exactly. What's everybody taking lunch? If you have just tuned into SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Our 2 experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Pete Lalor, along with Damian Fleming, with me. Play started on time today after Australia won the toss. Then Elgar called heads but lost again, so a clean sweep at the toss for Pat Cummins this series. Pat Cummins chose to bat after it was his call, and the one-man out, Dave Warner, caught Jansen, bowled Nortje for 10 off 11. He looked like a man on a mission. It was 1 for 12 at that stage. He really did throw the bat at the first couple of deliveries with some style. He hit 4s off the first 2 balls he faced, and he looked like he was trying to get as many runs next to his name as possible early, as the conditions were fantastic, and these two have now taken the score to 1 for 138. They have proven that the conditions are pretty good. 51 to Khawaja, not out, and Marnus Labuschagne, 73, not out, even though there's been a little bit of controversy given that there has been the DRS used twice after the out decision was given on the field, and then the third umpire, Richard Kettleborough, adjudicating that they were both not out. So you're looking at the radar again.
Yeah, some rain's come from nowhere, and it's coming down from Mossman, so it's raining on the wealthy people. But if you look down there to the south, there shouldn't be rain there, but it's snuck in from us. It's snuck in under us via Homebush. So we're actually now in a rain pincer movement.
Right.
And so this could it could get worse. And look, to give them their due, it is dark. I'm looking over there. I don't have your deer hunter binoculars with me, but I left mine next to the typewriter.
Steiners.
But there's some people over there. I guess they've got their phone lights on, have they? Is that what they're using? But gee, that light is really bright. That tells you just how dark it is.
So is that how bad the SCG lights are now? The patrons who come here on a regular basis are thinking if they put their phone lights on, if 30,000 people put phone lights on, we might get play.
I'll tell you what they need. You know what they need to do? Wanted Dead or Alive, a power ballad, and everyone will get their cigarette with the lights up.
We used to
get the play going. A power ballad.
Didn't you used to do that?
Sweet Child of Mine. Get it going.
Down at Bacchus Oval and training nights, if we went a bit longer, we'd just get our parents to turn the headlights on in the cars.
Okay, well, there's enough room inside the rope to park the cars. So in the meantime, we'll take a break. But if you've got your car near the SCG and you want to bring it in, park it between the fence and the rope, get your headlights on full beam, and then get your phone light out, we might get a chance to play again. It's 1 for 138. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in South Melbourne. Montague Street blocked inbound after City Road. One outbound lane also closed. Make sure you're using Ingalls Street or Ferrers Street instead. Also delays following a garbage truck fire in Garden Vale. Kooyong Road closed both ways between North Road and Garden Vale Road. Make sure you're jumping on the Nepean Highway. There'll be road closures at Craigieburn Road, Aiken Boulevard and Bridgewater Road from Tuesday, January 10 until the end of February. Search Big Build for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Harris Scarf's massive clearance sale is on now. Enjoy enormous discounts across homewares, Manchester, electrical and clothing. That's great brands at great prices. Shop the massive clearance sale now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before. A place to enjoy Wing Wednesday with $1 buffalo chicken wings every Wednesday from 5 p.m. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Looking for a quality, safe and friendly retirement village that's affordable? Move to Latrobe Village in Reservoir, a lifestyle village by Centennial Living. Go to centennialliving.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Don't miss The Fabelmans, the heartwarming movie from legendary filmmaker Steven Spielberg, starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen. The Fabelmans, in cinemas January 5.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high-voltage electricity cables and high-pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Ever had a craving for a 10 p.m. Slurpee or a 5 a.m. coffee? Well, 7-Eleven has everything from ice cream to ice lattes to keep your summer going day or night.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Good afternoon. If you're in South Melbourne, watch out for a crash on Montague Street. It's currently blocked inbound after City Road with one outbound lane also closed. Make sure you're jumping on Ingalls Street or Ferris Street as an alternative. And a garbage truck fire out in Garden Vale has caused Kooyong Road to be closed both ways between North Road and Garden Vale Road. The Pean Highway, your best alternative there. 7-Eleven is open 24/7, so you can summer 24/7. For a limited time, grab a no-sugar Slurpee with flavours inspired by classic Zappo Candy Chews. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fun for all Australians. No play since the players were taken from the field at the drinks break in the middle session. This final session of play would have been for Before You Dig Australia. The Hessian has been laid down in the middle in anticipation that there might be some rain about to hit, but we are off for bad lights in a stadium with floodlights. Phil Jakes, you're our local knowledge, so we are holding you responsible. Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Are we right to be off?
No pressure.
Given your knowledge at the ground.
No pressure,
You can
Phil.
say yes, we'll all boo.
Well, we should be playing cricket. I think everyone that isn't playing cricket right now wants the cricket to be on. We've got lights. Let's get it moving. But having been in the shoes of the players, I can see, facing a red ball, I can see why, there are these rules in play.
So just explain that to us. There's a lot of correspondence clearly coming through around what Test cricket is doing to itself and pink ball and red ball and a stadium that has... Dwayne's point is pretty well made, is this is a stadium with full lighting. What are the lights no good? So what is the issue around the red ball?
The red ball definitely gives off a different light to the white and the pink ball. I personally didn't think it was that bad, like actually playing under lights when we had the red ball, but it is very hard to see, different, roughness of the side of the ball or shiny side of the ball. When a leg spinner's on, that kind of thing, being able to actually see the seam and be able to get that definition as a batter. In saying that, we've got, 28,000 paying members, paying spectators and a whole lot of millions of people watching the game as well. We do play day-night test cricket. We should be having a ball or a scenario where you can play under lights when we have lights like this here. Like you really want to be maximising play in test cricket.
Jonty Rhodes, should we be playing?
Well, I think it's been South Africa's best session so far this series, so I'm all for it. I'm not all for playing.
I think it's Algarve's best captaincy performance.
Absolutely. He hasn't put a foot wrong. I haven't said that often this summer. Putting my, as I was a fielder and who could bat a bit, I think also from a darkness and is it too dark to play, batters have a side screen very, gives them a real good sighting of the ball. But if the ball does go above the sort of, again, above chest height or waist height in the cover region or in the square of the wicket, then possibly the fielders might have an issue picking the ball up. So, from a batting perspective, agreed, spot on. Maybe there should be an option to be able to change the ball from red to pink, and do you want to carry on? Obviously not a new ball, but something that's similar from being, if it's 40 overs old or 45 overs old. But I think also the danger is less about the batting and more about can the fielder see the ball clearly out of the background. Yeah. But as I said, South Africa's best session so far.
They've been good.
They have, thank you.
Do you want to rate them individually this session?
Good while I'm ahead. Thank you very much, Flem. Thank you.
Can we get your view on the Simon Harmer disputed catch?
Oh, yeah, really tough. And we were actually on air when it went in. His finger got underneath it for sure. As someone who's taken a couple of low catches, once your hands get underneath it, your fingers get underneath it, generally bounces up off your finger. So, there was no... And amazingly, even during the series, there was a catch that was given not out, but you could actually see, even on the puff, not dust, but the grass being disturbed. And in that replay, there wasn't any grass. Understanding the third umpire where he could see from the side angle, which is what the ICC have tried to do. When you lose that depth or with the magnification from the front. His feeling was that because the fingers were pushed back, but let's face it, if the ball's coming at 130 k's an hour in the slips, it is going to push your fingers back. But from my experience, once your fingers go underneath the ball, is pretty much, it's when on the half volley and it sort of rides up. Once your fingers are underneath, I think it's a clean catch. Yeah, I think it's a clean catch.
Yeah.
No sitting on the fence, but
no. So, were you surprised that Richard Kettleborough ruled the other way?
It was interesting because we were then on air and from a live point of view, there was a camera that he wasn't able to see, and that was from my perspective way more decisive than what he. So what he saw, he made his call and his judgment based on all that he had at his disposal. There was an angle that we got to see from a broadcast perspective that he never got to see. So, yeah, the difficulty, though, the soft signal was out. And his opinion is that it's because the fingers have been pushed back, he felt the ball would have touched the ground. And let's face it, I think only one finger looked like it was underneath the ball, the sort of middle finger. So there's a possibility that the ball could have touched the surface. But if the soft signal is out, it's very difficult to say, well, conclusively, it's actually not out. It's touched the ground.
Jonty Rhodes with us on SEN Test Cricket. Support the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. More than $1.8 million has been already raised from the sale of virtual seats. That all reaches its crescendo on day 3, Jane McGrath Day. Hey, I promised earlier on that we'd sit around and talk about the run out of the non-strikers. So just a bit of background. I think we should rid the language of man-cad, so that's my stance. I won't call it that. Happy to call it the Zampa-cad, if that's what it's been tagged last
Well, the
night.
original thing, it was man-cad that now we termed it man-catted Billy Brown.
Yep.
But Billy Brown was the one that was out of his crease.
That's right.
And I know they considered going, he was browned, but they felt like that didn't sound that good, so they went with man-cad.
So, poor connotations for the family. They've asked that it not. The ICC has said it.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Somewhere in the language, we do have to make that chance. So let's push that out. Why are we so squeamish about this dismissal in modern cricket, do you think?
It's 100%. I mean, I'm a coach now, and I actually played in an old man's tournament this year, and was very conscious of the fact that I had to wait and watch the bowler release the ball. And there's a way to do it, because you too often just see guys who stand still. We saw Chinos de Bruin do it in the previous test, and once he was warned, he still did the same thing. You know, so even if you just drift slightly out, but their body position, there's no way they can take off at full speed when they're upright. So, you know, I was basically, if it was a right-arm fast bowler, standing with my bat in my left hand in the crease, but in a crouch position, facing, you know, watching his hand for the release of the ball, but in a position that I could take off straight away. So I'm all for it, because interestingly enough, with Adam Zampa, it wasn't the ball that was the ball before. The non-striker had got back. He got back for the second run, and because he had started off quite quickly, so I was all for him being run out at the non-striker's end, because he was definitely taking that advantage before the ball was released.
Why does it have such connotations, do you think, Flem?
Well, probably just going back to the history of it. Man-cad to Brown, Charlie Griffith, man-catted Ian Redpath, maybe twice. So it's always had that. It was just like the stigma, you don't do that, you know. But in theory, well, the batsman's cheating, aren't they? So I think over time it will lose that sort of status, but it does bring in other spirit of cricket, tactical cricket. So run out at the bowler's end.
What is the spirit of cricket, though? I mean, because cricket it's a business. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar business, whichever country you're in. So if there are rules and you play within them, you play within them.
So my couple of scenarios are, one, if they're trying to gain an advantage and they get run out the bowler's end, see you later. You tried to cheat. Also change your techniques. You know, we were taught you walk in like that. I think now you're going to have to stay with your bat in a power position, and you see it released and you go. I don't like when the bowler is running in intentionally thinking, I'm just going to run him out.
Yep.
I hate that. Don't like it whatsoever. And then also there's the Zampcad from last night, where I know he was angry about the previous ball, but tactically it was a dumb thing to do with the scenario of the game and the batsman you were doing it against, because it fired Tom Rogers up big time, and then you didn't really gain if you'd run him out, it was only one ball left. You weren't going to gain a massive advantage, and then Rogers comes out and gets 5 for. So I think even tactically, you know, it's different in middle of innings or in a run chase where two batsmen look like they're cheating or really running hard between the wickets and gaining an advantage. I thought last night Sam's got it wrong, and his emotions took control.
Yeah.
And it hurt his team in the end.
So, Phil, you're in coaching. Have you ever been part of a team where it's an active conversation? Are we prepared to do this? Are we thinking about it? What the laws changed recently? Did it prompt any sort of conversations?
No, I can't say it has. Like, it definitely hasn't prompted conversation within the change rooms that I've coached. But I still understand, and I still listen to conversations in and around the change room, and I think the playing groups still feel like it is against the spirit of the game. Unless someone is taking off a metre, 2 metres advantage, T20 cricket especially, I think there's a real advantage, as Jonty was saying, of that running too, coming back again. I personally like the warning scenario or the umpire adjudicating on it and actually just docking them runs, rather than it being your wicket, personally. I don't know if they've got it right just to say it's fair game now. I think, we've had too much history to just erase the fact that there's a stigma towards the running out of the non-striker's end. But it's the way the ICC have gone, and it is the rules of the game. And as Flemo said, I think it will change over time, but I think to sort of expect that that's just going to be clean slate now just because the ICC says that it's fair game, I don't think that's right.
Because the interesting thing too is, as well, last night the discussion was, as it happened, the coach had said, well, if it had been given out, the coach would have said not out and let him bat on. So that's, you talk about discussion within a team. I mean, there's your captain and your coach disagreeing on, on what was taken.
Yeah,
so
we don't play like that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure your captain just did exactly that.
Yeah, 100%. So that is interesting. So I think until it's actually discussed, and maybe that's always the thing. We kind of scared or not scared, but we're always wary of things that we're not comfortable with or aware of. And all it needs is conversation.
Yeah, in hindsight, I wonder if Dwayne had been run out, whether that was a bad thing for cricket. Like, he wasn't trying to gain an advantage, but that was just brain dead, wasn't it? Twice. And I think we need to change the culture of backing up at the bowler's end. We have to. And it needs to be trained and it needs to be reinforced the whole way. And techniques might change, but also people might change it in a way that they become an unbelievable runner at the bowler's end.
So you think of Zondo at the MCG. He was run out, Temba Bavuma dropped, and it was soon after that incident with Tienes de Bruin and Mitchell Starc.
But he didn't back up either.
So he was standing in his crease, but he was standing upright because he had now seen that Mitchell Starc had shown Tienes de Bruin twice, given him 2 warnings, but in such a poor position to take off. So standing back in his crease because players have been warned, and Starc rightly so, and just in such bad position to take off with a quick single. So until we start working on it, it's still going to be it's not in the spirit of the game. It is a part of the game. You work on it as a batter. There's a technique to it, and let's get it done.
And as a coach as well, like if you're a batsman at the non-strikers and isn't backing up properly, and they're in that upright position and aren't ready to take singles, and you're missing 10, 20 opportunities to run throughout the course of the game as well, like it's a game of 1 or 2 runs sometimes in these test matches and these international games. And, like with poor technique, you're costing your side runs.
Well, we saw with Marnus and Warner, I know there was a mix-up run-up in the end. They must have gained half a dozen runs in their short partnership just by that backing up, running between the wickets, getting in and out really quickly. So I think it's a feature of cricket too when we see good running between the wickets.
And it's not just T20 cricket or white ball cricket. I mean, when you're in a test scenario and you can rotate the strike and pick up the twos, you do take the game away from the opposition without taking any risk, and that is the key. If you're hitting drives on the up through the offside, as a bowling team, you're kind of saying, okay, we have an opportunity. We don't mind that if there's a little bit of movement, but if you picking up 3 or 4 and over and you actually haven't even played a shot, that you just pull it. And I've been sitting here pulling my hair out. That's why I've grown my beard, because my hair, top of my head's come out.
Also, I think there'll be an evolving wording of the rules as well.
Yep.
When the ball's past vertical, it's not out. Someone was suggesting you can back up when you assume that the ball was going to bowl, or is it you have to actually be watching when it's released? So there's different sort of protocols that'll evolve out of it as well.
So I think that the comparison that appeals most to me, I'm happy for everyone to disagree, is the stealing of bases in baseball. Is you can crib as far as you like off base and take the calculated risk, but the pitcher's got every right to throw you out if you do so. It feels like in cricket we would go, no, you can't throw him out. He can be 4 metres off base and ready to steal, but you can't turn and throw him out. Of course you can. In fact, you're almost obliged to. And this is much more interesting in T20 than it is in Test cricket, because in T20 the inch matters.
Well, just to go back,
whether you get home or not.
Fleming spoke about it. It's the second last ball of the innings, and considering for Zampa, maybe it wasn't the best thing because he did poke the bear. But that last ball, if he's Rogers was batting, if you're bowling to, you'd much rather bowl to him than, because that last ball might have gone for 1. I don't know what it did go for, but that's how close T20 games are. And if you can find a run here and a run there, that is often, how many T20 games come down to the last over and if not the last ball? So if you're out there stealing a run, from my perspective, the batter has, and it was stealing a run. I mean, and I know he took off, and that was interesting because when you watch the ball released, you used to do the same at backward point, or you couldn't watch Alan Donald bowl the ball. I had to watch the bat where the ball was coming from.
Time.
But, if I'm standing there watching a spin bowler release the ball, I can actually watch it all the way down. So yeah, I understand your point, poking the bear, but from my point of view as a coach, every run in T20 cricket counts.
So how do you think we get there? And maybe, so Phil, You've spoken about the coaching front, and clearly in Australia there's a cultural piece to it. And that played out. I don't think everybody disagrees with Zampa. There was booing on the night. I think there's as many people at home going, good on you. This is actually what needs to happen. I think it was really interesting that the bowler who wanted to do it didn't know the rule. And that is so instructive because I think most people at home were oblivious to that as well.
Yeah, that's been educational in itself.
Yeah. So Bharat had made the point during the MCG test as to why Stark couldn't do it because he felt like he would rip his shoulder blade out if he ever tried to stop. So that was the only reason it was in my head. But I think for most people, when they saw it, the initial was, oh, well, that's going to be out. And then you go, oh, okay, so there's a nuance to the rule, which essentially safeguards against faking the batsman out, which I think we would all... But
it's still not, though, because I've seen the ones where the intention was to run out the batsman all along. We've seen it a bit in under-19 World Cups, and they deliberately land on their front foot but delay their top half. So quite rightly, the batsman sort of expecting the ball to be delivered, ran out, gone. So I don't want to see that ever again. And it's not safeguarding because they're delaying getting their pass vertical.
It's deception. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Yeah.
And that's still allowed. So I sort of go, well, I want a penalty against that. If there's any deception.
Where's the difference?
Bad luck. Deception in the field.
Bowling.
5 runs, isn't it?
You 5 runs, sure. Yeah. If you move your line or you change your line when you're fielding, when there's deception, it's going to cost you 5 runs.
They're going to lift the covers here, but I'm not trusting that as a sign.
They've teased us twice. So we're not fooling.
I still think the most likely outcome is they go, oh, okay, we're ready to play, and they'll start walking out, and then the rain will hit.
Yeah.
At least they've kept an umpire out there checking the light this time so they don't get all the way out there again and then turn them back around.
So where will we get to, do you think, particularly with T20 cricket? And you used to talk about the professionalism of it and the franchises around the world. So you can do it without it being part of a national culture now, is a franchise can just say, hey, this is totally legit. We're doing this. And maybe one team would be the villain to normalise it. I don't know. Maybe we would get to a spate, as Ian Smith's fear is that he doesn't want kids coming home from their day of cricket going, oh, yeah, got 4 run-outs at the non-striker's end. Yeah, and I get that too, because it's clearly it's a flashpoint in the suburbs.
I've seen it underage girls cricket, under 12s, did it twice in an over and couldn't quite get the ball down properly, but there was 2 attempted run-outs at the bowler's end.
Right.
Already.
Well, I've seen it in junior cricket too. Not actually implemented it, but attempted it, and then the batsman was in their ground.
I think the biggest one first is the stigma of Mankad. That just goes. We've just got to get that out of our language, even though we keep mentioning it here. And it's run out the bowler's end, and I hope it doesn't happen, but it may mean like a significant run out the bowler's end in a big tournament.
Yeah, I think that is the key. I mean, I'm just jealous of those 4 run-out opportunities. And I've got that my whole career. So if I came home and said, gee, Dad, I got 4 run-outs, you'd go, no chance. You can't hit the stumps. So,
throw the ball to Jonty. He's a really good run-out bowler at the other end.
You'll be fine.
He's low, he's close to the stumps. Yeah, Jonty, on.
Yes, but yeah, I think it'll take a big tournament or seeing it more frequently, and then it becomes a part of, our conversation that it's actually a batting flaw. It's a flaw in your batting technique. And your batting technique is not just your forward defence. It's because for me, running between the wickets, not the fastest person in the team. It's who gets through the turn the quickest. So that was sort of my strength. Low to the ground, spin through in a strong position. And also, you'll see batters when they get towards the crease, they'll slow down, look at the fielder first, then put. So they've lost a second either side of the turn.
Turning blind for that run out.
That's the biggest thing. So from my perspective, every run was always 2. So I'd get through the turn, then have a look. Because then you can say yes or no quite comfortably. But when you're looking for the fielder before you turn, you shave a second off either side of the touch and the go.
You've always got time to get back to it.
100%. If you do it early and you call it.
You've been coaching a lot the last few years. For me, watching Dwayne and Zondu, that blew my mind, that there was test batsmen who just either be stationary or just drifting out. I mean, even at state cricket level, do you actually practice that?
I don't think you practice it, but if it pops up in a game...
But you'd assume players, by the time they get to you...
the assumption is
are competent. Yeah. But We shouldn't be assuming anymore.
No, you assume nothing.
Don't.
That's what I've come to realise. You assume nothing in any professional game. But I don't think you would actually practice that at training. But if it came up in a game, you'd be going, hey, like, what do you like, what's your technique here? What are you doing? And then you'd work on it, or you'd talk to them about it, and then hope they get it right. I hope they've actually done it well at some stage by the time they get to professional cricket.
And then the last piece, I think, the Australian piece, is I suspect the Australian cricket team doesn't have the luxury of doing it because they can't inflame another national debate, which is going to set people... So there remains a moral aspect to this, whether you like it or not. And I don't think this team could court the backlash of a significant portion of the public by doing that.
Oh, not everyone. What about a Dave Warner type? Could he? Could he get away with it?
Right at the end? Maybe his farewell gift to Australian cricket.
No, sorry, but you're going that way. So maybe New Zealand. Everyone loves the New Zealanders. Hey,
if the good guys of cricket,
the good guys are doing it. Hey, this is cool. Bazball.
This is for everyone.
Bazball. Yeah.
No, it's got no place in Test cricket, but the T20 game. It's a good chat. If you'd like to have your say, 1300 736 736. 1300 736 736. The umpires are walking back out into the middle to test the light again. We'll continue with this conversation and more from the SCG. Flem, Jonty, thank you. I imagine we will see you tomorrow from here, but who's to say? We might get some play. Jonty Rhodes and Damian Fleming are experts for Anaconda right throughout the summer. Great sponsors of ours here at SEN Test Cricket. Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 1300 736 736 to have your say.
Good afternoon. There's been an incident out in Dramana. Mornington Peninsula Freeway currently closed outbound around Nepean Highway. Make sure you jump on Nepean Highway, Whitehall Road or Boundary Road as an alternative. And a garbage truck fire to watch out for in Garden Vale. Kooyong Road closed both ways between North Road and Garden Vale Road. Looking for an affordable retirement village with stunning villa units? Move to a Centennial Living Village. Visit centennialliving.com.au to find out more. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The summer super sale is on now at Amart. For a limited time, save big with up to 60% off a huge range of furniture. Offers end soon, so hurry into Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Harvey Norman clearance. Save over $600 on HP Pavilion X360 2-in-1 laptop with 12th Gen Intel Core i5 processor. Now $893. Save $800 on the huge LG 637-litre French door fridge, perfect for entertaining. Now $4,198. It's time to relax and put your feet up with the Lasso recliner and footstool. Great value for $497. All for the perfect night's sleep. Get the Temper Comfort Cloud pillow, only $129. Limited time only. Harvey Norman clearance.
Go! The Michael Hill sale is now on. Find your new favourite piece and enjoy great savings. Limited time only. Hurry, shop in-store and online today at Michael Hill.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
That's not the sound of Barbies firing up for the new barbecue season. That's the sound of pressure. It's the difference between getting your guests fired up with your perfect steaks or Uncle Rex firing up over the one that's overdone. And you really don't want Uncle Rex getting fired up. You've got the skills from Barbecues Galore. So fire up this barbecue season and become the barbecue legend you were born to be. So rest easy, Uncle Rex. We've got this. Barbecues Galore. The range, the price, the knowledge. Now you're cooking.
It's a hot summer's day. You've got the longest game of cricket in history playing in the background. Your aircon's blasting and your mate's just fallen asleep on the couch. Dave for it.
Enjoy an ice-cold better beer this summer.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Whether you dream of winning a Commonwealth Games gold medal or three, like the Australian Jackaroos, or you're just searching for your next social competitive sport that could make you a local legend, the skills you've honed over a lifetime of playing sport will make you a legend on the Bowls Green. And that green is just up the road. Bowls, local legends wanted. Find a club near you. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
If you love your... then you're going to love Melbourne's new home of soccer at the Kielma Hotel Sports Bar. You'll feel like you're part of the action as you and your mates cheer on all the A-League excitement in the new purpose-built sports bar with 4 massive HD screens. The Kielma Hotel, the perfect place to cheer on your A-League team while you eat, drink and play in true sporting style. Visit kielmahotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. We are about to resume play. A message flashed through saying play would resume immediately, which is not really the way cricket works. That was 4 or 5 minutes ago, and we're 3 or 4 minutes away. So relatively immediately in cricketing terms. 3 minutes away after, what have we been, 2 hours or 2.5 hours since first bad light and then rain and then bad lights. We're going to have a dip at things late. I still think there's a morbid joke here that the rain actually hits the moment that they walk out, or the light meters fail as soon as they put them on top of the bales. But we'll see. 2.5 minutes of pure tension. 1 for 138. Rachael Haynes, we might get back out there.
We might. I really hope they don't bring the light meter out when they walk out into the middle. It's been a little bit of a frustrating afternoon, not seeing much play, given that there was some rain around and that cleared. But hopefully we can finish off here with a good end to the day.
Phil Jakes still in place for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. This is, the umpires have got their hats on this time. Are they holding the dreaded light meter? No, they look like they're just coming to play.
That was as fast as Paul Rifles moved, I think, when he came off. He was walking off with intent. And I think he's keen for some cricket as well. I wasn't sure if he was keen to go home or keen to get out there, but he's wandering out again and looking like we're going to get some play. This is a really tough time, I reckon, for Australia's batters, being off for a couple of hours and having to negotiate that time out of the game and losing that momentum which they had, potentially. Hopefully they can get themselves back in and negotiate this tough little period.
So 30 overs left, stumps at 6:30 p.m. plus 30 minutes. So we could potentially play till 7 o'clock. 30 overs. I doubt we'll get that far, but hopefully there's a chunk of cricket. And your point's well made, is for South Africa, this is the moment to fight back.
Yeah, this is their time. It's their time to strike, their time to get back into the game. I'm sure that's what they're talking about in their huddle at the moment, is how can we crack this open and how can we take advantage of a potential lapse in concentration or a bit of a loss of momentum potentially from the Australian batters. But I think the Australian batters would have also have spoken about how crucial this time is in the course of this test match.
I wonder, now that they've used the bad light measure, as soon as we hit that again, do they hoik them off? I think they do. I think once they've set their threshold, it becomes a hard deck, doesn't it?
Yeah, that'll be their benchmark for the whole week.
Okay.
So hopefully they didn't jump the gun and come off too soon, and we don't get much cricket in. But I think it's definitely brightened up a little bit. We look like we're in a bit of a window, with potential a little bit later coming along, a bit more weather coming later. But hopefully we can get some decent cricket in and Australia can negotiate it.
This session of play, Before You Dig Australia, our sponsors there. And it's 1 for 138. Labuschagne is 73. Khawaja is 51. Nortje 1 for 20 as the wicket taker, and Janssen is bowling from the Randwick end. He's 8 overs, no maidens, none for 20.
An update on the DRS once again.
Both batters have come out with their sleeveless cable vests on. Khawaja's got a long sleeve shirt, Labuschagne the short sleeved. Most of the South Africans have just come out in their shirts. I think Zondo's been wearing the sleeveless sweater all day. So for those who have stayed through the 2.5 hours, they are about to be rewarded. For those who left, I think they'd be half spewing. Janssen's going to have one slip and a gully in place. He is left arm around the wicket, and Labuschagne leaves the first ball outside the off stump. What's your mode to reset after a substantial delay like that?
I think definitely playing what you have to. Try and get your contact point back again, making sure that you're getting your weight going into the ball and your feet are nice and sharp. Sometimes after a bit of a rain delay, you can be a little bit sloppy with your footwork. So if you're looking to be really sharp and playing what he needs to.
Janssen in, bowls well wide of the off stump.
That was a loosener. That was a delivery of a bowler who's been sitting down for 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, that immediate start hasn't helped him very much there, has it? I don't think he would have been bowling too much in the change room. Might have been playing a bit of cards or having some interesting conversations as you do in rain delays. But he definitely looked a bit stiff there, didn't he, Rachel?
2 in the deep on the leg side. Janssen trundles in. He bowls the same ball again outside the off stump. He's sending them down at 136, so just warming to his work, perhaps.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to look to start well here with the ball. South Africa, I'm sure they'll try to put to bed what happened just after the lunch restart, and they'll want to come out here with real focus, try and apply some pressure to the Australians early and see if they can pick up a couple of wickets here.
There's been no real cause to, but Elgar's supporting his bowler with the extra slip. So he came in from mid-on and moved the short mid-wicket in Bavuma to mid-on to take his place. So Elgar's at first slip. Janssen bowls, tucks up Labuschagne in defence, blocks to the leg side.
I'm wondering whether that's a change of tactics potentially with the line, that he might be looking at maybe going a little bit wider through the channel a bit more. I think Labuschagne would enjoy that, I'm not going to lie, because I think he'd want to be having a few siders and getting into his work, and the least amount of balls he has to play, the better. But potentially with no mid-wicket in play, that might be what he's trying to do. Maybe go one stump wider and go through the channel a little bit more.
No addition thus far. Janssen bowls and Labuschagne drives, but he's picked out points. It's fielded by Klassen. No run.
No real sign of any swing or any movement. Still pretty much straight up and down. That was a half volley he missed out on there.
Is any hope of reverse swing lost with the ball getting wet, or does a delay like that give you a fresh chance to start working the ball again?
I think not now they've restarted with a wet outfield. I think it's going to cost them today.
Janssen into the pads of Labuschagne. He's tip and run to the leg side. The first run of this session of play. So 1 from it, 1 for 139. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Liberty Equity Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Looking like a lobster at the barbecue? Stuff has the goods for your face and body. Their new lightweight SPF 50 Plus for the face absorbs fast and smells amazing. Buying Stuff also funds young men's mental health through charity partner The Man Cave. Visit websiteofstuff.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Thankfully, Unrick Nortje has been tossed the ball at the Paddington end. He has every right to be opening up in this session after the long delay.
I wonder what Unrick's got for us. He's been good at these sort of times where they've needed him to step up and compete. And South Africa really needs him to compete now. They need a breakthrough. They need to take advantage of this little scenario.
Labuschagne 74, Khawaja is 51. 1 for 139. That's the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate mobile. Nortje begins his fresh spell, and shouldering arms is Labuschagne, a rising delivery through to Verena. So they've gone the 2 in the deep on the leg side, just the 1 slip. That's Harmer. So fine leg is Rabada, and deep backward square is Maharaj. They're both in the white floppies. Despite the conditions, trying to pretend that it's summer. And again a change. So a second slip goes in. Janssen takes his place in the cordon, and Bavuma switches from mid-wicket to cover. So 2 slips, gully point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the 2 deep on the leg side. Nortje is right arm over the wicket, upright in his approach. He bowls to Labuschagne, who defends the ball soundly.
Very optimistic, isn't it, the floppy hat? Haven't seen sun for a while. Wonder if Harmer's got his sunnies on.
Who knows? He got them tucked in. It's part of his garb, isn't it? Janssen's got the sunnies up over his cap. I reckon Harmer's got the frames on. Nortje rounds his mark down past the sawdust, and he's in, and he's bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump again. That didn't quite carry.
It's the first one we've seen. They haven't really carried, isn't it, throughout the course of the day so far. It's been reasonable carry. That one just half volleyed into the keeper, didn't it? It's maybe first signs that it might be starting to lose a bit of pace, stay a bit low. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I guess that becomes an increasing feature the longer we go on a pitch like this, but it was quite distinct from what we have been seeing. And Nortje sends them down at a fair old clatter as well. He bowls, and Labuschagne pulls. He's put it forward of square. Maharaj takes off to cut the angles. He'll slide in and keep it to 2 out in front of the ladies' pavilion. 1 for 141. Labuschagne ticks along to 76.
Just wonder, with this change in tactic and not attacking the stumps as much as what we saw earlier on in the day, and the ball perhaps not carrying through like we saw, whether or not this is the right move.
Nortje on the follow-up, bowls full at the pads, defended back down the pitch.
I know Nortje has got some extra pace on the ball. Potentially the catches behind the wicket might come into play a little bit, but yeah, just in terms of trying to create some pressure on the Australian batters, looking to target the stumps, tighten things up off the back of a break here.
Unless they want him to work at square. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they want him to try and knock it in there off the stumps, potentially, or going into the channel and then coming at the stumps and taking that single. I don't know.
Last ball of Nortje's over. It's defended into the leg side. So that's the easy single. He just leans on it and trickles it 4 pitches along. Labuschagne is 77. He's milking the strike. 1 for 142. Mate Scuba make the switch to mate mobile.
I think the other thing as well, we saw the same thing happen at the end of the last over that Janssen bowled too. It's just a really easy single on the leg side for the batter. It's a good way for them to get up and down the crease. Low risk. We saw probably towards the end of that over as well, Labuschagne step across and take that off-stump guard to make it easy for him to work into that gap. I just don't know if that's sort of what you want as a batter. You want a nice, easy way to get off strike and just get yourself going in your innings. And I'm just not sure this is what South Africa would want coming off the break.
It's a pretty length, isn't it? It's not a challenging length. You want to be challenging that knee roll length. Get them going forward. And working off the stumps rather than above the stumps. It was way above the stumps, that one.
SEN Test cricket this session before you dig Australia. There's only one chance to rein this in after such a period of time, and this is it. Jansen around the wicket, full on the popping crease. Labuschagne let it pass and then sort of just leant over the top of it.
That back of a length that we talk about, that pretty length, that's more one-day cricket kind of length rather than a test length. Test cricket, you need to be challenging all the time. You've got to bring all the modes of dismissal in, especially on a wicket like this that's slow and low. You need to be challenging that knee roll so you can bring in LBW bowl if something does react off the surface.
Jansen tries again. Labuschagne is untempted outside the off stump.
It's almost like they're trying to wrestle some control, like by bowling a bit wider and getting some dots and some maidens. And let's just try and frustrate them out a little bit. We'll go one side of the wicket for a little while with a few catches in. Quite negative tactics, but we'll see if it works.
Against two of the most patient batters in the Australian lineup.
100%. Yeah, they're happy to do that all day long.
Labuschagne flexes and twitches and now leaves the ball outside the off stump.
The problem with a tactic like this, though, is that the margin for error is really small as well. You've only got to miss a slight bit short or a slight bit full, and Marnus will punish you through cover, or he'll step back and he'll cut you through cover point or backward point. They're two of his better shots. And as I said previously in the call, like, he misses balls on the stumps. If you can change your angles and mix up where you are on the crease, he will miss some opportunities. And now they've actually made the change, and I think they've just done away with that after 2 overs.
Yep. Elgar out of slip, so a mid-wicket back in place. Labuschagne defends a Yorker. So Bavuma and Elgar have been switching. They didn't stick with it very long with Jansen either.
Not very patient. Very patient.
Well, it's almost right. Elgar recognised that line is too wide. Too wide to take a wicket, too wide to challenge the batter. So he needs Jansen to straighten up a little bit here and just ask a few more questions of Labuschagne.
The #1 batter in the world with 10 Test centuries to his name. 9 of those in Australia. He's defending a ball which is angling in at the stumps.
At least I didn't stick with it for half an hour or an hour and, bore us while we're sitting here after a 2-hour rain delay. It's actually good that they've assessed that quickly and made the change and now targeting that stumps and bringing in the modes of dismissal, because, I think that's their best method.
So Labuschagne has taken a single from the last ball of the previous 2 overs to monopolise the strike after the delay. Jansen around the wicket to him, and he'll do so again as he glances down to fine leg. In fact, he's run the first hard enough to turn and come back for the second. Nortje lets fly. Labuschagne beats it home. So he doubles up and moves to 79. 1 for 144 at the end of the over for Mate. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. And it's such a feature of his play is a dash between wickets to milk everything that's on offer.
Yeah, he's so athletic between the wickets, and he comes to mind. David Warner as well. They're just really looking to be busy when they're out in the middle and face as many deliveries as they can. He wants the strike, Labuschagne. I think that stands out the most. He wants to be the player on strike, take on that responsibility, get that big score for his team.
He hates leaving runs out there, doesn't he? Especially when they're off his own blade. He just loves making runs, Marnus.
If you're coming to the SCG during this Pink Tests in the new year, download the SEN app and connect to SEN Stadium for live ball-by-ball commentary with no delay. 1170 SEN is Sydney's home of sport on the AM dial and on the SEN app. Khawaja's 51, about to see some action. Nortje is bowling from the Paddington end, so he pushes in from down below us. 1 for 144. Nortje around the wicket, Khawaja in behind and defending.
Yeah, we saw Nortje beat the bat of Khawaja a couple of times using this angle around the wicket. getting the ball to sort of angle in, hit the rope of the seam and go past the outside edge of Khawaja. Missing it, thankfully, for the Australians. But, I like this. I think on this wicket, again, I think this is a good method to go about trying to take a wicket.
Nortje just walked backwards through the sawdust pile. Scattering. Composes himself and heads in. Nortje to Khawaja, who drives, beats the dive at points, and he'll get plenty for his trouble. Rabada had the fly at it, couldn't make contact. Maharaj heads into the deep as they trot back for 3. Khawaja's 54. It's 1 for 147.
That's that small miss that we're talking about, isn't it? Just over pitched a little bit. He's just got so much time, Usman, hasn't he, on the front foot? He very rarely misses that gap when it's served up. When the bowler does miss a little bit full, he very rarely misses that. And he just makes it look so easy. He's just got time on his side, and it's in the form of his life at the moment.
Those adjacent pitches are so rough. Just watching the replay for Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it. That it hit one of the chunks and it took so much pace off it. I think he hit that far more sweetly. So Rabada made no contact with it, but a big amount of the pace was taken off it. Nortje to Labuschagne. That lifted him a fraction. He got it safely to ground on the offside. That's as rough a square as I've seen here, Phil. You're the local knowledge.
Yeah, and it's looking a lot better than it did a month ago. There wasn't much grass at all. A few of the wickets have been very late, I think. So there's a couple of lush spots. But literally a month ago, there was not a blade of grass on it. They were really struggling to get it to grow again after the World Cup and the football season. I think it was an early start. But starting to come back, but still really, really rough and barren.
Nortje in bowls, Labuschagne defends across the popping crease.
The other thing is as well, it makes it tough to field on the square in that spot too. So anyone at point, even short cover, sometimes you can become a bit uncertain about the bounce and how the ball's actually going to come at you. I used to hate that fielding at point and walking out there and seeing a square like that. You just knew that perhaps your teeth might be in a bit of danger.
Or worse, fielding at short cover and having to dive on that. It's like diving in a gravel car park.
Maharaj wore one on the hand, which spattered him a bit earlier on, and Harmer's covered in dirt from diving on that pitch 2 away to field off his own bowling. Labuschagne defends Nortje, who's got it up at, that was at 143.8. The previous was at 146, high 146s.
That's why you see a lot of the fielders now fielding their long sleeve shirts and, wearing the tubey grip on their arms, because it's trying to get that little bit of protection. It's rough, very rough. You have no skin. It takes you a few weeks to come back, and then you just keep taking it off.
Nortje just tossing the ball up in his right hand as he gets the top of his mark. It's a little shine on the strides. And sets in past umpire Gaffney. He bowls to Labuschagne. Oh, that leapt! He's nicked it, and he's out this time, without question. Nortje roaring in the aftermath. Verena takes a simple catch that spat off the pitch and either brushed the shoulder or the gloves on the way through. And Labuschagne is out for 79, caught behind. Australia 2 for 147.
Labuschagne gone for 79.
What a delivery. Jeez, that took off.
Australia 2 for 147.
That took. I think he was looking at whether to review that. I think he wanted a bit of support at the non-strikers end, but I think Usman told him to keep walking. But a serious delivery. Just got a couple a little bit faster as well, like this last little spell. He's probably just thinking, right, I've got
as he heads to the wicket,
a short amount of time. I can get the
number 49.
Crank it up a little bit for a little short amount of time. But that one definitely bounced, which we haven't really seen too much of yet. But that one took off, didn't it?
Yeah, but just earlier in that over as well, Nortje hit the splice of Labuschagne's bat too. So that was probably the second delivery in that over that just did a little bit more than what we've seen.
So we've seen one go down and a couple go up. It's just the start. Game's going into fast forward.
Yes, that's the first real sign of it. Hotspot's got it high up on the bat, just brushing the outside edge as we look at the replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. And it brings Steve Smith end of the middle. So Norkia 11 overs, 2 for 26. Again, it's been true the whole way through. He's the pick of the bowlers.
He's just got that ability to bowl wicket-taking deliveries. And
we're going off. Honest to God.
Geez, Marnus is going to be filthy.
Yeah.
Sitting in that change room. Why didn't they go off a ball before?
Cricket fans light once again has
honestly, I feel like swearing. That is so disappointing, and that's going off prematurely when they did earlier on. Has haunted the whole day. There's no reason why they shouldn't be playing with a view from the box into the middle with the way the light is.
Naked eye doesn't look much worse, does it? If at all.
No.
Doesn't look dark enough.
No.
What a shame.
Yeah, and a shame, like a real shame for the match scenario is another 20 minutes at fresh batters, and we've seen Norkia's capacity to take wickets in clusters. This was their chance to fight back, and they're going to be denied that on a frustrating day here in Sydney. So what did we get? We got 20 minutes of play. It's 5:05, so I suppose it's not impossible that the light would improve in the next little bit, but it does seem very unlikely.
What do we say?
It's incredibly frustrating. SEN Test cricket for Host Blast and Industries super fun for all Australians. So Labuschagne paid for that period with his wicket, caught behind bowled Norkia for 79. So he was 70 when he had the escape on the contentious catch, which has been debated all day and will continue to be tomorrow, I'm sure. But from a South African perspective, it only cost them 9 runs and hasn't materially impacted on their position within the game.
Yeah, I still think they'll be unhappy with that call, but we'll breathe a sigh of relief that they've been able to pick him up a short time later. As we're just watching a replay of the Norkia wicket, again just having a tighter line to the stumps. Labuschagne feeling like he has to play makes a huge difference earlier on in a batter's innings coming off a break.
And that's where that variable bounce, if you're actually bowling a line that they can play, comes into play. Like one takes off, gets the edge. If that was another stump or two wider like they were bowling earlier with the plan they had coming out after the break, like straight after the break, probably wouldn't have got the wicket.
Yeah, and good pace too at 146 clicks. His pace has caused Australia a fair degree of discomfort. So the ground staff are called into the middle. They're going to bring the Hessian out and go through the motions a little bit there, but it's not about the rain, it's about the light. I'm seeing a bit that's going through on the text. None of it is I can pass. Oh, actually, I can pass one of them on to you. I'm sure you've got an eye. It's exactly how you're feeling. Michael in Don-Vale has gone with cricket is eating itself to death. Absolute disgrace. 0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power sponsoring all of our social interactions, your tyre experts and the rest. Yes, Brett, I see you. Dear. And here comes a little bit of rain as well, just to finish us off properly. Actually, we probably all need to be put out of our misery. It wouldn't be the worst result if we had a decent shower and they called stumps and we can all go and contemplate our lives before resuming.
Maybe this is the tears of a cricket fan rather than a rain cloud.
The crowd has been involved, as we'll get a final figure at some point, 28,000 odd, and when it was dry and there was no play, everyone's flicked their phones on to try to encourage the cricket to be played. It was like we were at a music concert. All the phones in the stands. It was a lovely sentiment by frustrated cricket fans. Not a whole lot stayed, for what it's worth, for that little resumption of play, but they didn't get a lot to show for it.
I think the ones who have too have given up. There's a few backpacks. Yeah. Backpacks on shoulders walking out. Yeah, it's certainly been a frustrating afternoon.
Yeah, it's there's a bit of sulking going on, probably chewing the box as well as in the stands. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. 2 for 147. So Labuschagne's out for 79. Smith didn't get to face a ball. Khawaja is 54 not out. Let me just give you the figures of Unrik Nortje in particular. So he's taken his second wicket. Sent down a set of maidens. So I've got him 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26. Gisa Rabada, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 45. Marco Janssen, 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. Keshav Maharaj, 9 overs, no maidens, none for 35. And Simon Harmer, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. He's been chronically under-bowled, Harmer, so hopefully he gets a decent crack at it tomorrow. Warner was the first man out, caught Janssen, bowled Nortje up for 10. And Marnus Labuschagne caught Verena, bowled Nortje for 79. So Nortje's figures as the leading wicket taker for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. And Labuschagne, the top scorer today for Victoria Police, made for more. Did you ever have one like that, Phil, where they call a play as soon as you got out? He wouldn't have even... I think he would have been in the back setup. And they probably said to him, they're coming off. Oh, imagine his response in that moment.
It's amazing how many times that happens. How many times you first and foremost, like it happened when we actually came on, where you have bright sunshine or no rain, and then they make a decision to come on the field, and then it starts raining again. And then when you do come on, how often you see a batsman get out the over before you go off? It's like one of those anomalies in cricket. And he'll be sitting there, head in hands. I don't reckon he was going to be moving for the next hour. He'll be gutted. That's ruined his dinner.
Can you empathise with that, Rach?
Yeah, I can. I don't actually think anyone would have told him. I think he would have been sitting there and saw Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith walk in and thought, what is going on?
Yeah. Oh, dear. So the help cover has gone on. That's probably the only bit about the rain delays I quite like, because I like they've gone for the help. In the sponsored cover with NRMA. There's a lot coming through on the text. I salute all of you. So it's good fun. It's good fun. There's always a contrarian. Should never have come back on. It's so dark at the SCG. There's a Grinch in every crowd. It's nice to have you there. We'll bring Bharat back in as well for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. There you go, Bharat. What did we get? 15 minutes of bonus cricket.
As a journalist, I'm not complaining at all. This means Marnus will do the press conference.
Right.
He has no excuse of being unbeaten or close to a milestone, so he won't. The media manager can't bring him out. And that is the story of the day, right? The Marnus catch. The catch was claimed, and then the controversy that followed. And now you'll have the two sides to the story. I don't know who's going to do it for South Africa, because if we hadn't had those 15 minutes and Marnus wasn't out, it would have been probably Andrew McDonald or someone. So we would have had to do with second best. But now, straight from the horse's mouth, what did the South African slip cord and tell Marnus? We'll know it all.
Nice.
So we're not complaining. Everything works out perfectly.
He might not be able to repeat it though.
That's a good point. Yeah. Knowing Marnus, you never know, though.
So the ground analysis is going, we're still hopeful of getting a resumption of players. Well, they have extended stumps till 6:30, so there's probably a bit more sitting around to be done. But that is a bit cheeky, I think, with the crowd at some point. So stumps was originally 5:30, so we would have abandoned play at any moment. But because the silly conventions of cricket, now that it's 6:30, it's sort of all revised, isn't it?
Yeah, and even like when they did come out to play, when they said, oh, we have 30 overs to go, that's just a fictitious number. There was no chance we were going to say 30 overs from that point on. Yeah, it's just one of those cricketing quirks where you have to mention it, and you just have to mention a closing time just so that, I don't even know whether the broadcasters would take it seriously, the TV guys. So, it's been that kind of day. We have enough storylines to tap into, though, I guess. The Matt Renshaw COVID sourness, him testing positive right after, as Pete Lalor told us how that played out. And, of course, the catch. But in between all that, I think Phil and Rachael, we've seen some really good batting, and that dismissal would be disappointing for Marnus Labuschagne, but it would please the Australians. I think they they made a judgment call on this pitch even before the test match started. And so far, it's played according to what they expected of it. It was pretty easy to bat on. There was some turn for the spinners, and the odd ball has started misbehaving. Like, I wouldn't say the one to Manus misbehaved, but it did rise off the same length that he'd bowled on. It wasn't quicker or slower than any of the other delivery, but it did jump better.
Yeah, I think that's the key. We've started to see a little bit of variable bounce, and that's probably one thing as a batter you don't want to see, because it's the toughest thing to have to deal with at times in a match. But yeah, you're right. I think the Australians will like how this day has played out for them. They were cautious early with the bat, aside from David Warner. He came out all guns blazing, but I thought that Marnus Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja, really worked hard together through that first session, and then when they came back in after lunch, they accelerated and took the initiative, which was presented to them by South Africa. But yeah, I'd have to agree. I think the Australians will be very happy with how this game's placed at the moment.
100%. They'll be licking their lips in there, seeing the ball going up and down. I think they'd like to see it turn a little bit more. But I think as this game progresses, another day down the line, which if Australia bat well is not beyond them for sure. I think Nathan Lyon will spin it more than the two spinners from South Africa as well, and he'll get the bounce that he's looking for. I know, speaking to him prior to the test, he was very excited about the prospect of bowling on a wicket that was going to turn and bounce, and I think he might have got his wish.
And Anrik Nortje's bowling he deserves a bag before he leaves these shores. So he's got his twofer. That's a starting point. No one would begrudge him if he nailed a fifer before he left us.
It's like Mark Wood from last summer, right? We were really hoping that he gets a fifer. He deserved it. I mean, there was really no backing for him either from the ball from the other end or from his batters, but he just kept running in, just put his heart out there, played all 5 tests, and finally had to wait for the final innings of the 5-test series to get his 5-wicket haul in Hobart. He took 6, so hopefully Anrik Nortje gets his fifer as well. He came close in Melbourne, but every time he's run in, he's given it his all. And as a coach, as a former cricketer, he has everything that you want in a teammate, in a player, right? You see him during innings breaks or session breaks. He's running up to everyone else, patting them on the back, even after he's bowled 4-5 overs in that session. And there's a lot to like about him, and already some in South Africa are looking at him as a future captain. If we are in the era of fast bowling captains, so why not?
Absolutely. That's exactly what you want in any team. And I think as a cricket fan, I think the Australian public have really embraced Nortje as well, about the way he runs in and has a go. Australians love that from their own cricketers, and I think they enjoy that when the opposition bring that as well, especially when they're getting well beaten. You'd never want to see an opposition team roll over and not give 100% or not try and make an impact. And Nortje has done that every single spell. I think that little spell there at the end was probably, he was probably down a little bit in pace, I thought, this morning. But he really revved it up in that last bit, and he got close to getting it up there around that 150 marker again. Probably not to the same level as he did in Melbourne. We probably can excuse him because of the overs that he bowled down there, and has bowled for the series so far. But really good effort, and great to see that opposition step up and really want to take ownership of the game.
There is rain falling and the full covers are on now. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile 2 for 147. I will share a few of these messages, shall I, just for fun? The stuff that won't get us taken off air. Michael from Nidri, all Test matches should be played with a pink ball. No delay due to bad light. Vic from Marupna, so disappointed that players suspended again, home from work and planned to tune in on the radio, not happy and a bit grumpy. The future of Test cricket has plenty of challenges. The game's own ridiculously out-of-date rulings and assessment tools should not be one of them. That's from Bart. Dave in Lara, it's not too dark till the Saints fans start fires and steal the goalposts. That's a very Victorian reference from before your time here, Bharat. But it's a good one. A lot of AFL fans will appreciate that. Why aren't they using a pink ball for the pink test? Perfect opportunity. And Gerard, how is it that they play under lights at night when there is zero sunlight, but at times such as these, with the lights and some sunlight, they go off. That's from Baz and Rye. And Gerard, just let it all out. Go on a rant. I love when you rarely fire up. Unfortunately, whoever I'm having dinner with is going to have to wear most of that tonight. The players are out on the balconies, but there's no hope of getting back out there as the pegs are being put in the covers now, and I'm pretty sure they'll unwind those on the run-ups shortly as well. As Bharat, you mentioned the Renshaw COVID story, which is such a curious part of today. We'll hear from Dave Warner here. So during the previous rain delay, Dave Warner was on Fox Cricket. This was the insight from inside the Australian camp.
The odd thing about it, I came in, I saw him packing his kit, and I was like, "What are you doing, mate?" And he goes, "I've got to move downstairs." And the doc came in and said he's tested positive, and he wanted a couple of hay fever tablets, and the doc said, "No, mate, let's test you." And then obviously it was unfortunate he's tested positive, but he feels fine. He's just got a bit of a cough and a sneeze, but he said he's ready to go.
But he has to keep his distance.
Yes, none of us want to spread throughout the change room. And I think Hoff there was going to hold his hand instead of wrapping his arm around him, but no, he's okay. He feels well.
So that was earlier in the day. The risk, as we know, with COVID is the damage is done by the time you test positive. And what if a spate of Australian players test positive between now and day 3?
I know they can just hope that they don't have any severe symptoms like Matt Renshaw doesn't seem to have. What a strange test career Matt Renshaw, right? We were there in Pune when he infamously ran off because he had a bowel situation, like a lot of cricketers have had when touring India in the past, and we Indians do as well. Like, I know, I will say this, I think it's a good platform to say this. A lot of Indians get worked up about people complaining about Delhi belly. We complain about it as well. It's just that we get worked up when it gets spoken of during a cricket series. But that was Renshaw then, and he comes back into this test team. So much hype around him, and justifiably he's earned his spot back. And then on the morning of the test, he tests positive for COVID, and the bizarre scenes that followed. And you're right. And one thing we know about COVID is it can change in a day. So hopefully it stays the same. I saw him earlier walking around with a big smile on his face. He was only wearing the mask every time he had to walk past the South African dressing room. Maybe he's been asked to do that. Otherwise, he's been as free as anyone else. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him bat. I do feel he'll play a big role in India. He batted really well 6 years ago, and I think he'll have a role to play, whether it's in the middle order or if an opening, or if there is an opening at the top of the order. Just the way he plays spin these days, you've seen a lot of him fill in Shield cricket. But yeah, it's just strange. We just thought COVID was, every time you think COVID is behind us. And you know who jinxed it? I was telling Rachael yesterday. Pat Cummins at the press conference yesterday made it a point to say that it's strange that in all this while, none of us have tested positive for COVID. That was less than 24 hours before, the Renshaw thing happens.
Yeah, imagine. So you get one then, and then what else? And I guess that's your point as well, mate, is we don't know he doesn't know how he'll feel tomorrow or the next day. So for whatever overlays are on it at the moment, the best intentions to take his place in the test, if he is afflicted badly by it, then the substitute will come into play, and we'll get a really interesting insight into Australia's thinking.
Absolutely. Could it be Marcus Harris? Is it Peter Handscomb? I mean, they're both on the list. It could tell us a lot about who will make it to the squad for India as well, based on that. And it can happen anytime. It could happen when, even if Renshaw is out there at some point batting and he doesn't feel well, they could bring in a COVID substitute. So that option will be with Australia till day 5, until the end of the test match.
Let's just hope we don't get some more cases throughout the team. It could be a heavy disruption if you get 2 or 3 or 4 guys go down. Trying to get guys in from Big Bash that haven't played any first-class cricket for God knows how long.
So I think part of the Handscomb issue was that they wanted to send Harris to the Big Bash, didn't they? And bring Handscomb in so that Harris gets a bit of cricket.
Yeah, and because he's been travelling with the team for a while now. He's got no cricket. Yeah, like Handscomb. So that does make sense as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense to bring a player in right on the eve of the last test match and allow Marcus Harris to go out and play Big Bash. It's really a matter of days difference. it seems like a bit of an odd decision.
Maybe it is an insight into what they are looking at for India as well, Rachel. That's how I look at it. You're right. I mean, it is odd, but that's the only explanation I can think of.
Yeah, I think you're bang on.
So Harris won't go to India and Rachael will. Yep. The full covers are on and the run-ups as well. So we've seen the last ball of the day. It's just a matter of at what stage are they going to call it. And I think even the most loyal of fans are starting to realise that it's going to be time to beat a retreat and find your way home at some point. And what has been a very odd day. A very odd day here at the SCG. It's going to finish at 2 for 147. Labuschagne, the man out just before they went off for bad light and then the rain thereafter. So Marnus 79. Khawaja is 54. Smith is yet to face a ball. And Norkia 2 for 26. We'll just, with the flavour of the test match, we'll hear from Glenn McGrath across these coming days. But he set the scene for us this morning. We're proud partners with the McGrath Foundation at pinktest.com.au. Already more than $1.8 million has been raised for the sale of virtual seats. That it started at $1 million today and has grown by 800,000. So you can imagine the generosity of the public over the coming days. So Glenn McGrath spoke with Matthew Cox on SEN Mornings around the work that the McGrath Foundation is doing and the fundraising that's been done at this test match.
15 years after it was first established, the Pink Test. Does it surprise you how big it has become?
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. I think back to that first one in 2009, we didn't know what to expect. And as each day went on, it just got bigger and better. And just the way everyone got behind it, from Cricket Australia to the SCG Trust, to the players, to the corporates, broadcasters, but especially the crowd, has created something very special. And each year it seemed to got bigger and better. And here we are, 15th Pink Test. And just going incredibly well. So, yeah, something very, very proud of.
And how proud are you of the fact that it has done so much, particularly for the Breast Cancer Foundation, in raising awareness for what is a really crippling disease for so many?
Yeah, I guess, from personal experience with my late wife going through breast cancer, and when she was diagnosed in 97, and then again in 2003, the difference was there was a breast care nurse there. And the positive difference it made in our lives, but especially Jane's, was incredible. We soon realised there was not enough of these amazing people out there. So we launched the McGrath Foundation in 2005 with two very clear objectives. One was to raise awareness of breast cancer, also in younger women, because Jane was only 31. But the main, focus was to raise funds to place breast care nurses in communities right across the country. And, to be sitting here now, we have 193 nurses, and they've supported over 118,000 families across the country. Just blows me away. 57
people a day are diagnosed with breast cancer in Australia. What still needs to be achieved in your eyes, Glenn, in terms of providing that support?
Yeah, so you're right, 57 people a day, over 20,000 women a year are diagnosed with breast cancer, but also over 200 blokes are diagnosed as well. So it is something that can happen to guys as well, but predominantly women. And our foundation is about providing support and having a positive influence on the lives of those people. And, our goal is that every person in Australia, no matter where they live, has access to a breast care nurse, free of charge, totally free and self-referable. As I said, 193 nurses currently. Our goal is to get to 250, and we feel that will cover the whole country so people can have access to a breast care nurse where they live.
Which is absolutely fantastic, and something that the whole country can get a part of now as part of this Pink Test. Because of COVID, you had to get a little innovative in terms of what you could do to be able to get people and fundraise these important money to go towards the Breast Cancer Foundation. And the virtual pink seats, they're back for this SCG test.
Yeah, you're right. Out of adversity sometimes comes opportunity, and one of our guys at the foundation came up with the concept of the virtual pink seats, and it's been an absolute game changer. It's been an incredible initiative. People either at the ground if they want to support it that way, or sitting at home they can jump online, pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat or, a number of them, and then post. You get a graphic and you can post on your socials. So it's a great way to support people going through breast cancer, whether you know someone or in your family or someone close to you. And I guess it's just been incredible. So, our goal this year is to sell 150,000 virtual pink seats, which means over 2,100 families, in fact, will have the support of a McGrath breast care nurse this year if we can achieve that goal.
And by getting one of those seats, it's not just an opportunity to participate in raising funds, but it's also become an important factor in people being able to share their stories, offer support, share memories of loved ones that may have either gone through the battle or unfortunately have been lost to the disease, and share thanks as well for those that have been able to support. It's a nice touch to what is a real community, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. And I hear on a daily basis people come up and tell me their stories and how a breast care nurse has made such an incredible difference. So, they tell their stories. They can buy seats for themselves, their family, their loved ones, the nurses, or for people who are not here anymore. So, like you said, there's not too many families that haven't been touched in some way, shape or form from breast cancer, whether it's a family member, close friend, been through or going through it. And this is the perfect way to support that. And, it's becoming a bit of a tradition. People say, yep, I get my pink seats every year. I post it, but it's a great way for me to, support a great cause in the McGrath Foundation, but also to remember loved ones and people in their life.
And for those that are attending at the SCG for this test match, what can they expect to see over the course of the match?
Yeah, there'll be there'll be people, volunteers going around sort of tin rattling, even though people don't carry as much cash anymore. There's stacks of other things happening there. But on the field, the Australians are playing so well. I'm predicting another win. I'd like to see quite a close game. South Africa, if they can, really dig deep and give it, be competitive against Australia, that would be good. And it's great to have South Africa here because they were at the inaugural pink test back in 2009. So, a lot to enjoy at the match or even sitting at home.
And there's a nice little touch as well. The coach of Australia, Andrew McDonald, he also made his debut back in that test match back in 2009. So there's a nice little bit of synergy there as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're saying this is the pink test, one to remember. We're going back through the last 14 pink tests and everything that's happened there. And, like you said, Andrew McDonald, the now Australian men's cricket coach, made his debut back then. I had a good chat to him yesterday and he's got a lot of fond memories from back there, and now being involved starting tomorrow is incredible too.
Glenn McGrath joining us in the lead-up to the pink test at the SCG, the McGrath Foundation co-founder and president, but also, Glenn, we need your help. Pat Cummins didn't offer us much when we spoke to him a little earlier about the selection of the Australian team. Can you shed any light on what may unfold with the 11?
Well, I probably can share less because he's in amongst it, but I can give you my thoughts on it. I think, there's a choice between, Scotty Boland, Josh Hazlewood and Lance Morris to fill two spots. My gut feel is they have to stick with Scotty Boland. He's just been an absolute champion the way he started his test career. So it'd be sad to see him left out. Josh Hazlewood, I think, deserves to come straight back in the team. He's been injured. He wants a bit of test match practice under his belt or form under his belt leading into the India series, which is coming up in the not too distant future. Unfortunately, I think Lance Morris will be left out, but everyone wants to see him play. 150 kilometres an hour plus, the wild thing they call him. He is something special. So sooner or later, the Australian public will see more of him. But I think they'll take two spinners into this game, which mean they'll take just the two quicks plus Paddy, or three quicks with Paddy Cummins.
For someone like Lance, and you're in a great position to be able to provide some insight on this, Glenn, to just be around the locker room and to feel a part of the Australian side while not necessarily playing, how valuable is that experience for someone who is trying to work their way through the ranks and reach their goal of playing for the country?
No, it's incredibly valuable. Just being around the boys, seeing how they prepare, how they go about it. The Australian team's in a good spot at the moment. They're playing incredibly well. They're winning, and that breeds a lot of confidence as well. So, yeah, that'll give Lance Morris a lot of confidence just being around the boys. They're quite inclusive, and when someone raw pace like him, everyone's talking about him. He'll be keen to go. So, yeah, just being around the team is pretty special too.
What do you make of this Australian team and what they've been able to achieve, not just in this South African series, but over the course of the last couple of years, and the trajectory that they're on, given that India and England are waiting for them around the corner?
Yeah, no, they've. I think they're in a good place at the moment. The batsmen are doing their job. With the way Davey Warner's bounced back after a bit of a rough trot for a while. 200 Marnus Labuschagne's been had an incredible summer. Usman Khawaja's going well. Steve Smith, Travis Head's just really coming into his own. So the batting lineup is really going well, and the bowlers have been an incredible force for quite a few years. You look at those top three quicks in Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark have been doing the job, and Nathan Lyon's just world class too. So there's no real gap in that lineup, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. They're playing some really good cricket, and it's going to be a good matchup over in India, which is always tough for an Australian touring team. But I'm looking forward to the Ashes. England's been playing well, and I think that series is going to be an absolute beauty.
Do you think we can conquer the Baz ball phenomenon?
Yeah, I think we can. It's going to be two quality teams going head to head, but I think with the way Baz is, Brendan McCullum's been going over there, it's given the English boys a lot of confidence, allowed them to go out and play with freedom and play without fear. And it's amazing when you play without fear, you can achieve a lot of things. So hopefully the Aussies can take a leaf out of that book, and it'll be an incredible series.
Do you feel that that's the direction that Test cricket is heading in terms of the more risk-taking and the appetite to be a bit more aggressive?
Well, I think when one-day cricket first came about, it had a positive impact on Test cricket. Scoring rates went up. But now with T20, I think it's now showing batsmen and even bowlers what they can do if they back themselves and go out and play without fear. And, they're scoring along at 6, 7, 8, 10 runs and over comfortably, then, I think that's translating into Test cricket. And, England are the ones to first do that. I think the other, a month or so ago, they batted for 100 overs and scored over 600 runs. So that's exceptional. And, so Test cricket, to me, is still the ultimate, and we need to keep it fresh and people interested in it. Maybe this is the way to go.
Are you then worried that it might be a bit diluted given what is occurring with T20 and one-day cricket, or more so T20?
Oh, I think one-day cricket's probably more under the pump with popularity. Test cricket, I'd like to think, the players still want to play Test cricket. It's still the ultimate form of Test cricket, of cricket, and it's a true test by the nature. One-day T20 cricket, everyone's playing. There's a lot of money around, and so maybe the two that'll be held in high regard still will be Test T20s. One-dayers are probably ones that a little bit of concern.
And I think you'd be hoping for another dominant performance from Australia in the pink test to help set them up for the campaigns against India and England. As we let you go, how confident are you that we're going to get the victory at the SCG?
Oh, I think pretty confident. The Australian team's been playing well. The South Africans probably not as well as we would have hoped. We thought it was going to be a very competitive series. I think they've struggled with the batting. They've got a quality bowling lineup, but they really have to dig deep and find something, even if they're going to compete with the Australians. But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great pink test, and I just take this opportunity to thank all the listeners for the support of the McGrath Foundation over the years. We can't do what we do without that support, so really appreciate it, and a huge thanks to you as well.
Glenn McGrath with Matthew Cox this morning on SEN Morning, setting us up for this test match, which is really at stumps on day one. 2 for 147 as rain falls and the covers are on, and just those 4 security staff in their ponchos out in the middle of the ground. There is another test match taking place at the moment. That's at Karachi. So New Zealand 449, Pakistan 4 for 203. That is on day 3. So New Zealand sort of got all that they needed to out of it. And Bharat, would be interesting to see if they could pick up another couple of wickets now, give themselves a shake.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed to have not finished off that first test. So it feels strange. But every time we've spoken about a test match in Pakistan during this summer, Gerard's spoken about scoring rates of 7 and over and 8 and over, games finishing in 3 days. Yeah, it's a more classical form of test cricket. I wonder how baseball hasn't reflected back in the land where it should have originated from. Yeah, it's weird that New Zealand stick to playing traditional cricket, even though Brendan McCullum's revolutionised English test cricket. It's funny how it works.
It is funny how it works. The fall of wickets today for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. Warner fell in the 4th over. The score was 12, and Labuschagne right at the end, as they went off for light, 2 for 147 when he departed. The final crowd, 31,264. They did not get their money's worth today, and there's a couple who are still sitting in the rain and happy to wave for the big screen, but there's nobody left to see it. Really, there's nobody left to see it. Time for a plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
On a day there was so much talk about umpiring controversy, you know, I'm going to give it to Paul from Mooney Ponds. Our umpire who's been sweating it out for 20 years and who spoke to us about how it is difficult to keep your concentration on a hot day. But that's for plus performance off the field, on the field. I want to go with Andrik Nokia. I think, the fact that the series is gone, there's nothing really to play for South Africa, faint chance of making it to the World Test Championship final, kept running in and produced that wicket off blinder of a ball. Brilliant delivery to get rid of Marnus Labuschagne. Well said, Marnus Labuschagne.
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search Compare Host Plus today. So, Phil Jakes, you can award our player of the day for Bing Lee.
I'm going to go with Marnus Labuschagne, even though he lost his wicket there just in the dark, I suppose, right at the end of the day. I thought the way he went about it reversed the pressure that the South Africans applied in that first hour, and then really took control with Usman in that partnership. I thought the tempo that he played with was beautiful. I think he attacked at the right time, played really patiently, and was probably the victim of a very good ball. I think that really took off and was probably one of the only ones that really did take off all day, and disappointing to lose him at the end of the day from the Australian perspective, but still a very, very good performance.
Well, Marnus Labuschagne's 79. Usman Khawaja is unbeaten on 54, and Steve Smith is yet to face a ball. So 2 for 147. The way these things work is play will begin now at 10 o'clock for the remainder of the test. The trouble is tomorrow's forecast, the suggestion is that this rain will keep going. So, this is saying maybe by 9 a.m, but this rain is expected to go right through the night and into tomorrow. So it was 15 mils, the top end of it for today, and then 15 mils again tomorrow. So this Sydney test, which does this to us, it feels like most years. So if it's not the previous godforsaken pitches, it was the weather that have conspired for all manner of draws at the ground in recent years.
This is one of those weird inevitabilities. You expect rain and there's always rain. It never disappoints.
All right, so that's the picture from a bleak SCG at the close of day 4, 2 for 147. There's Big Bash Nation to come tonight. It is a double header. We're going to sign off from here and send you in the direction of the Sporting Flame before Big Bash Nation kicks in. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. You'll see one ball from Rabana, who's run up over the wickets, and Warner cuts over the top of points, set it away for 4. A man full of confidence. Kia bowls to him. He edges and he's caught at first slip. Easy catch. Janssen swallowed it up. Warner played wide away from the body. Bowls and Khawaja runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4.
Labuschagne waits and pushes this through cover. It might have the weight behind it and the timing behind it to race the boundary, and it does.
Yeah, bowls on the back foot. Labuschagne, that's ever so well played. Punches it away through cover.
Bharat to Labuschagne. Pulls this, whips it really through mid-wicket to the boundary, but races away for 4 runs. Nicely played. Bharat into Labuschagne. Cuts this between first slip and gully for 4.
Sweeping Labuschagne, hit it sweetly, you could hear it. Gorgeous shot. Bharat tries again, pulled by Labuschagne, ever so stylish. Another half-century for Marnus in Test cricket.
Jensen to Labuschagne, wedges, and he's caught it first slip. Marnus Labuschagne staying in the middle though.
Here we go, folks, here we go. We can let you know the third umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
Bharat in, this one's cut and nicely to the boundary for 4. Khawaja with that 4 bringing up his 50.
Sits in past umpire gap. He bowls to Labuschagne. All that leapt. He's nicked it and he's out this time without question. Nortje roaring in the aftermath. Verena takes a simple catch and Labuschagne is out for 7.